Sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
Today's matchup. Rocks Tigers. CJ Entus. Samsung. Longju Gaming. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 1.
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK here on OGN. I'm Monte Cristo. Joining me is Papa Smithy. We're doing it again today, Papa. It's a double color cast. I'll be doing play-by-play because Doa is currently in LA doing Hearthstone, but we do have some exciting matchups tonight, starting with Rox versus CJ.
Yeah, Rox versus CJ should be Rox Tigers acclimatizing to a patch 6.11 that seems to suit their superstar top laner Smeb, but our assumptions about the Tigers have been off so far in the summer season, so it's going to be interesting to track because, again, anything other than a clean 2-0 is kind of worrying times for the Rox Tigers.
Yeah, they did come off their 2-1 win over KT. When they played SKT, I think their draft was probably the biggest problem with the Swain Victor
I hear you love the
combination
Swain Victor.
against the Ezreal Nivea. I just don't want to talk about that. It was really, really, really bad. But they picked it up against KT. Now they're here in the stadium tonight to show what they've got against CJ. And then coming up a little bit later, we are going to have Longju. How good are they now after their last win? Up against Samsung, who's looking for a little bit of redemption.
About the 5th acid test for Longju in a year, but I think that might actually be a closer series than you might suspect. I think we might go to 3 games in our second series. So that's my early tip for that one, but we'll focus on the first as we're going to find out, again, can the Tigers start to boost up? Because currently, 3-2, actually 6-6 in game score for a team that was so dominant in spring to be at 0.5 or 500%. 500% doesn't sound right. 50% win rate. It's not great.
0.500, yeah. Just like throw all the stats together.
Yeah.
In one, just stats gumbo right there. Just chuck it all in. Take a bite. All right, it will be Rox Tigers versus CJ up first. Like you're saying, Rox, on paper, this seems like an excellent meta for them. This is the time for Smeb to really bust out with these Trinity Force champions. And as that emphasis on the top lane occurs, we have to be a little bit worried about Untara. But first up, let's take a look at them Tigers. Them Tigers will be running Kuro in the mid lane tonight, so no sign of Cry just yet. Kuro has been doing pretty well for himself. He's actually number 4 in the league at damage per minute at 716, so looking good.
They've been pretty liberal about swapping Cry and Kuro during series the last few, so I think we might spy Cry irrespective of the result in game 1. And you know, some of the champions, you look at, for example, the Vladimir, both of them played it last time out, and I thought maybe it was Cry's Vladimir that was actually a little bit better than Kuro's.
Yeah, and as far as this team goes, I really do applaud them for making this switch happen, acclimatizing Cry, because they need something to stabilize if they ever hit SKT in a big playoff match again. Here we go. CJ Entus on the opposite side. No surprises here. Will be the roster they've been running for this season to very low levels of success, though they did take a win 2-1 over Longju.
Their stats have actually been pretty consistent though, Monty, because Of the players who played over 10 games, guess who has the highest kill participation in the league? It's Mad Life again.
Guess who's number 2?
BDD, which is
Damn.
very interesting, and BDD's damage percentage actually gone way up compared to last season. He ended up mostly being on utility champions, but this season he's actually been putting up some DPM numbers as well. So BDD leveling up in performance, if not for the team leveling up, unfortunately.
But realistically, BDD also had a very high kill participation last season
Sure.
alongside Mad Life. So it says that they're still playing the same way. They don't get kills unless they do it together. Unfortunately, their team fighting really hasn't been as good this season as it was in the last season as we take a look at some of these win-loss rates. Notably, the Rocks Tigers have only lost to SKT and Samsung, so they've had a couple of hard matches.
And the support meta, I think, doesn't really support CJ's playstyle either. Whenever I see CJ Entus reaching for Nami, you don't really think about Nami opening up plays like Alistair and Braum was able to do last season. It's one of the reasons that Bard is so consistently banned against CJ is it's a range support that fits the meta but is also a playmaker. So given this team needs to get Mad Life's lane going, Bard is one of the most powerful picks CJ can pick up.
Yeah, we talk about some of these players too. Kramer, this season has been actually relatively underwhelming compared to last season. He's taking 26% of his team's gold, which makes him number 2 in the league. And he's number 1, though, at CS percentage after 15 minutes.
That's what it means that he's picking up that empty lane farm after the laning phase ends on champions like the Jinx, which we saw him on once again in the last series, but not actually finding wins out of that empty lane farm. So much like Pilot, who also picks up a lot of gold, not really paying off the investment they're putting into Kramer.
Yeah, I made a mistake. He actually is number 1, tied with Pilot. So not number 2 in terms of percent gold. But the biggest problem for me is that he's taking all this gold, and he's taking all this farm after 15 minutes, but he's 17th in damage per minute. So he's just not performing, really.
But the problem is bigger, right, Monty? Because Kramer doesn't just take gold, he also takes resources, he takes team design. The comps are often built around the Kramer such that they were running Jinx in their last series, bringing back these really big hyper carries. It's not a meta that favors protecting for the hyper carry, and Kramer isn't finding the results even with so many investments in him, both in terms of gold and comps. So CJ, where's Ghost and where's a new strategy to find their way forward?
Well, it's going to be tough. And looking at the bans, Karma and Azir banned out first. No surprise with the Azir ban while Kuro is playing, but the Karma ban, Rocks Tigers may not want to pick that one up as a possible first pick here.
So Karma's actually really risen up. If you look at the win rates in Champions, 67% win rate in the mid lane, 71% in the support role, and actually the highest win rate champion picked over 20 times in Champions this season. So Faker's shown the way on the mid lane Karma, and the support applying pressure as well.
Yeah, been absolutely huge for them. Trundle banned out here by CJ Entus. I don't really know if that's going to be the major threat because I guess they want to run a tank in the top lane, tells you that they're not going to, I don't think Smed would really take that one given the current meta, but we'll have to see which way he is going to lean this evening. And let's see what CJ Entus agonizing over their last ban. It will be the Lucian. Taken away from Prey.
I mean, if you blink, this looks very much like a 6-10 ban list. 6-11 has come through. We expected a lot of change. We did see a series yesterday with no Triforce top lane picks, and now with Nidalee open, in fact, all junglers open, the Rek'Sai also open, Kindred is the first pick for Rocks Tigers.
Now, the reason why they did this is Kindred has been one of the very few champions that CJ can win with. So this is as much of a great pick for Peanut as it is a denial pick against CJ.
And CJ enters as an orc because Bubbling actually found a lot of success, relatively speaking, on the Kindred last season as well. So plenty of power, so they're not going to rush to pick a jungle pick unless they want to start to deny information on the red side. So much available.
I don't think you're going to really think about taking the Nidalee here unless you want a Braum to be taken against you very early, and Gorilla's certainly capable of playing that Braum. Let's see if Haru's actually going to lock in the Nidalee or not. And we could be looking at a Hecarim pick here. That would be our first one, and Jhin as well. So Hecarim, one of the champions that did get a boost from the Trinity Force buffs for sure.
And there was some
or
Hecarim
changes, I should say.
There was some Hecarim jungle coming out of, I believe it was LGD. I think Amy was playing. Of course, LGD on their first best of 3 of the season. Usually referring to LGD would actually be something that you should take a note from. Of course, the team has struggled extensively in 2016, but Tank tank jungle Hecarim was the choice. There could still be a top lane Hecarim, but with the changes to Ghost being a very big indirect buff to Hecarim, there is certainly some possibilities for this champion. Can go full tank and be very disruptive in a team fight. As our overlays decide to be darkened.
I guess. So nothing is wrong in the game, however. So it looks like we will be locking in the Sivir and the Vladimir still being hovered right here for Kuro. Definitely priority pickup for them, and they will be locking in the Vlad.
And I've got good news. Swain is still available for
No.
the Rocks Tigers Monte Cristo.
No!
Yes, yes
No.
it is. I'm not your dog. Can't tell me off like that.
I can tell the Rocks Tigers, they're an animal, though.
That's true.
They call me the Tiger Tamer, Papa Smithy.
Do they actually?
That's right. Monty Tiger Tamer Cristo.
I thought that was SK Telecom.
Fair enough. Faker the Tiger Tamer. Well, BDD is going to actually take the Cassiopeia into the Vladimir here. It's been a champion that we really haven't seen since the Mage rework.
It is a champion that traditionally did well against Vladimir just because Vladimir can't out-sustain through the exchanges with Twin Fang. So irrespective of some of the tweaks towards the kit of Cassiopeia, we still expect that to be a pretty good laning matchup, but can be hard to team fight with Cassio, the short range.
Yeah, I think the Braum very likely against the Jhin. For the likes of the Rocks Tigers, they could also just try and tie up the front line with the ultimate from Bard. But kite ability, you'd think Braum would be coming in at a premium, considering that Italy still might be a possible jungle pick here. And instead, we may be looking at a top lane Rumble.
Interesting. So we're seeing Rumble. I believe this is maybe the first pick. It might be the second of Rumble. I think it's the second pick we've seen of Rumble.
Smeb actually played it previously.
Post the changes. Smeb was always a really big Rumble player. He wasn't the Maokai type. He was definitely the Rumble type when we're talking about previous top lane metas. And it's one of those champions that with the ability now to flame spitter the minion waves can push so much more effectively, can jungle follow as well. So this has more options in laning phase than he used to. So it is a blind pick top lane though, because they're not sure about where the Hecarim is going. We have the extra information of the Ghost Summoner spell, so it's looking like Hecarim top.
Definitely looking like the most probable option. Rocks Tigers will be very reliant on the Bard ultimate for engage here with follow-up from the On the Hunt from Sivir. Let's take a look. We may see a return
here we
to
go.
Shen. Untara did play the rework Shen previously this season. He's one of the first players to actually bring that out here in Korea.
This is a risky matchup, because if you take Shen, probably going to be no kill pressure, can happily itemize into Spirit Visage, but you can't build the Sunfire to even hope to control the wave. And in the past, if you got a Sunfire, Rumble couldn't push that well with Q, you were pretty even. With the changes, and now there being no cap to minion damage on that Flame Spitter, I actually expect a pretty heavy pushing advantage for the Rumble.
Yeah. Also, some pretty nice dives possible with the combination between the Kindred and the Rumble. For those of you guys who missed the actual change to Rumble, what we're talking about is the minion damage went from 50% from his Flame Spitter, his Q, to 100% a couple of patches back. So it's a little bit surprising that we're seeing Rumble now, because he was theoretically viable previously. But Smeb is going to be returning to his old pick, and we'll see how he does on this one. CJ, not a lot of peel for this Jhin, considering that Hecarim and Cassiopeia are going to be going deep into the enemy team composition, so Madlife have to be precise with those tidal waves and those bubbles to make sure that Kramer can handle it in the back line.
By far the most played champion in Smeb's career is the Rumble. 11 more picks, 32 overall than the Maokai, which interestingly is the second biggest pick for Smeb. So not a lot of hard CC though to grasp, and the turret dives may be affected by the reduced slow coming through for the Kindred. So Kindred's lost a bit of early damage. Have to be very precise to get all that damage down onto the Shen, who is of course quite slippery in his own right.
Now, I really like the fact that they're playing the Rumble here, but we're going to get into game one, guys, right now. Oh boy, it's a Cloud Drake. The power of the wind will be with whomever takes the dragon first. And it will be game 1 here between the Rocks Tigers and CJ Entus to kick things off.
So the Cloud Drake does have one interesting synergy with the good old Clippity Cop, Hecarim in the jungle. So the extra movement speed is translated to damage, probably just on the devastating charge, because after that you're in combat.
I admire your optimism, Papa Smith.
You know, you have to try really hard to be glass half full with the Clown Drake.
You really do. You really, really do.
But again, so we did see in the LPL this Hecarim jungle. It's a surprising pick to see because nothing's really changed about Hecarim directly. And if you think about it, in general, tank itemization has been directly nerfed. But the one thing you can say about the Hecarim is the Ghost. Once again, Ghost is stronger at every stage of the game than it was previously. So at least he's got Ghost going for him, Haru.
That girl sign said, praise girlfriend.
Not sure if that was optimism or the truth.
I think it was optimism, Papa Smithy. I think it was optimism. Well, we are going to see both lanes in your favorite Australian meta.
Oh, yeah.
Heading to the north side of the map, and Kuro and BDD already going at it in the mid lane. So I'll have to keep track of this Hecarim. I've never seen that skin before, but we haven't seen Hecarim.
Elderwood Hecarim.
Is that what it's called?
Yes. I don't know why I know that. I just do.
Stop knowing skin names.
I don't know anything about lore, so I've got that going for me.
Great. I know nothing about either. So, coming in, I'm very curious about how Haru's going to do against this Kindred. Smeb, though, I like the Rumble pick here simply because the Equalizer has always been good against low mobility AD carries where you can easily shoot it in the back line. Also very useful for kiting against these champions who don't have a lot of dash abilities, such as Cassiopeia. So they have a really excellent kiting composition, the Rocks Tigers. If they can get the priority in the river and start to kite out, they should be in very, very good position to take some of these team fights.
Now, I know it's about skins again, but it is Super Galaxy Kindred and Super Galaxy Rumble on the Rift. So that's some fun topside synergy.
I hate Super Galaxy Rumble.
He really is very loud.
He's so annoying.
You know what the upside is? If you minimize the game but still have game sounds, you will never miss the start of the game because you start shouting indiscriminately in the Rift the moment you spawn.
All right, Peanut kind of come in for
Battle
some early
Ward.
damage. Battle Ward indeed. Red buff going to tag Haru right there. So Peanut going his, it's like Krugs to red to blue there, and then following up after a full clear by Haru. So he will be losing out on his red buff. Pretty greedy jungle clear here by Haru.
This is the sort of gank path that, again, the Battle Ward Peanut was known for when it was in full flight during the regular season.
Is that what wards do? They fly?
They do. They fly so high.
Blue wards fly. I'll give you that one. That's true. Peanut here. Gonna pop over the wall. And not going to get rooted out there by the Jhin, sidestepping that. So they do at least prevent a little bit of that counter jungling. You know, one of the big differences between Peanut this season and Peanut last season is that he led all junglers, and in fact all players, last season in terms of his first blood participation rate. And this season he is the lowest of all starting junglers with only 17%. So that's a bit of a disturbing trend for Peanut, and he's struggled to really get on his feet and play that aggressive style we know him for in the summer.
I mean, the Rocks are #1 in the league for wards per minute. Hasn't done them very good in terms of game wins, but they're warding a lot.
It's just really weird to see them go from last place in wards per minute to first place in Peanut.
Is it that weird? Because this is the same team with the guy that went from being a pumpkin to being the man we now know as the top lane carry in Smeb. So this team is known for pretty drastic transformations.
That's true, but as an entire unit, you would not expect that. You
Good
definitely,
synergy, team synergy.
definitely not expect that.
So I actually really like the last pick Jhin that we saw from CJ Entus. I feel like Jin's power is pretty much proportional to how strong the enemy frontline is. So whether that's the amount of tanks or just how ahead or behind those tanks are. You look at the Rocks Tigers, it's very much a carry top in the Rumble. The front line is really only Kuro on the Vladimir, who doesn't want to itemize a lot of armor. If Kramer gets ahead or in any way CJ do well, you could definitely see the Jhin doing pretty massive damage because there's a lot of people to shred. the fat amounts of AD he's going to be able to stack up.
I just don't think he's going to be able to actually get any attacks off, because if he enters his ultimate, that Rumble's just going to fire the equalizer on top of him. So I think Smeb will be in a very good position to do that, and they did pick Rumble intentionally into the Jhin. So they knew that that was going to be an option here. We don't see the Jhin really doing much lane bullying this time around. Helpful to have that Bard there with the Thunderlords to provide some early damage and discourage what can be very lane dominant performance from Jhin.
Speaking of lane bullying, we're just seeing the Cassiopeia lane matchup right now. I'm actually going to track the skill order, because when the champion was just reworked, it felt like there was almost all the power of the kit was in the queue.
Yep.
But last time I watched Cassiopeia, I think it was Faker playing it on stream, he was maxing E, so
Interesting.
there was a big change though with how cooldown was calculated. It's a flat 0.75 second cooldown regardless of the target is poisoned, so you do Twin Fang a lot more than you did just after the rework, so there might be that different priority in that ability now. Need more information, so I will track that when we move over to Cassiopeia.
Chilling Smite here for Haru, adding at least some CC to the Hecarim kit, but he hasn't really found very many viable targets. Still doing a pretty good job of farming, despite the invades here from the Kindred.
I feel like Rox have drafted around the Hecarim pick really well. If you try to draft Ashe into Hecarim, you have a bad time. He just gallops at you and there's nothing you can do. But Sivir fights with her tanks and with her damage dealers in the middle of a fight, so should be able to position very aggressively. No one really on the Rox Tigers is going to be that susceptible, you'd have to say, to the Hecarim ult. But Hecarim is the master of disruption, so again, if it gets tanky enough, if the game goes long enough, should definitely be very relevant in fights. But CJ have drafted almost exclusively about games going long, but kind of given it away in the early game, whether it's in Dragon Control or just, you know, losing out to superior opponents. So let's track to see if they can stay even as this game goes on.
It's also just been about their team fighting, which was so excellent
Exactly.
last season, but it's really been falling flat on its face. They, I really actually, we didn't talk about this, but it's like we will see the Smite steal there from Haru. I like the fact that Rox prioritized the Vladimir here, because CJ has had an extraordinarily hard time kiting Vladimirs. They're really, really bad at kiting Vlads, and we've seen just a ridiculous amount of success. We saw Jhin Air absolutely wreck them with the Vladimir because they refuse to get out of range of the big tides of blood right in the middle of 4 or 5 members of their team.
And are you excited about Sivir popping the ult, a Bard ultimate coming down, and then Hemo played into Equalizer? Oh, baby.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one for sure.
And it's going to be first item, going to be the Proto Belt for Smeb. It looks like he started with a Ruby Crystal, so of course, if you're a Legacy Rumble player, heavily expecting Haunting Guys, and it still might be the Haunting Guys, but this build does go into Proto Belt, which is Kindle Gem and the Revolver, so probably going to be Proto Belt, which is a bit of extra burst, but you don't really think of Rumble as a sort of champion that profits from it, but it could definitely be relevant to getting into melee range for that Flame Spitter.
Yeah, and looks like Kuro will be probably going for Spirit Visage first. But my hope here, Papa Smithy, is double Proto Belt Sivir ult, where we just see Kuro and Smeb rocket launch themselves into the middle of the enemy team. That would be quite hilarious to watch, and something that I've never seen before.
So when Rox were in their full flight last season, it was a lot of everyone is an initiator. Now it's just everyone has a million gap closes and gets in there aggressively anyway. They don't have the Ashe for initiate, but could certainly have a lot of teamfight damage. It's going to be a big gank.
Will be, that's for sure. There's a magical journey. Looks like somebody's going to get out right there. Gorilla is just going to get charged down and die. Popped the journey, but then walked right away from it. Prey manages to survive off of the split, but they do have to sacrifice as Haru gets in from behind.
BDD, just to confirm, is maxing the Twin Fang first, so that seems to be the new max after the cooldown tweaks.
Yeah, Untara, though, did use his Stand United to get to that top lane. Proxy farming now on the bottom side from Smeb. So he at least will punish this. He had already, as you were noting, gotten that turret down very low. Merc Tread, Spirit Visage, not the best early game build here to push that wave. Without any sign of the Cinder or the Sunfire cape. So Untara has been struggling, but at least they turn it back with a kill.
I feel like if you just think about this matchup, Shen is definitely going to have better trades than he used to with the ability to just max Q and actually do relevant damage, but just because he's not going to be able to itemize into that Balmy Cinder early, inevitably with the extra wave pushing available to the Rumble, it's always going to be a lane that's going to be heavily pushed in from Shen's side. So the matchup definitely going to plan. And one thing I want to mention is that Gorilla, this guy was, put as one of the best players in the world last year. Certainly had an excellent spring season, almost exclusively playing that Alistar, but certainly been dying a lot. Well, the Bard has certainly been one of the champions he's been most guilty on, but he's actually number 2 in the league behind only Hachani for most deaths this season.
I love the fact that Hachani
I know,
died
it's so
the most.
great! But if you think about it, he hasn't had Hachani moments, he just dies a lot.
Yeah.
He plays a lot of melee supports like Taric that really end up dying, so I guess it makes sense to some degree.
His Taric games were pretty abysmal. He really didn't seem like he knew exactly how tanky that champion was. And really struggled with that. Well, at least we can say at least the dodge field will prevent the overheated Rumble auto attacks, but that's about all it's going to be good for in this particular matchup.
We didn't actually track the interaction between Ricochet and the dodge field yesterday. I would assume that if the first target is in the dodge field, then the auto attack won't apply, so Ricochet won't apply. But again, it's only it's only theoretical. In my solo queue games and in competitive, we've only just now been seeing a little bit of Shen.
Peanut is going to hop over the back of this wall and try and solo this first Cloud Drake. Try and reset it, get something perhaps a little bit more useful to them.
A second Cloud Drake?
Probably, knowing our luck, Papa Smithy.
We saw some Infernals and Mountains yesterday. Look, here's an Infernal. Oh.
Damn it, Papa Smithy. Damn it.
I was really actually hoping for the sake of the joke that it was going to be another Cloud. Never let us down, Riot Games. Proto Belt completed for Rumble, so confirmed there. Man, these team fights could be pretty explosive, and I guess that's the thing, is you think about champions that build Proto Belt, you think of Ahri and Annie and champions that really have one burst rotation. Rumble does have that to some degree, but again, getting in melee range is relevant to getting the most out of Flame Spitter and those empowered auto attacks.
All right, interesting. Rox actually has been setting up a 5-man here on the spawn of the blue buff, and Peanut, I don't know why he flashed there. Interesting choice, but they are still going to go after this blue buff, and they already swapped down to the bottom side, so they can simultaneously attempt to kill this turret. Smeb may have to TP into the top lane in order to save his, and pop his equalizer if they actually want to trade one turret for 0. But they do take something for it. Haru makes a transition over to the other side of the map. It looks like they're just going to base race actually here for turret number 2 with the help of Peanut.
It's not going to be a race. Remember, Rumble can clear so safely with Equalizer. Shen hasn't even got a Balmy Cinder, let alone a Sunfire Cage. This is actually really smart. Triple range champions pushing for the Rox Tigers. And look at CJ. They're struggling to get the outer turret.
Yeah, Madlife actually has to take... Oh! Wow. Looks like he nearly was able to nearly died right there, but the last turret shot didn't actually connect, so... Take a look at what's happening in the mid lane. Not a whole lot so far.
But that decision is the most Rox Tigers-esque play we've seen in, what, 12, 13 games from them this season? They certainly looked like they were still on vacation for at least the first few games, but waking up slowly, and a sleeping giant for sure, the Rox Tigers.
Yeah, they chipped down that bottom turret with Smeb's pressure, and like you said, Untarid itemized purely for magic resistance at that point, so when they swap Prey back down there with the BF sword...
Shut up.
That's right. With the BF sword, they were able just to clear out that tower. They had the better wave clear. They had the advantage with the ranged jungler, so trading 2 for 1 in terms of those turrets. They also managed to deny the blue buff from going over to Cassiopeia. Of course, needs it far more than Vladimir does.
But think of the only team that's made moves like that this season, the only team that's certainly on a different level. That's the sort of move that SKT has been so smart about doing. They look when a person is itemizing purely for one statistic, rotate their AD carry because it's usually magic resist against the likes of Elise, Maokai, Echo, etc. in the previous meta, and take advantage, but they also bring the jungler to open up the option for a turret dive, and because Rox did all those things, they got the inner turret as well, so it's got so many bonus objectives. On first glance, you're like, why are they swapping now? Dragon's down. But it was the bonus objectives they got in the lane and in the jungle that really made it a masterstroke from Rox.
Very nicely done. Not going to be too much reflected in the gold lead right here, that extra turret. We do see, actually, Kuro switch away into the Proto Belt first, so we have double Proto Belt already. Now, the sad thing about this is this composition and this itemization would be amazing if these Drakes were actually worth anything in this game early.
Some Infernals.
But with double Cloud Drakes, like, this build's power spike is kind of going to be wasted unless they find a different way to use it.
I don't agree, Monty. Don't agree, Gorilla. Oh, it's gonna be a fight.
Now it looks like Gorilla actually just going to get tagged out right there. Flashes still dies anyway. Haru still getting the AoE down, but the Lance Respite has been popped. Haru, the next target to focus. Double kill though for
Really
Haru.
nice equalizer.
Yeah, Equalizer does come in, picks up one in return for the Rocks Tigers. Kuro on the run. They're trying to kite this one back out. Looks like CJ not going to commit over the turret. Takes a couple harpoons and a Q from Vladimir as a bit of punishment, but 3 for 1 in favor of CJ.
Fox makes these plays a lot. Those sort of plays would have worked in previous metas, but without the Alistar with the Bard, unfortunately Gorilla consistently overestimates his tankiness, dies first with ultimate available, with Ignite available, and ends up being a 3 for 1 trade, and now potentially a chipped out mid turret for CJ Entus. You know, we're going to see the replay. Again, it's Gorilla getting too cute. If that's Alistar or Braum, you can understand it, but dies instantly before anything can happen.
Credit to Kramer, though. He did actually land the root in the middle of the magical journey, it looked like. And so they were able just to catch him, or out right on the other side, and burst him down.
Equalizer from Smeb was exactly where it needed to be. It's just 2 had already fallen before that could happen. So split the team, did a lot of AoE damage, but 2 being dead already meant that wasn't any more to get from it. So Roxer made the smart map movements up until then, but suddenly CJ, they're in a good spot, and they haven't been in touching distance in a lot of their games. So especially as we mentioned, with Jin being able to carve out the squishy lineup from Rocks Tigers, all hope not lost yet for CJ.
Definitely not. Rocks will be making a play onto the top side tier 1. Peanut already there. They set up a lot of pink wards. Discourage any kind of defense. And Kuro, Peanut, and Smeb all just using the auto attacks. Try and burn it down, and that taunt not going to land. Root Will coming in from Jin. Not enough for any kind of engage. Rocks in the 5-man here. They're splitting with Cassiopeia on the bottom side.
Which doesn't have teleport, so with a 5-man investment, there's the ultimate.
Misses the binding, though. Gorilla, not with the best mechanics there. Didn't actually time out his ultimate. At least they still get the turret, but they don't have any kind of TP to actually respond. On the bottom side of the map, they're going to try and take an extra objective in the Rift Herald, and BDD just very slowly working through that tier 1.
Probably see the Rift Herald go to Smeb. He is a melee champion, so the overheat auto attack plus the flame split is going to be doing this crazy trade damage. I noticed a sheen in the inventory of Haru, and now a Ruby Crystal. Trinity Force from the jungle after a Cinderhulk. You're going to be very, very squishy, but Trinity Force for a Hecarim was probably buffed. You don't have the movement speed anymore, so it's a slight nerf there, but 20% cooldown reduction opens up options, and Iceborne Gauntlet's been nerfed, so I'm thinking it might actually be the Trinity Force Hecarim.
Yeah, getting those extra Sheen procs on the Rampage too with the CDR, quite nice. Rock still working on these outer turrets. They are going to have to back out right now. Protobelt use Haru in from the side, though. He's going to get that ultimate off of Fear Peanut. No one actually getting a kill. Untara still going in. Peanut going to live with the Lamb's Respite. Tidal Wave rolls through. Not going to hit anybody. Gorilla on the run. Will be chopped down there by the likes of BDD, hitting with that Twin Fangs. And there's 3 kills already in favor of CJ Entus, and they're going to get the mid-turret. Big overextension from the Rocks Tigers.
It was really nice to see CJ coming in from multiple corners. This is one of the original teams that pulled off the flank maneuver back in the Blaze days. And now even with the new lineup, smarts coming from both sides. So much flexibility because the Hecarim is a 1-man initiation train. They will take this inner turret as well. And CJ Entus opening up this game.
Yeah, doing a good job here playing that defense, and Haru really pulling off this Hecarim well.
See, Haru alone is forcing the Rocks Tigers to go in every direction, so Kramer actually is under no threat. He takes some equalizer damage, has to walk off it, but again, he snipes out Peanut. Is actually really nice snipe there, and probably poor position from some other members. Some people just die to the AoE damage and the Ignite. The Rocks kind of all at sea in these engagements.
Just great engages. The synergy between Untara and Haru on point. The Stand United coming in with that Hecarim ult did a lot of work right there, and now Rocks Tigers find themselves down 1 kill to 7 and nearly 3,000 gold in the hole. Peanut will be snagging this blue buff for himself, but this is a real struggle now for Rocks. They needed to be able to kite this out, and they haven't really gotten much of anything. Cloud Drake is up now.
Now you can see that from the items, these fights are going to be played in phases from CJ Entus. Basically, Untara and Haru are going for selfish magic resist. You could understand Locket for the Hecarim, but they're going to go for double Spirit Visage. Dive, try to occupy 3 people's time, and then Kramer will be free to fight in the backline because BDD can fight next to him and basically dissuade with ultimate or damage anyone trying to dive onto that Jhin. And so tanky are Hecarim and Shen piggybacking in the front line. They could actually be able to get free auto specifically onto Kramer because no one will actually be able to walk past Hecarim, Shen, and navigate Cassiopeia to get specifically to that Jhin. And if they do, Nami's there as well.
Yeah, quite problematic. Also, Smeb here going for a pretty quick Liandry's Torment. He is not going to be a very tanky Rumble in that front line with this itemization.
So from what I understand, the Proto Belt is naturally countered by the Miasma from Cassiopeia, which doesn't let you use gap close. This is
Oh, Peanut caught out already, and he's just going to go down. And actually, Haru comes in and takes the Drake.
Oh.
Kuro with a couple curtain call shots on the backside of the pit, but that is a very free kill and a very free Cloud Drake for the likes of CJ Andisprey. Has to pop the On the Hunt to sprint through his own jungle. Haru on an absolute rampage this game.
Topical. That's the name of his Q as well.
I know.
That's like when I cast Jarvan and I'm like, cataclysmic. Oh.
All right, Haru's going to get stunned up here by the Cosmic Binding. Takes about 50% of his HP. Now going to get caught out, but the Equalizer sort of wasted. Still going to use the Stand United on him. See if they can actually save their pony in the jungle. Looks like the answer is going to be no, as Kuro sprints in from the side using that Ghost to try and get some kills. Flash forward. There's the pool to slow them down. Mad Life taking a lot of damage here. And Gorilla with another flash finally lands that Cosmic Binding. Latara getting low. Mad Life also burning to death on the side. And it will be 3 kills and a possible Baron attempt here from the Rocks Tigers.
Once again, BDD's on the bot side of the map, split pushing without teleport, so CJ could not afford to be that far overextended. Once Haru had used his ultimate, there was no way for him to escape. They're going to have to trade tank pretty well because they have no tanks on their lineup, but this should be Baron unless BDD has an answer.
Gonna try the curtain call. There's 1, there's 2. Not gonna be enough. Sivir picks up the Baron, but they're getting picks on the other side. Kuro low, Smeb trying to get out. There's the E coming in from the Jhin, but he's not actually going to land the root. Nobody was actually caught out there, so.
It's an exciting meta when no one's a tank on the side of Rocks Tigers because the moment they're caught, they die. But this is why all of this started. Haru got very cute trying to initiate onto Prey. Didn't respect how many people were around, so gives up his whole life. They have to use so many tools to try to keep him alive. He doesn't, but all the while the minimap tells the story. BDD was not on the same wavelength. They were clearly happy with him split pushing once again, but then they can't afford to be just so disrespectful of the Rocks Tigers. They have the Equalizer, they have all their flashes available. Bard and Sivir can do their bit as well. So the punishment is a Baron, but a lot of the Barons cleared out by some kills on the backside by BDD.
We'll see if the Rocks Tigers can actually convert this into any kind of turret lead or any objective advantage at all. But yeah, you have to at least respect the Tigers' damage in this game, if nothing else. If you get caught out like that and they can isolate a target, they will burn them down extremely quickly. Smeb going for a Void Staff now, so it looks like Rocks have pretty much committed themselves to making picks in this game.
They also, again, need to kill the Hecarim Shen in the front line to get anywhere near the carries, and the carries are the ones who've really profited. 8 kills and no deaths between BDD and Kramer, so the phases so far, if the tankiness holds true, is Prey.
Curtain call, there's the slow, forces the flash, fourth shot. Swings wide. Shen still here. Looks like he is going to recall, perhaps setting up for a TP or Stand United play if Rocks were to continue their aggression, but nice shooting from Kramer means that it's only going to be 1 turret on this Baron power play, but the Rocks Tigers have very nearly gotten themselves back into this game when it comes to a gold total. Still going to be tough for them to finish this one out.
Someone needs to kill Haru. That's the thing I think they might struggle to do. He's actually going to reinitiate.
That's right. Prey in the front line. No flash this time for him, and he should fall very soon. As soon as the Lansmer Spike goes down, are going to hit the Bard ultimate, but to no effect whatsoever. Still lose 3 members in their own jungle as CJ comes in for the red invade. There's just nothing for CJ to take, though, in response.
The pocket picks from the jungle have been so big in Champions. Beyond showed the Amumu early in the season, bought by the Gragas, did great things. And now importing the Hecarim pick from the LPL, I mean, they just have no answer to Haru. And it's a strange world where consistently this season, we've seen risky jungle picks. Remember, the Amumu game was against Rocks Tigers. And now the Hecarim against Rocks Tigers. You've got Kindred, one of the strongest dueling junglers, but consistently enemy junglers are getting away with these edge meta picks against the most aggressive counter jungler of them all, Peanut.
Yeah, and he's really struggling at 1 and 5 here. We also saw Rox. It seems like Peanut sometimes doesn't know the proper pathing or how to handle some of these junglers. Remember, they did lose to the Amumu pick because he wasn't playing aggressive in the enemy jungle
But
early.
he was aggressive this game. That's
He
the
was.
surprise, is that now he's just so far behind in items, has a bit of everything with the Zeal, and the Execution is calling to go with the Blood Razor, and I believe the Maw of Malmortius.
Yeah.
Refresh my memory on that one.
It's hard to see right now.
But it's just a bit of panic stations, because again, I don't think anyone can cut down this Hecarim, who continues to farm, going to pick up the Gromp, has gone almost full tank, but after Spirit Visage feels like he's strong enough to start itemizing that Trinity Force, and then pray. The damage is something you need to respect from this Hecarim.
Yeah, I thought he might change his mind here after getting the Spirit Visage and actually just go Iceborne Gauntlet and try and get some slows, but he's just going for even more damage. So Gorilla going to sidestep that one,
boy.
and BDD wants to get a kill right here. He will be caught on the Equalizer Sped solo, and that's it. Untara comes in with a standing eye. There's the finisher. Kuro desperately trying to do something with his Hemo Plague. He will pop BDD. No, he won't. BDD just barely living. Thanks to Mad Life coming in with the ebb and flow. Bray now caught out on the side, and he will just be cut down in his own jungle. That was a huge commitment for BDD, but Untara has been on point with the Stand United.
And finally, CJ has seemed to have homebrewed a comp that works for them. The frontline duo and then the backline carries of the Cassiopeia and Jhin. The phases they're fighting in feels like Rox Tigers doesn't have an answer, and this is one of the downsides of Kindred. If there's a lot of action in one area and then a lot of action on the other side of the screen, Kindred finds it very hard to get good use out of the ultimate and ends up getting picked, trying to transition between fighting with the carries and fighting with the tank line.
Yeah, this has been an impressive game from CJ. They played with each other, team fought well, and shown a measure of aggression in the early game. You can fall back for this Ocean Drake at the moment. Baron going to spawn in 2 minutes' time. They have an opportunity here to take another dragon. Let's take a look at this one again.
I mean, BDD is just so aggressive. He's been one of the impressive performers this season despite his team struggling. Puts out a lot of damage to start, remember, has good sustain and also the shield, but it's amazing that Mad Life's heal is enough. He's at 210 health, doesn't die to the Vladimir because he has, I believe, an Abyssal Scepter for magic resist, but on your screen we also see that the Cloud Drake comes through for CJ, and I believe that's another Cloud Drake spawning, so interesting.
It was an Ocean Drake.
Ocean
so-
Drake, my apologies.
Yeah.
Cloud next, so don't worry.
Yeah, well, Rox Tigers is getting their aggression turned against them through CJ's rather rapid collapses this game, and we have not really seen a Cassiopeia this successful since the rework, actually. But as you're saying, the Miasma dealing with the Proto Belt is actually a huge problem for the Rox Tigers if they want to actually engage these fights.
They knowingly opted into the Proto Belt, specifically on the Rumble. Of course, it's very expected on the Vladimir, but on the Rumble side, it's a little bit questionable, I guess, we watch. Now, it's not the biggest thing. In a lot of cases, the Proto Belt is used before a fight or just to finish off a kill rather than necessarily being required to win a fight, but so far it's been CJ initiating the fights from downtown with things like the Jhin Ultimate or just Haru running in, and no one can deal with this Hecarim. Expect, if CJ win, a Hecarim ban in Game 2.
Yeah, I think you got to take it out. We did see the... Oh, first call. It's going to start right here. They are just going to use the Sivir ultimate pretty early. A little bit afraid of a dive. Actually, the curtain call not doing that much damage over to Gorilla. And they are just going to clear out that minion wave with the help of the ricochets. CJ can be patient right now. They can just go for the Baron right at spawn here. 3 seconds. And they are going to turn onto it immediately. One ward from the Rox Tigers in the pit. That will be removed instantaneously by Haru and Mad Life.
Cassio doesn't have blue, but always famously was a great champion taking Baron. Azir and Cassio from the mid lane were always the gold standard for mid lane Baron taking champions. So there has to be a great degree of respect. We do see people standing in wards though from CJ.
And try and do it again. Haru coming in with a Stand United already on him. He's trying to get on Bray. Bray has to flash over the wall, but there's the onslaught of shadows on the follow. Peanut and Kuro splitting up. Magical Journey gets a few members of the Rox Tigers out, and there's the main engage actually gone from the likes of CJ Entus. So can they actually do this Baron? No Hecarim ult. No Stand United. Gorilla gonna check this, gets stunned immediately. It tries to get through the Magical Journey, doesn't do it. Haru and Untara follow it through and around to the blue buff. Gorilla, another death in this game. face checking that Baron. Of course, there's not really any good person on his team besides him to do it, unfortunately, without a tank.
Doesn't seem like he knows the limits of this bar just from weight of play we've seen. Playmaking is good from the ultimate, nothing else is. With the minions taking down a Nexus turret, no way to contest this Baron. So another advantage to layer on to a 7,000 gold lead for CJ Entus. 18-4 is such an insane kill score because, you know, you would have expected 18-4, but it's flipped around. CJ Entus just found something finally that works for them. I love the fact that this homebrew comp, it makes sense. The itemization, going for selfish itemization on Shen and Hecarim, realizing they're never going to be in aura range of their carries because they're fighting and tussling up with multiple members in the backside. It's been good to see, and it's nice to see CJ finally take that next step when we're already double digits games into Champions Summit.
Well, we did see one of their nice games where they played quite aggressive Lucian and Varus when they went up against Longzhu, but ever since then, against Jin Air, they folded pretty quickly. Now they come out swinging in this one, and even though they made that mistake and gave up the first Baron of the game, they quickly course-corrected, stuffed the Baron power play of the ROX Tigers, and have been punishing them ever since.
Trinity Force Hecarim from the jungle. This is fun. Of course, this build would not be able to be put together if the Hecarim was behind. If CJ was losing, this would definitely be a hole they probably couldn't creep out of. But when you're ahead, being able to itemize Trinity Force from the jungle is just so much power. And just with a Spirit Visage, they haven't had to worry about the AD damage. It's been killing people. It's maybe going to be a turret dive.
Curtain Call misses the first shot, and there's the Bard ultimate just to stop the Curtain Call from poking them out so they can at least defend these turrets. And that's going to be a Tempered Fate, not useful for actually defending the inhibitor itself.
Ranged auto attackers getting zoned away. It's only really Kramer that can do anything safely, and for now, hasn't been able to get too many shots in.
Now they are taking away, bit by bit, this inhibitor's HP, but they have to be very careful just because Cassiopeia and the Jhin can get caught out quite easily, but that's going to be it. Haru comes in, and with one swipe of the axe, will kill the inhibitor. They're going to re-kill number 2. Haru actually caught out, does have to Onslaught of Shadows out of the fight. Bit sloppy on the siege there, getting ahead of his team by a significant degree, and now Kuro has the Ghost up. Nope, that's the actually Crimson Rush, I believe. Yeah, with the Ghost. And it's like the Jhin not going to find a route onto the Vladimir, so they can't punch through. And they are going to just recall right now. 2 inhibitors will be enough to sate them for the time being. I'm a bit surprised, though, when Haru had to use his ultimate out, that we didn't see ROX just try and take a desperation team fight, because that was a good opportunity.
I mean, Haru's itemization seemed to bait himself there because he had the Trinity Force completed. He's like, I need to walk up and get Trinity Force procs. I need to get the most use out of this item, but in reality, he doesn't have the tanky stats to be able to vindicate. That's only tanky in the middle of the enemy team when he's able to access his Spirit of Dread as W to get that extra AoE spell vamp. So for now they back away. There's been no shopping trips. They're still 5-man and they're looking for this 3rd inhibitor turret.
Playing it by the book right now. Baron buff still up. They've got some time to work with. Just a little bit left. And they are going to fall back away from this turret. Bray not actually going to block the Jhin route with the spell shield.
3rd Cloud Drake of the game has spawned. It will be the last Drake before the Infernal, but for now CJ do not want to end their pressure onto this outer turret.
Baron buff has fallen away, and here comes the Curtain Call again, looking for that poke. Bray has to use his ultimate, trying to get out of this one. Locket also popped as he walks forward. See if he can get a ricochet off, doesn't find it. Will have to recall back to base or walk into the fountain just to regen his HP.
Such a really good trade for CJ, a non-committal Jhin ultimate for the massive Bard disengage ultimate is a really good trade. They can still have basically full power in these fights, so they're going to try and use that window about 2 waves before Gorilla's ult's back up.
Miasma down. So I'm trying to get that placement over the wall. Untar inside the base. Does take a bit of a beating.
It's still Shen, though.
Is still Shen, though. Is still very tanky. And ROX need to fall back to their last remaining Nexus tower to clear Super Minions.
So CJ will go in on the turret this wave. This is the last wave before Bard's ultimate will be available. So if they're going to stick around this long, this is their wave to take this inhibitor turret, or they will back away.
I mean, they're also just waiting. I mean, Untara's here on the inhibitor, the
Meanwhile-
Nexus turret itself. So Kuro uses that Tides of Blood, tries to get in there, but the Super Minion may just have this one. No, Prey falls back, but CJ plays an even game, and they don't have to dive. Instead, they get nearly the last Nexus turret. It's about 100 HP left. And then the top inhibitor turret as well. CJ has a lot of money at this point, though. And they're not going to spend. Sivir is going to use the ultimate right there. Equalizer goes down. Kuro proto-belts into the back line, gets a two-man Hemoplague, but it's not probably going to be enough right here. Haru falling low, but the kills are coming in. Kuro kited out and eliminated. Smeb, the next focus target, has to flash back, desperately trying to get back to his fountain, but this looks like it's just going to be the end of the game here as the final inhibitor falls, and there is no HP left on that Nexus turret. It's a desperate defense for the Rocks Tigers. Peanut has to flash out of that one, and we are trying to see if they can actually force this one even further. Untara is low. Smeb trying to get BDD, and he lives yet again with a smidgen of health. Prey comes in, shuts the Jhin down with a flash auto attack. And he can't find the ricochet, though, onto the very low Untara and BDD. So they come out with something, but they also have 0 turrets remaining.
And they get a reprieve, but of course the smallest of reprieves. The game hasn't ended, but still everything going the way of CJ Entus. BDD gets so much healing from each of these Twin Fangs. You can see 73 health on a 0.75 second base cooldown is pretty damn insane, as Elder Drake will spawn in 6 minutes from now. Cloud Drake obviously won't be a relevant statistic outside of, I guess, Hecarim once again is devastating charge. Glass half full. Till the last, Monty.
No, it's just bad. Cloud Drake is bad.
It is bad. I agree.
Don't try and justify it, Papa Smithy.
I'm trying to say what it gives, because it's like when you see a bad pick where you're like, well, it has CC, I guess. Even if it's bad, it still has its qualities.
Get out of this game, Cloud Drake. Not want it here anymore. Well, the way CJ can just rush the Nexus right now, pretty much all hope is lost. For the Rocks Tigers, they will have to mount a truly epic defense, and there is Untara. Just TPing in, sees an opportunity to get a couple of super minion waves advanced towards this Nexus.
It's going to be a free Baron. I'm going to pose a question to you, Monte Cristo. What is the problem with the Rocks Tigers? And there's clearly quite a few. What's the biggest problem that you see in a game like, just in this game? Let's not look at the whole season, but what's gone wrong for Rocks? Because the draft at least has some merits, not awful, like some of their Swain Vladimir hijinks. What's the biggest problem?
Overcommitment and overextension. So they're getting cut off. They're not respecting possible global abilities in this game in order to make sure that they can actually press objectives as aggressively as they want to.
And the biggest offender seems to be Gorilla. I mean, that's the crazy thing, is this guy has been outstanding for years. But something about the range supports really seem to be hurting him. Now he gets Kramer.
Yeah, is that going to be enough, though? Again, there's a standing knight on a Kramer, and Prey nearly melted by the Hecarim.
Free
does
damage.
live. And here we go. Lamb's Despite will be popped. Kuro already almost dead. Pool will save him right now, but it's not going to be long. Haru actually falls to Prey there on his attempt to engage, but that's a quick double kill for the likes of BDD. Root onto Peanut. That's a dead Kindred. Triple kill for BDD, and that will be it for game one. CJ comes out swinging and takes a game off the Rocks Tigers.
And BDD ends it 12-0-7. Kramer on the Jhin, 5-1-12. The carries went off this game, and so did the horse. Haru had his first impressive performance in a CJ jersey, and he made the Hecarim pick work. That was the surprising thing. He brought out something that we have not seen in Champions in a very long time, specifically in the jungle, and it does so much work. There was nothing that Rocks Tigers can do. They finally killed him in that last fight, but the amount of time and the damage he was putting out on an economy, on a jungle build, is crazy.
I also just there's so much to like about CJ that game, besides the Cassiopeia split push, but the aggressive way they played the Shen and the Hecarim together to get into the back lines, to get the damage done, to get the dives in between the turrets and turn those team fights, they looked much better in terms of their team fighting and coordination than they have previously.
Once again, another monster performance by Mad Life in terms of kill participation, 20 out of 24, but everyone is really high, and this is when CJ is winning. Often they have high kill participation across the board. They play as a team, they win as a team. Surprising that BDD split pushed a lot of it, but they got value out of it apart from that one miscue by Haru in particular. You can see the damage numbers on your screen. Predictably, Cassiopeia was deleting people towards the end.
I don't know. BDD did actually lose 2 team fights for them by split pushing and a Baron, so I'm not
2 turrets for 2 team fights. That's 50-50, right?
just not impressed with that. Everything else, though, from CJ was really on point, and that new Cassiopeia doing work. So there's Kuro.
Will we be seeing him in game 2?
That's going to be the question. So we are going to head to a short break, guys, and then come back with the second match of this series and see if CJ Entus could perhaps pull off a big 2-0 upset and help dig themselves out of the hole that they've been in at the start of this season. And we'll be back in just a couple of minutes for game number 2.
Played a lot of you, my winning. It's like 25 the lives that you bust out of prison. Something's in the air, something's in the air. It's like that feeling when you're just about to kill it. Take your last shot, you know you're gonna hit it. Something's in the air, something's in the air. Whoa. Something big, I feel it happening out in my control. Pushing, pulling, and it's grabbing me. Feel it in my bones like, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Something big, I feel it happening, oh, whoa. Something big.
Welcome back to LCK here on OGN, and Haru, with his battle pony, Hecarim, will be taking that MVP award. Very well earned by him, if I do say so myself.
Yep, his first MVP since he's come into the team this season, and as you say, this was an excellent Hecarim performance, and look, CJ, keep trying these eccentric picks. This is what the team has become known for. They just had a series where they once again tried to bring back the Jinx, but series like this show the difference between genius and madness. It's such a fine razor's edge, but I think they finally found a winner. I was really impressed with how this 5-man comp worked, and also the team largely played around it, the itemization being selfish. Both the tanks allowed Shen and Hecarim to go so deep, and no one, especially Prey, could walk past and do damage to the backline. You know, we were talking about looking into that interaction of the ricochets and the W. It didn't matter because Sivir was never in range to get any bounces onto the backline. If anything, the bounce was between Shen and the Hecarim every fight.
Yeah, that was some very well-coordinated initiations there from the likes of CJ, combining the Stand United with the Onslaught of Shadows, and we will see more from CJ like that, but I do think that there is a high likelihood of a ban from Hecarim in this game. Tigers moving on to the red side.
You do notice Kuro is in the booth, so they will be starting Kuro again in Game 2.
That means they are going to have to ban the Azir again, because you don't let BDD have Azir. That is an unwise decision.
Now on red side, they have less flexibility in their ban, so we'll see what makes it through. We were surprised to see Kindred make it through, but in a world where no junglers were banned, Kindred and Hecarim were our two jungle picks in Game 1, and there's already the first answering ban. It's going to be the Shen.
Well, the Shen was a big part of the Hecarim engage, and if they think that was the more threatening aspect of that composition, which you could definitely make a case for, because there isn't going to be that same level of CC follow-up without the Shen riding the horse.
You probably cannot get a Trinity Force on the Hecarim if you don't have the potential insurance of the Shen ultimate. It was very much Shen ultimate on either the Jhin or the Hecarim, and well, we're not even going to have to talk about Hecarim because the whole duo is banned by ROX Tigers.
Wow. And where do you go? There's still Azir up, there's still Ryze up, there's still Karma up. And CJ may be staring a first pick Karma in the face here if they want to go in that direction with the draft.
One out of Karma and Ryze seems to loom as the first pick, depending on what's banned away. BDD has been playing the mid lane Ryze this season. Adamir banned, so yeah, Karma and Ryze definitely seem to have risen to be, Ryze of course for a long time now, but Karma newly these priority picks in the early round. If we don't see a Karma first pick, Karma Sivir is a very possible duo of picks on the side of the ROX Tigers.
And there is a Kindred ban, so the Nidalee will be available. So basically what they're forcing from CJ right now is, do you want the Ryze? Do you want the Karma, or do you want the Nidalee? We're going to get two of those potentially.
We're really fighting with fire with power picks now because Nidalee, Ryze, Karma, Sivir, so much has made it through to the early rounds, and giving Peanut Nidalee is something you just cannot afford to do. So they may be forced in, and then an answering set of picks like Ryze Karma would be so much power on the side of ROX Tigers.
Yeah, and you don't know where those picks are going either on the red side, because of course both of them are flexes. We could certainly see Smeb play a Ryze in the top lane.
I mean, Karma can kind of go anywhere outside of AD Carroll. Very unlikely to see top lane or jungle, but certainly been done in the past.
Yeah, still the Azir up, however. That's another factor to consider, and CJ switches from that Nidalee to the Karma as the clock ticks down to 0, and they will lock it in.
This, you know, this seems like a reach in any other week, but we've seen the power of Karma on patch 6.11 with no direct changes. She has risen in priority. She's the highest win rate champion at now, over 70% on the season, but it just seems insanity that Karma in the LCK is first pick status over Nidalee, Ryze, and all the other power picks available.
It does give such a strong laning phase, though, and it gives you pretty insane Drake control early on. That's one of the big factors. It also gives you a speed boost on any AD carry without having to take the Sivers. There's a lot to like about it. A lot of these early game champions have risen up, but the big surprise here is that Peanut has decided to take Rek'Sai over the Nidalee.
It's new Peanut. We tried to call him the Battle Ward in Game 1. That certainly didn't go his way, but Peanut has changed his image. You know, the Rocks Tigers have changed their image in terms of putting down wards. Of course, you get guaranteed vision with the Tremor Sense. Now, the one thing that Rek'Sai is good at is tussling with a champion like Jhin. Now we're not going to see a paper-thin front line for the Jhin to carve through. Rek'Sai and Ryze already some pretty robust champions to stop Jhin from first obliterating the front line and then getting damage on the back line.
So it will be the Jhin and the Karma lane, which offers some pretty insane poke in the early game. You can pull it off. Of course, the range on the Q from Karma makes it easy to land the root from the Jhin.
And Gorilla's going something different. He's bringing back an old pick. He's bringing out the Thresh. We saw Thresh bans to Mad Life in, I believe, the first series of the season, and then not so much Thresh selection since then. So going dark once again, Monte Cristo.
So it's time for the dark mode. It's nighttime here in Korea, so we'll turn out the lights.
No, they're just like my iPhone. It's dimming, changing the color palette to be a bit better to suit the evening. I like it.
All right, we're back.
Oh, my eye is straining now.
Sorry. So Ashe, Ryze, and the Thresh. This is a very dedicated pick composition the Rocks Tigers have selected so far. We'll see if it is going to be a mid or a top lane Ryze, and that may be the Cassiopeia, Faker's preferred Ryze counter pick, but that was, of course, before a lot of these changes, but still should function quite well.
Less gap closes to respect in terms of the Miasma, but the power of the laning phase will certainly still be there. Looking for a top lane pick, it will be the Trundle, who already has multiple targets on the side of Rocks that will probably pick up resists at some point this game. Will Rocks persist with the Rumble?
Well, the answer is yes, Papa Smithy. The answer is yes. So they still have the backline threat. Now, Rumble is still good here against the Cassiopeia and the Jhin.
I mean, more simply, excellent laning choice against the Trundle. It's always one of the things is that when Trundle was meta, it was in the tank meta. With the tank meta, we're seeing the back end of it. You don't get a lot of value of stealing stats away, specifically armor and magic resist, from a Rumble. So mages will always seem to be one of the soft counters to top lane Trundle. And Rumble certainly fits that bill just fine.
Absolutely, and it'll depend on Peanut's build, too, as to how effective that Trundle is going to be against him. If he goes for, let's say, the Titanic Hydra this game, that it's not going to have the Subjugate, will not have a lot of value against the Rocks Tigers composition, but it also would make them rather squishy, which is a concern, as we saw in the last game against the Jhin and, of course, the Cassiopeia.
I think tankiness specifically against that duo, the duo that can fight in the back, specifically the Cassio Jhin, you need stats. And although some of them will be shredded away, one of Ryze and the Rek'Sai are going to have to be the tanks. Thresh certainly won't be doing the job, neither will be Rumble or Ashe. So pressure's on here for the Rocks Tigers. To go 2-0 down to CJ Entus languishing in 10th spot will be a bad look.
It would be a pretty terrible look for our runner-up from the spring season. We'll see if they can do it, but they're back on Comfort Champions. Bray has only ever lost, I believe, 2 games on Ashe in his entire career. So it has been an impressive run for him so far on that particular champion work. We are going to get into game 2 right now. Welcome back to Summoner's Rift, and it is an Infernal Drake up here first. Prey is 16-4 all-time on that. Ashe has taken a couple of losses recently, and we'll see if he can add to the win column, boost that above 80% again in this game number 2, or whether CJ can take a pretty surprising 2-0 upset here against the Tigers.
Rocks Tigers need to spit some hot fire at this point. Honestly, their season is going wayward in a way that we could not have predicted. Summer season's always been a bit soft for this team. They were certainly struggling during summer season last year, but there's been so much development of the Rocks Tigers since then, of course. As we see, oh, here we go, some love from the foreign fans.
Okay, well, we'll see if Smeb will go onto your face this game. I think he's going to Smeb on the face of Untara. They do get those standard lanes, which it looks like we are going to be moving towards.
No surprises with the Keystone Masters, outside of maybe Prey going a little bit defensive, not going for fervor of battle on the Ashe.
And, of course, Chipsay Noir, the French casters from over there at O Gaming, who are casting this match. I'm sure they appreciated that over on the French stream. Great guys, great casters. And looks like we're going to see a little bit of disruption here, but there's the Q, and the Gromp does do a little bit of a damage to Gorilla and Prey. And so the poke is going to be real from the Jhin and the Karma in this 2v2, but the Rox Tigers get that matchup they wanted in the top lane.
Not only that, Chips and Noir actually do hold quite a little similarities, because of course they are multi-esport casters like you and I.
Yeah, they're great, great guys.
True brethren. BDD level 2.
Hits it fast, and it's a couple of twin fangs in there to bully Kuro back underneath his turret, and refillable potion going to be emptied pretty quickly here.
Once again, hasn't invested in the teleport. He split push without teleport to some success, some failure in game 1, but of course it did end up costing CJ Entus. Now with the cleanse, does have some insurance, because honestly, Rek'Sai and Ryze can definitely look for burst in the early levels to try to take down the Cassiopeia, who will overextend to harass and farm in the mid lane. So you really need to call help if you are the Ryze to get through this laning phase, but for now, it seems like Rek'Sai is going to be up top line.
That's right, 3-minute gank coming through from Peanut. Unburrow right onto Antara. There's the flash. Red buff still ticking away. Harpoon lands, and they're going to flash forward for the autos. They want the kill. Flame Spitter from Smeb. 2 flashes used to set up that gank, but Antara too far up the lane, and a very easy, quick gank there to give Smeb first blood.
Maybe surprised the pathing choice was top lane, but we always expect ganks when we see a Rumble in the top lane. That he will overextend. He's great to gank for. He's great to gank. Flashes are down now for both Peanut and Smeb, as you mentioned. Tara's going to keep clearing the jungle, and it does feel like Peanut makes it through his jungle clears a lot faster than some of these junglers that prefer the greedier paths like Haru.
Well, in that one, looks like Peanut will get a part of that camp as his Raptor buff gets popped, but pretty sneaky little start there. Now, to set up that pathing for Peanut, it was CJ. They checked the jungle early, so they knew that Peanut was starting on the top side of the map.
Does end up being a 3 buff for at least, it's worth noting. You see the pings from Rek'Sai onto blue, doesn't know that it's already been taken.
Yeah, so did do that full clear in the top side, didn't expect it, but when they saw him without the blue buff, and of course with the timing at 3 minutes, you are going to know that he's not there. So Haru at least does take something in return for the first blood, even though it's not very much.
But you can see that Rek'Sai is surprised to see some of these camps down, so it seems like Peanut has been foxed a little bit in terms of jungle pathing by Haru. Surprised at the minimum.
Uh-oh, and Haru not going to try for the blind cocoon right there. Does get seen. And the Wolf Spirit taken away by Peanut, so he'll know if anybody enters that side of the jungle, whether that Gromp is safe to do. And there's the combo I was talking about coming in. Just the range of that is absolutely ridiculous with the Karma Q into the Jhin route, so difficult for a champion like Ashe to safely get away from.
This movement from Peanut is very predictable.
Yep. And he's going to come in and just fire a Prey Seeker at Antara before backing off into the river.
A parting Prey Seeker.
It's actually an Antara Seeker right there.
We seem to have seen the back end of the party cast, so a parting Prey Seeker will have to be muster up.
Haru will respond with just a poke into the jungle. Antara really struggling right here.
Smeb really does like these revolvers, so it's once again going to be the proto belt on the Rumble.
Intriguing, intriguing.
This time didn't even start with the Ruby Crystal. So a Ruby Crystal 2 potion start for Rumble in game 1, but went for the aggressive start and paid off for sure with the early gank.
Some nice horns.
I was going to say, that was strange.
Summoner's Rift horns, don't you know? All right, there's a flash cocoon right onto Prey. Chained into the root, that's going to be a death. Pop the exhaust on him just in case, but that is a very hard gank to get away from. Really nicely done by Haru to set that one up.
But the Jhin play from Cream has been really clean. He was playing a lot of Jhin last season. There's the ultimate onto Antara. He has to burn down.
Yeah, he's burning away. Smeb with the W, hits him with the harpoon, and they will respond. The Rox Tigers answer with a cross-map dive kill of their own. So we've got one team dominating the bottom side, the other dominating this top side. Kramer and Madlife doing their utmost to whittle down this turret, but Thresh and Ashe are coming on back through and just a proxy farming. Smeb also just going to take the Gromp right now. They try and take what they can. up in the blue side jungle of CJ.
Smeb can now just be so obnoxious on the Rumble because he can dirty farm so much more effectively with the minion damage cap on the Flame Spitter removed. The monster damage cap was removed many patches ago. It's why we saw some jungle Rumble towards the tail end of summer season, but in general, just Rumble being able to push, have options, was always good at killing champions, and that much has certainly been realized in this game as Smeb has all the gold on the side of Rox Tigers.
Just as we used to see, too, in that mid lane. Pretty big CS deficit for that Rise. Of course, the early level 2 helping out a lot, zone him out of many a minion.
See the purchases from the AD carries also tell a tale as BF Sword versus Swiftness Boots and a couple of long swords for Prey.
Interesting buys considering that Prey was actually not very far behind when it came to CS. So, especially before Jhin returned to lane with that BF Sword. BDD actually going to find a blue buff this game.
Now, Swiftness Boots were target nerfed in this patch, lost 5 movement speed, but when you're taking so much harass and when you're eating those W combos on the side of CJ Entus, maybe you don't have a better option because you need to run out of tether range. Because if the tether hits, and honestly, if you even take an auto attack or a Q from the Karma, we've already seen that Kramer is razor sharp at hitting his Ws.
Yeah. Absolutely. So at least the lesson slow from the Mantra Q will make it perhaps possible for him to dodge out on the follow-up route from the Jhin. And Elias Kuro has to fall back yet again. Did get his tier a little bit earlier using that TP just to get back into lane, but struggling as expected into the Cassiopeia.
One of the reasons why we see so much Rise, and even with CS disadvantages on difficult lanes, the moment you get your ultimate, you're so easily able to clear a minion wave. The ult has a longer cooldown, but still not expecting any combat anytime soon, and already up, as the minimap will tell you. So
yep. Peanut responding actually to a potential dive here as BDD fades down into this part of the map. They want the blue buff as it spawns. Rise comes back after a quick recall. Haru going hard on this one, and he's going to grab it away. Peanut not trying to smite that at all. Haru will pick up the enemy blue buff after securing his team's own for BDD.
Reputation of Peanuts really seems to have receded this season. We didn't see aggressive moves from enemy junglers almost at all throughout the course of the regular season in spring, but Haru confident enough to, in both games, really both dissuade aggression and put out some of his own.
Haru now has the pink ward down, has the control of the Scuttle Crab, has the Cassiopeia there with the DPS, and this may just be a free Infernal Drake, free 10 minutes. Nothing moving on the side of the Rox Tigers to stop this one. They have the pressure on the bottom side, and that's just handed right over to Haru.
And it will go into a mountain second spawn, so that will really help Untara to get a split push on later in the game, but for now, very much been emergency itemization for the Trundle. Smart from CJ, they're playing around their power. The bot side of the map, they were out-pressuring in mid lane, they got the kill in the bot lane, so smart to go for the objective around it, and that's an Infernal Drake, so feels good, man, as goes back to Peanut.
Yeah, Peanut not quite the right timer on that ward, if indeed they did see it go down.
Pretty hard to miss that one in particular.
Yeah, so maybe just a couple of seconds off there, and Peanut will waste a little bit of time sitting at that turret. Has actually fallen pretty far behind Haru when it comes to farm out of that jungle. Untara still really struggling against Smeb, though. As they battle over this pink ward. Smeb going to turn right back around.
There's no battles between these two when it's Protobell and most of the Haunting guys versus the Emergency Cal. It's very much a one-sided fight. 2 levels also separating Smeb and Untara.
Smeb is going to have to be the big carry in this game, and unless they can find some really nice arrows here for Prey to try and pick off a couple of targets, certainly still a possibility. Rox has all of that single target crowd control to try and make plays around the map. Not doing too much with it yet. Peanut has returned once again.
Here we go.
He's going to tunnel under, and Tara taking a look, and there's the equalizer right onto Antara. Tara got a flash out of that one. Looks like there's not enough follow-up damage, however. Subjugate did go down onto Peanut, so they don't actually want to commit to that dive. Now, they do force a flash and save both of their own, so the repeat chance is pretty good.
Very much just doubling down on a winning lane matchup, and seems to be echoing that in terms of jungle pressure on the bot side for CJ Entus. There's really no way to get this Trundle relevant in the laning phase, who will lose his turret as well, and CJ trying to match that in the bottom lane.
Yeah, but they don't have that TP onto BDD. Meanwhile, Kuro's TP and Smeb's TP still available, so diving this turret's not an option. They could just trade 1 for 1. Actually, there's the arrow. TP starting to come in. Nice hook there from Gorilla, pulling Mad Life all the way back in, and he is just surrounded. Smeb canceled his TP up in the top side, but Kuro completes his, and that was the risk going on that turret with double TP. Rocks Tigers thinking a couple minutes ahead of CJ right there.
And their tempo was also that much faster that they could just get the objective and punish. And even Smeb could stay in lane, get some more minion waves, had no reason to complete the teleport. So many different ways. Rocks play that well. Still find themselves a couple of thousand gold ahead, but no more than that. Now we're going to see Rocks, much like CJ, take advantage of their topside pressure. Oh boy, look at this damage.
Yeah, Kuro has to run. There's the flash, forces the flash and turn from Kuro. Wouldn't have been stunned, only the slow on the backside, but still doesn't want to commit to that and doesn't want this objective here in the Rift Herald to be disrupted, and it will be. Smeb grabbing that buff, of course, trying to inflict further punishment on the likes of Antara.
But the counter jungling will continue as well. This would deny Cassiopeia blue. They had vision of it before the ward went away for CJ Entus, but nothing they can do. They have to surrender any advantage around Antara's lane, because for now he is truly the lame duck of this CJ lineup.
Well, Prey, though, the big loser on the Rocks Tigers here.
But is it that big? I mean,
Warhammer
comparatively,
double daggers. I
Sure.
wouldn't want to be Prey right now.
Gold-wise, at least, he has a lot more CS and gold with a kill involvement than the Trundle. Trundle can steal your stuff, though. He's the priest class of League of Legends heroes.
Weird that Priest would steal your stuff. Doesn't seem like a very saintly thing to do.
Ask Blizzard, man. Hearthstone seems to love those priests stealing things. Rogue, meanwhile, doesn't steal very much at all.
Weird. Doesn't make a lot of sense, does it?
Nope. Lore. Lore, Monte Cristo.
The Thieving Priests. Maybe they worship some sort of robber god. That would make sense.
A robber god.
A robber god.
Who's a famous robber they could worship?
Raven from Tlingit mythology.
That's pretty obscure, but okay.
That's native Pacific Northwest Native American, man. It's very common.
That's a long way away from Western Australia, mate.
I know a lot about mythology, Pablo Smith.
You do.
But yes, trickster or thief gods, very common. Very common.
George Clooney's character on Ocean's 11.
Oh, right. George Clooney's my god.
He's a swap man.
Wow, that Flame Spitter difference is extremely noticeable in situations
Those
like
were all
that.
minions you would have missed if they had Flame Spitter on before. And honestly, it translates to gold as well, because he has the advantage, but he's also getting just many more CS that even the most veteran Rumble player like Marin and Smeb would be getting in another meta.
Yeah. Also, it should be noted that as far as last hitting goes, Rumble has one of the clunkiest last hitting
Oh my
animations
goodness.
in the entire
He
game.
really needs to swing it around to get that auto.
So it was actually hard also for that reason. So the fact that you don't actually have to rely on that last hit animation anymore is huge when it comes to making sure you get every minion.
But it was an intentional trade-off. There was a reason he had an auto attack like that, is that his trades were so insane. His base values were always sky high, and they continue to be on abilities like the Flame Spitter. Is one of the reasons why Magic Penetration has been such a staple of the build path of Rumble. But now, giving him that wave clear should open up higher gold value builds from these Rumbles, especially early. And you have that flexibility to go for something like a Death Cap if you want to, or double down on getting double Magic Penetration earlier than you would have. Extra gold is extra gold, whichever way you swing.
I'm curious. I mean, it's been good to see this Rumble versus Trundle matchup, just because of Trundle's lack of that same wave clear after the Rumble changes. Ooh, Mad Life escapes with mere inches in front of that hook.
I mean, in previous metas, he might not have even had to answer with a Tiamat. Could have gone maybe further into Resist, or at least a Balmy Cinder, but needs the Tiamat to have any ability to push back, and very much being punished for it, because still will heavily lose any duels. Now that Smeb has an answering Haunting Guys.
I didn't know Elise played an instrument. She can actually play lots of instruments with all of her arm legs.
It's true. Talented violinist.
So Gorilla going to walk through. Looks like we are going to have a dive down here. Arrow not going to land. There's the TP coming out of Untara, but it's going to be matched here by Smeb. Prey on the outside. They may just try and zone this one out. Kuro has already walked down. Looks like they're just going to surround the turret. Not going for the kills are the Rocks Tigers. And BDD going to do some work here in the mid lane. Peanut just going to burrow under into the Dragon Pit. And Rocks will have a chance to defend mid and possibly go for this next Drake.
Karma and Rek'Sai coming through, but Rek'Sai still has a safe path. The minion wave dies. If CJ can answer with a mid lane turret, to be massive, but no answers being offered by CJ Entus.
Yeah, Cocoon gonna miss. There's the Equalizer going down onto the wave, just pushing CJ back right now. Awkward box from Gorilla with a nice pillar of ice right in the center of it.
Smeb kind of split the difference between trying to get damage and also kill the minion wave, so couldn't be as aggressive as he'd want to.
Lantern right out of there, so no catch for the likes of CJ. CJ wants to do this Drake now. They know that there are a couple ultimates down. The Arrow and the Equalizer that could turn this around in favor of the Rocks Tigers. Rocks know that too, and they're just going to recall.
Value of these Drakes are, again, of the higher variety. These are combat stats or the ability to take down neutrals that are being gotten. There'll be a second Mountain Drake spawning as the next one, so staying away from the out of combat or non-damaging stats that are available from those Drakes. But this is another one of those games where the guaranteed gold has been going over to the Tigers, and all CJ's been able to do is get some multiplicative scaling where if they never get anything to multiply, it's not as relevant.
That's right. Infinity times 0 is still 0, Papa Smithy.
It is.
All right, Untara coming around here. There was a pink ward in that brush. Gorilla targeted first, has to flash out of that Jhin route now. Untara pulled backwards. Curtain Call is up, but Kuro's on the case. Kramer underneath the turret right now. Haru caught out by the Rune Prison. Untara on the side, still dealing with Peanut and Prey. Mad Life very low, but it looks like Rocks won't pursue. Haru actually the flash Cocoon straight into the Jhin route.
It's Cassio.
Again, the combo, and here is Cassiopeia. Gets a couple of Twin Fangs down onto Peanut, but Peanut tanky enough not to take that much punishment.
And a 3-for-1 trade where their mid laner once again wasn't there lets you know that's actually a massive skirmish win to CJ Entus.
Well, the mid laner wasn't there because he was killing Smeb.
Oh, off screen.
Off screen, he didn't intercept him. So Smeb on his way,
Oh,
there's
boy.
the ultimate and a miasma. And then a dead Super Galaxy Rumble, the best kind of Super Galaxy Rumble.
You're a hater, Monte Cristo.
I'm a hater of that skin. It's a great play, though. Again, Haru and Kramer working around those cooldowns very nicely.
And Kramer once again showed good Jhin mechanics last season and needs to have doubled down on channeling High Noon, but High Noon might be in a bit of struggle here.
All right, Kramer does have to flash into the pit. Gorilla trying to find him right now, and
That was a pretty good flash, really.
It was. Managed to escape. Didn't get intercepted by the Thresh. And so does lose a summoner spell. In fact, a very valuable summoner spell against the Rumble ulti.
He was actually very fortunate, the Jhin, as Kramer was last hitting a 1-health turret as Ryze just thought about just killing him as he channeled the ultimate, but Elise was between objectives, and again, the turret was about to die, so that was almost a situation where Kuro could just walk up to a stationary Kramer and instant kill him.
CJ did get about 1.5K back on the gold lead that the Tigers had, so they closed the gap a little bit, but there's not still a good answer for this Rumble in the top side. Smeb completing his Leandries now.
Casually 2,500 gold on this back from BDD. Expected to be the Abyssal Scepter. Yeah, it's completed. No, he actually changes his mind and pivots towards the mana item as Peanut.
Yep, does get rooted by the Jhin. And there's the Arrow. Equalizer hits, but they can't really corral Mad Life anywhere useful.
They were so good at chaining those ultimates and the initiations in the previous patch, but just like a lot of facets of the Rocks play, whether it's in or outside game, pretty sloppy from Rocks Tigers.
Kuro now trying to pursue, does get the W down. Hook not going to hit with the repel. Peanut's looking for the knock-up on the backside, though. Haru goes in, does manage to escape as Gorilla lanterns Peanut out after the knock-up, so a little bit of poke, but that's all the Rocks Tigers accomplish.
This is definitely a terrain-focused game because Cassiopeia and Rumble both profit from fighting in those narrow choke points. Rumble ult was down, so once they saw BDD, they had to disengage the Rocks.
Hook coming out again. Peanut looking for this one. Haru not going to be tricked, and another lantern away. And one thing about this Thresh pick that we didn't really touch on, it has been great for getting people out of curtain calls. So Good savior here by Gorilla, but CJ gonna finally take down this mid turret. It'll be 2 for 2 on towers now, and that gold lead is just being whittled away by CJ Entus.
Extending your point, you don't have to invest in ultimate like Bard had to navigate that particular curtain call, so the lantern is enough to negate the 99% slow from the bullets.
Here we go again, Bray, the fancy feet.
1 out of 4 is okay. Yeah, got it.
Got him at the end, Mad Life there, trying to zone and get any extra damage down that he could. Bray will have to recall after this one. Going for that Essence Reaver into Hurricane build.
Be very, very careful.
Should you?
Well, I mean, Cassio's gonna have her way with this rise.
Sneaky snake. Snake in the grass, as it were.
A sneaky, slithering snake.
It's the best kind of snake.
True. An honorable snake just wouldn't be the right thing.
No. Unexpected snakes are the deadliest, in fact.
What about snakes on the plane?
There aren't planes except for Corky, and we don't see him anymore.
That's
so.
true. Although, buffs are coming, if I understand.
More buffs? I mean, they buffed him in this patch.
Yeah, they're
a
buffing
little
him
bit.
again. At least on the PvE. Also, relevant to Doa's interest, there's a new Nami skin coming out with a new recall audio.
Oh boy, what is it?
I don't know. I didn't actually watch the PvE script. We probably should know, just because Nami recalls. Very relevant to the OGN broadcast.
It's very true.
Mad Life insists on River Spirit. Shame on him.
I'm looking forward to the digital Nami skin, so we can say shut down Nami instead. She has some sort of computer-based skin, maybe a Super Galaxy skin.
There's a freebie, Riot. Enjoy it.
Diginami, we'll get it.
So if you're Australian, Diginami sounds like you're asking a question. Diginami or didn't you?
Is that right?
Yep.
What is Nami in Australian slang?
Nothing, but Didja obviously is.
Are you sure this is your chance to invent a piece of Australian slang right now? Papa
Putting me
Studio?
on the spot, Montecristo.
What does Nami sound like? Know me?
No. I got nothing. Sorry. I've let down my nation once again.
Well, you've never boosted them up, so it's only expected. All right, CJ coming in for this one. They actually are just going to steal it right from under the nose. Peanut can't get there for the smite. BDD already there. Smeb not quite a part of that combat. Box has to be put up in the choke point, as does the equalizer.
Oh!
And nearly the curtain call kill from Kramer, but Rox Tigers not actually stacking up quickly enough on that dragon. BDD on the flank, dealing quite a bit of damage.
And speaking of dragon stacks, that's double mountain, soon to be another infernal spawning forth. So the RNG is really with CJ this game because those are very combat relevant dragons.
Smeb is being a sneaky robot in the bush, though. There's a hook just a hair away from grabbing Untara. Smeb trying to get as much damage as he can down with his Leandries on the retreat from CJ, so they maybe can push this mid lane turret and start to build that gold lead that has been dwindling for them once again.
So low, but actually you see there just aren't multiple tanks to walk up and tank those first shots. They have to respect the W coming through from Kramer, so another reprieve for CJ Entus. They've been navigating what was once a 3,000 gold lead, very early in the game, and now has been reined in very well. It's just 1,200 at 25 minutes.
Yeah, the big problem here is how useful is Untara actually in this situation? Smeb well on his way to a Void Staff now. Still causing problems in the 1v1 against this Trundle. CJ starting pretty damn risky Baron right here, and that'll be seen immediately by Peanut with his Tremor Sense, and he also just drops a Pink Ward in the back of the pit.
No, it's optimistic when Karma is tanking the Baron with her Aegis and Sightstone to show for the early game.
Mad Life, the perpetual optimist.
Glass half full, mate.
Well, I think he's had to be an optimist to be on CJ for all these years. That's just a reality.
I don't need, no words needed on that one. This is the build that Kramer was going last season as well, so a lot of players have kind of pivoted away from going for the rapid fire cannon as a second item, but does mean that you have that larger acquisition range on your auto attacks.
You took a look at that tower right there too. Smeb done a great job of keeping it nearly full HP throughout the duration of this game. I mean, it's 26 minutes and no one's been able to get down the complete outer ring yet, so it's been a bit of a tug of war here.
I mean, honestly, the gold lead is on Smeb, almost
Yep.
solo. Everyone else is basically even, and Smeb is the person who's profited, so it makes the Equalizer that much more important. It's an Equalizer-centric build with the Leandri's Torment, so if the Equalizer burns through the lineup of CJ Entus, then you're getting purchase from an early game that was literally rotated around top to the cost of now 3 dragons to get Smeb ahead.
Well, it's not really an equalizer then, it's more of an advantagizer in this particular case.
Doesn't quite roll off the tongue like Equalizer. How about Accentuator?
All right, I like that. Accentuator,
Yeah.
that's a good one. And Prey here, moving forward, actually does hit Kramer with the arrow, but there cannot be any follow-up with Mad Life and Untara on the flank. Has to take the Dark Passage back to safety, but they do get the gold, they do get the turret. Now Rox executing a 1-3-1 split push. Now that they have the Hurricane in the mid lane, they have the mid lane turret out so they can push deeper. Again, double TP, Rox's advantage. So this is how they're going to have to play out this one. Untara doesn't have a good place to go.
Saw BDD split pushing without teleporting. He continues to do that this game, but he's able to answer the Rumble. Will have the trade advantage against him, but he doesn't. Oh, of course, doesn't have boots because that's the new Cassiopeia. In my head, I was like, doesn't have
can't wear
mercs.
boots.
What can she do?
Can't wear boots anymore, Baba Smithy.
Truly slithers around.
I mean, I don't really understand how boots help Rumble's mech either. So I feel like if you're going to be going into that path with itemization, how do swords help guns? I don't know. I'm sorry, Ryan. If you're going to say that doesn't make sense, that snakes can't wear boots, we have a lot to talk about.
Baby steps. This is just the first in a long rework in itemization to make it more lore appropriate.
Why do books turn into guns in this game?
Why is Corky so slow? He's got a plane.
If you're going to increase the level of realism, I expect it across the board, Riot Games.
One patch at a time. Well, Kuro's slowly split pushing. Has a lot of ability power in his build, so normally it's relevant to talk about Rise focusing on mana rather than ability power, but increasingly higher AP means that he actually is a decent turret pusher.
Now we see Gorilla really playing around him now. Untara just in an absolutely desperate situation. So Rock's actually abusing this, but they do see so many people on the bottom side. They can just go for the Baron here. Hawkshot does reveal absolutely everything.
Good luck taking a Baron against a level 15 Smeb that has plenty of items. The Equalizer with the magic resist debuff will shred through CJ Entus. No one's moving.
Oh man, Peanut's gonna find a surprise brush there with Mad Life. Fortunately, Gorilla a little bit of protection there with a lantern.
So that was nice and tricky from CJ.
It was, but couldn't actually get the pick. And I don't know if they really, truly wanted that or not, because it would have devolved into a 5v5 with both Untara and Kuro TPing in. And I'm not sure CJ is ready to deal with that situation, considering how fast Smeb could be there.
Again, I want the viewers to remember that terrain when you have a comp with Cassiopeia and Rumble facing each other is going to be so important. If you see CJ kite back in a situation where Equalizer can't punish them in a choke, Cassiopeia's ult can do so much work, and Equalizer famously has always been so strong in those scenarios. So let's see which team really play with terrain, as maybe we'll finally see Rox pick up an answering Drake.
Well, that was just a freebie right there. You see Untara killing your wards in the Baron pit. You know you've got that one 100%. Recalls were already in progress, so CJ does have to just give up the second Infernal Drake of the game, and that's going to be it for Elemental Drakes as we head into Elder Dragon territory now.
The most bloodthirsty assortment of Drakes we've seen in Champions.
Could have been better.
Could have been another Infernal.
Could have been another Infernal.
But you take what you can get.
This is going to be a Baron attempt here from CJ. Man, are
So
they
much
shredding
damage.
it. They are just going through it so fast. Kuro's not here. And Arrow's going to hit BDD, but not before they actually get it. Haru just going to cleanse out of that one, turn on to Smeb on the flank, force the flash from Smeb, and there we go. Proto Belt used, but he is in a shooting gallery from the Jin. Mad Life now on the low side, but that big advantage has been taken away. Prey trying to kite
Here's the
this
ult.
one out, and there you go. Ult coming down. Kuro rolling in 2 for 1 so far, but they're still on the hunt. Prey has to back off. Haru on a long run through the jungle. Peanut is going to intercept him. Comes over the wall to the ward, though, thanks to the pink in the pit. And there, though, is the final kill coming in. Kuro snags him with the help of Gorilla on what was a pretty creative retreat.
This is actually a really interesting fight. So they force down the Baron, they DPS it down, Haru gets the smite, and CJ turns on to Smeb, who, for all his AP, is not very tanky. They open up, they kill him, but the real story is on the mini-map. We still see Rox Tigers happy to fight in the other side. They take down Mad Life very early, and then BDD goes for the hero play, but Kuro actually flashes into a Q from the Rise and dies to Kuro's first round of damage, so isn't able to become a part of the rest of the fight. And advantages go over to Rox. Now the Baron is off the board, so the gold is actually pretty even between the two teams in that particular trade, but overall the gold to the advantage of Rox Tigers, now to the tune of over 5,000.
Kuro actually didn't even use his TP to get into that fight. There may have been a better play for the Rox Tigers had he committed to that one. I didn't actually see if there were any good wards for him to TP to, but notably did not use either of his summoners. So he will have those up, and this also means that they can continue the split push. Mad Life is going to walk straight into Smeb. Oh my god, goodbye Mad Life. And he will just be a toasty little karma after that. Gorilla does get Smeb out, and Smeb is going to barely live. No, Kramer does manage to clean up the kill. Now the Rox Tigers on the retreat again. Peanut is rooted by the Jhin. Kuro trying his best to dissuade the damage, and he's going to turn on to BDD. Flashes in, and there's going to be another kill. Kuro still on the run. He's finding Kramer. Not going to get too much. Does get Lantern back to the rest of his team. Hook misses Haru, but the volley will not. There's a Spiderling kill. Volley misses the second time around, so no more cleanup, but still 3 for 2. That's going to remove the Baron buff from everybody on CJ with the exception of Kramer.
You wondered out loud about what the Trundle's impact in the team fight will be. As you can see, it's pretty minimal, and that means that Kramer has not been able to get the free damage he was so easily able to get when he had a Shen and Maokai frontlining for him. Mad Life, this is overkill from Smeb, to be honest. He did not need to invest the ultimate. Went for it anyway to get the guarantee, but then in many ways was caught out. The burn from the Deathfire touch is what takes down Smeb, and that actually gets him backline damage from the passive from the Jhin. But the big story here is that Haru and Trundle can't frontline for Kramer. It's a really nice re-engage from Kuro to take out BDD, and then even though Kramer's doing good damage, he needs someone sturdy in front of him.
Tara here trying to flank Prey and Gorilla, who are very far up. Hook is going to miss Prey, running for his life right now. Mad Life with the tether, gets Lantern back, and now Kuro and Smeb are here. There's the arrow onto Mad Life, going to hook him up. Gorilla misses the play though. Haru trying to get back onto Prey right now, and this is turning out badly for the Rox Tigers. Kuro trying to kite, and Smeb gets caught in a Jhin trap. And Untara, he needs to keep running. He's going to fall. Will Smeb be the next kill for Kramer? No, he is flanked here by Peanut. And there we go, Smeb double kills with the help of the Flame Spitter. BDD not there for the engagement, but man, CJ nearly did a lot of work in that fight.
Yeah, really exciting 4v4 that truly was. No way for BDD to get there. Once again, doesn't have teleport. This is all initiated aggressively from the teleport home guard from Untara, but he was probably surprised to see that Smeb was able to react so fast and just teleported top. Kuro didn't even need to teleport. There's actually a numbers disadvantage despite the home guard teleport for CJ Entus. Mad Life dies first, but Prey is tussled up and dealt with in the backline.
Haru did a great job of dealing with Prey right there. He cut so much of the DPS by getting that cocoon and then following up with the kill on the execute in spider form. So really, Haru has been going off today in a way that we haven't seen this guy play before.
He knows his role. That's not some rock the rock catchphrase. It's basically knowing exactly what to do in terms of these team fights, and dealing with Prey is something that honestly behooves the team. It's an immobile AD carry who now has the QSS, who wants to put out consistent damage and slows, which the team can profit from. They have very good consistent damage on the side of Rox, but if he's just negated by a jungler, then it takes out a lot of the power from Rox Tigers.
Prey does have that Mercurial Scimitar, so he can use it just a little bit better in the next fight. Perhaps he can avoid that same fate from Haru, who has built heavily for damage with a Rylai's and Abyssal Scepter.
And I think itemization is another fun thing to touch on, because just compare Untara and Smeb, because Untara and Peanut, because Peanut has very much gone for the tank Rek'Sai to try and answer the Jhin, whereas Untara has quite a lot of damage on his side, as he has finished the Titanic Hydra. You have to build damage at some point, but he's just so far behind that keeping the Tiamat and going for another tank item like a Randuin's, I think would be so much more important to CJ's front line.
Yeah, that armor would be pretty helpful right now.
Frozen Heart obviously does have a good amount of armor, but just needs to be a tank. He doesn't need to do any more than that. Kuro's split pushing with teleport. It's forcing CJ to make a choice.
Yeah, and look at this. They're going to turn onto the Elder Dragon, are the Rocks Tigers, and try and just force this play out. And CJ may have made a fatal shot call right there as they really commit. And now the Elder Dragon is going to go over to Rocks. Secured by Peanut. Kuro is here to help out. Maybe didn't have to use that TP. They actually may have been able to get the Elder Dragon and the inhibitor right there. Tara had recalled, but they were just not going to outpush that Rise with 2 turrets still up in the mid lane. Very greedy play there from CJ Entus, and it doesn't work.
See, in another scenario where they didn't have an extra ace in their sleeves, absolutely you can stop an Elder Drake by pushing down mid aggressively. But the fact that there was also Kuro with teleport basically outfoxed CJ trying to make a decisive shot call, and they end up just looking foolish as a result.
It's worth noting that Kuro has done an excellent job of saving that TP this game. There were a couple situations where he didn't actually pull the trigger on it, didn't get desperate, and now that he had it up in that situation, it was worth so much.
6 items. We do get to it. To some degree behooves CJ Entus, because remember that one of the advantages of not building boots and having the Death Cap passive is that the AP values in the late game from this Cassio will be absolutely ridiculous. But there's just no way to contest the Baron. Just no pressure on the map. Easily secured. And there's the arrow.
Tara caught out, and there's a huge equalizer in the choke point. Leandres and the true damage burn doing work.
Answered in some ways by the locket, though, so they are able to get out with no one falling on CJ. Haru's pretty far up, but just going to back away.
Here comes the pressure now. Remember, no turret at the inhibitor in the top side of the map.
Kuro's full build with Guardian Angel. He is a literal raid boss. He is the front line that Rocks Tigers desperately needed in Champ Select. Rise has certainly come together, and they had so many choices with the first pick. They went for the Karma, but the Rise has certainly come up trumps.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 cannon minions here are Baron buffed up, so knocking away at this mid lane turret while they attempt to deal with Smet, but he is slowly chipping away that inhibitor. Got down to 50%. Did have to use his flash right there to escape onto the other side, and there's an arrow flying in between several members of CJ without finding a target. It's fine though, just a zoning arrow. Just a zoning arrow about this one.
Either a zoning arrow or a goal, depending on how you like to think about it.
It's not a goal because no sport actually shoots arrows between things to score points.
You just shoot it between the posts, soccer.
But that's not an arrow.
It's true. You're getting a little bit too particular over here.
No, I'm not. Arrows hit targets. If you show me a sport where an arrow...
All right, well, you show me a sport with an enchanted crystal arrow then.
I'm sorry, that doesn't exist. Just like a sport where arrows go between things.
Arrows, the ultimate go-between. Well, CJ are looking for that desperate engage, but they don't really have true engage on the lineup. We didn't really touch on it, but outside of an amazing ult flash from BDD, they just can't really force things. That's not necessarily a problem in a comp, but at this stage of the game, it is certainly something that will hold them back.
See, I would categorize relying on engage for an amazing ult flash a problem in any composition. But anyway, Smet actually going to get nailed here by Haru. Sonya's Hourglass keeps him alive for a little bit longer, long enough to toss the equalizer down. Peanut has been flanking through the enemy base this entire time, but Gorilla goes down. Prey still alive. He will take out Antara, and now here's the counter engage. Peanut with the flash knock-up, and there's BDD getting annihilated by Prey, who has a triple kill on a flash forward onto a Cassiopeia. That takes some balls as an Ashe player. Prey does eliminate that, and goodbye.
Deathfire touch.
The Deathfire touch.
Kramer is so strong, but Kuro is on the rise, and in the 1v1, even though Kramer DPS down 2 from Rocks Tigers, he had to back away and respect the rise. It feels like the power of that rise is just overwhelming CJ. We might see the game end here.
Probably will. Kramer will not have enough to defend this against Baroned up super minions. May be able to burst down Peanut, but
double
there's
Guardian Angel.
Yeah, double GA, as you say. And this is going to be the end of game 2. Rocks Tigers will send us into a third and deciding game in this best of 3, as at 41 and a half minutes, they are going to finish this game up eventually.
It's the Nexus.
And the Nexus has been hit. Too many super minions to defend there anyway. Rocks Tigers take game number 2, playing very well around the Rumble in the top lane. Smeb doing work.
Still, there was a lack of clean execution in a lot of their other players outside of snowballing and executing on a massive lead for Smeb. We came into this series 6-11 thinking, okay, Smeb on the Aurelia, play around Smeb. They executed it in game 2. It wasn't on the pick we expected. It was still very useful. And now we'll move to a game 3. And let's see if there's something different for Smeb, because maybe Rumble has to join the ban list. Two attempts. Untara doesn't really have a champion pool to answer it. Has been struggling.
Yeah, that Trundle blind pick was a bit suspect, because the Trundle would have struggled into either Rise or Rumble. I mean, there's not really a good answer. And it looks like perhaps CJ's priority, banning the Trundle in game number 1 and then picking it blind in game number 2, maybe leading them astray.
And just picking Trundle blind against Smeb is a big issue, because guess what he has in his pocket? The Cannon, also a top lane mage that the Trundle won't be able to shred with that ult. So definitely optimistic taking the Trundle and punished by Rocks Tigers.
Kramer's still doing work though. Highest damage to champions in that game.
He didn't have the front line though. He didn't have Hecker and Shen, and he just couldn't make it count for CJ.
He couldn't. So Rocks Tigers win the game number 2 after a few minutes. We'll be back with the final game in this best of 3, so stay tuned.
Played a lot of you, my winning. It's like 25 the lives that you bust out of prison. Something's in the air, something's in the air. It's like that feeling when you're just about to kill it. Take your last shot, you know you're gonna hit it. Something's in the air, something's in the air. Whoa.
Welcome back to LCK here on OGN. And Mr. Smeb. Smebbed on their face, and then he gets the MVP.
Well, the crowd asked for it, and the crowd got it. Smeb on the face, clearly, was quite potent for Rox Tigers, and the Operation Camp for Smeb, I thought that would be predicated on some Trinity Force carries, but found another carry. Found the Rumble, and damn if it wasn't successful.
Yeah, great into that Trundle, really punishing.
Die, Mad Life.
Maybe not the best use of the Equalizer, as it turns out in this team fight, but it does go the way of the Rox Tigers in the end.
And increasingly, the fights were Ryze versus Jhin, and Jhin needs a frontline. Ryze is self-sufficient and a bit of a raid boss in the frontline himself. There's no way, despite the damage dealt by the end of the game, for Kramer to take it over the line for the Jhin and for CJ Entus. So all even up, and Rox trying to steady their season with a win that was looking pretty unlikely at parts of that game, but they eventually steadied it. The top lane snowball was good enough, and Smeb's the carry. Who'd have thought?
Who'd have thought? Well, seen a lot of carry potential in this Rox Tigers team in the past. Ray actually did a lot of damage in that game on his Ashe. However, like you say, the strategy of get Smeb ahead proving extremely successful, especially into a very advantageous matchup with the Rumble into the Trundle.
And I like grabbing the Karma early. SKT did it in a good scenario, but with so much available, felt like Karma could be answered with power in other areas. The Ryze ended up being such a massive pick, and yeah, it looks like the drawing board will be returned to the bans, though. There's no way to know because we've seen so much interesting stuff in this draft, and we've moved on to a new patch. Hecarim continues to be the ban, so you already know with a Hecarim ban that certain power picks are going to poke through these 6 bans.
Yeah, we did see the 2 pocket bans in the last game of the Shen and the Hecarim coming in, and it will be the Rumble. I don't know if that is exactly super high priority considering Smeb's champion pool, but
see, the thing is, Untara's champion pool doesn't hold up to the Rumble, so I think it's more, they don't really have an answer to that, but then, because if you select Rumble on 6-11, you just pick Aurelia, and it's a skill matchup that Aurelia very often can win and itemizes more naturally against. Billy Untara doesn't feel confident in doing that, and I have to think this is going to be the game where Smeb brings back the Aurelia, which we have not seen since that losing spring 2015 grand final against SK Telecom.
indeed. So Kindred, the last bans, identical bans as the last game for the Tigers, which means that we're going to see, as you say, many of these power picks up again. CJ did ban Varus, Trundle, and Lucian on the red side in game number 1. Obviously, only one of those is going to be the selection here, and it's not even going to be that. It will be the Nidalee pickup. So now, Rox, do you take the Karma?
Rek'Sai?
Do you take the Rek'Sai, of course?
I think Rek'Sai for Peanut makes a lot of sense. It was very instrumental in the previous game when full tank was a frontliner. They will have Smeb on a carry. Someone needs to be a tank. It's not going to be Gorilla on Alistar anymore, so Rek'Sai is the jungler du jour at the moment, so I think taking it in first pick is a very safe option. No Ryze to reach for in the first pick. Can you see an argument for anything? The Karma is an outside choice, but wow, they're actually going to pivot to the Trundle first pick.
That is a bit of a surprise. So here's what the Tigers are saying right now. You can only play tanks in Tara, so you have shown that you prioritize this Trundle. You banned it in game number 1. So what exactly are you going to pull out? The answer may be the Fiora. Untara did play it a lot in the spring season.
Fiora Gangplank, those were the carries that Untara showed any proficiency at in the past. So unless he has something new, it was worth knowing that it might not even be a top lane Trundle this time around. Gorilla's
Absolutely.
been looking for a steadying tank support, and Gorilla was playing plenty of support Trundle, which, given the QSS changes, is still massively powerful on this patch.
Absolutely, just a bit of a reach there from the Tigers, and they're just happy to give that Rek'Sai up. They can play the Elise, certainly Peanut can, and it could just be the Karma and the Rek'Sai. Now, worth noting, the Karma and Rek'Sai both have about a 70% win rate right now in Korea. So they have been the big power picks, but they are going to take the Elise instead.
Yeah, Fiddlesticks flashes. Maybe in the future we'll see a Fiddle.
Flashes of Fiddle.
Flashes of Fiddle. Sounds like a play, a performance I would go watch. Flashes of Fiddle.
I wouldn't watch that. Sounds like a musical.
What if it's a concert piece? Flashes of Fiddle.
All right, I'd watch that one. Okay, I go to the symphony for that. Right.
Rek'Sai heavily expected to be the answering jungler.
Haru did look very comfortable on that Elise in the last game. And again, I thought Haru had good performances in both of the games so far.
I mean, it's kind of been night and day, his performance level today compared to the rest of the season. He's had decent games, but he's been top 2 performer on his team in some of the games today, which with BDD and Kramer putting in good performances is a pretty impressive thing to state. And if any team has played Jhin in the past, it is certainly ROX Tigers, and now we're going to see where Kramer will go with Jhin as a takeaway pick from ROX.
Well, they were the ones banning the Lucian in both of the games so far. They obviously have a very high priority on that pick. BDD can return to the Azir, which fell all the way through the draft in game number 2. So the Lucian, not prioritized at all by the Tigers. Tigers have just been slowly picking away at CJ's champion pool the deeper we go into this series, not allowing them to pick the Kekrim or the Shen, and now just taking away the Trundle and the Jhin. So see how CJ can actually respond, because this series in particular is showing us a lot about how deep CJ can go. Now, they did play Varus Lucian very well against Longzhu, so this combination we've seen them play aggressively with early. I like it.
But the thing is, they need a tank to be the frontliner for what is going to be a strong Siege and Poke duo, and they don't have access to a tank at full power. There is already a Trundle lock-in on the side of ROX, and if they do commit to the Nami pick, it will be Trundle top. See Kennen being hovered over. Always a treat to see Smeb play the Kennen.
Also, I just love the fact that ROX Tigers are one of the only very few teams in the world where that's a triple flex on this team. So it is always a joy to see them toy around with that pick. Gorilla taking a look at the Nami right now for some good protection and peel on behalf of the Jhin. But Thresh may be coming back too. And certainly Thresh against the low mobility Jhin, a boon for getting him out of trouble.
What will the mid lane pick be if we are to see a different support than the Nami come through? Crow looked excellent on LeBlanc throughout the entirety of spring season, as Gorilla for some reason takes his headset off, but they will look to lock it in. Yep, it is going to be the LeBlanc this game, so a LeBlanc return. Definitely an interesting matchup, because with the range advantage that you often have on this Varus, once you get to level 7 through 9, you poke away at the LeBlanc, and there's limited itemization you can go to answer the physical damage poke, because you don't really want to itemize early Zhonya's into a Varus, but you may have to.
So what is the solution to what is now known to be a top lane Trundle?
Black Cleaver Gnar certainly would be some people's answers. Marin would probably be reaching for that if this was SKT in 2015. Laning phase, very comfortable. Range versus melee matchup. You can go you can build a Black Cleaver quite confidently now that the item's power level is higher than it's been in the spring season. Is a pick that Untara played, but wasn't necessarily super convincing on in spring.
Depending on his teleports too, he can set up plays for a possible great Chain of Corruption if he gets the Gnar ultimate.
It's a bit of a solo diver. There will be some semblance of AP on the Elise, but they do commit to the Gnar. I like Gnar when he has a secondary tank to initiate, and you could argue that Elise may be that champion, but very squishy backline and a very fickle frontline, because Gnar is only situationally a true tank.
Yeah, and he's probably not going to itemize as a tank in this game, given the matchup into the Trundle. So we'll see how they can do. ROX Tigers, neither of these teams really built for team fighting at all. ROX has some great ways to make long-range picks with the combination of the LeBlanc and the Jhin.
I just don't really know how the setup works for CJ. If you try to imagine the game being won for CJ outside of just crazy 5 kills in the early game or just a massive snowball in one of the lanes, CJ's setup with Gnar and Elise, their front line, seems pretty brittle to something like Prey opening up on the Jhin to look for a poke, or potentially even just the Trundle Pillar coming towards the backside of the lineup when they're trying to kite back. So even though they don't have the most options, I feel like ROX in many ways has the answer to what is a fairly brittle poke comp from CJ.
I'm also just really worried about Untara, because if he's itemizing damage, the LeBlanc is going to just absolutely wreck him on any kind of roams that he could do into the top lane.
I think it has to be Black Cleaver into Hex Drinker into situational, because he needs at least the Hex Drinker, and that's often not enough.
But then you're Hex Drinker split pushing into a Trundle. Like, that's what I'm saying. The itemization is super rough here for the likes of CJ Entus. And it'll be a real test. If Antara could get way ahead, maybe they could make a 4-1 split work here, but that's about the only way. Well, we're going to get into game number 3, CJ versus Rox. Mountain Drake ruling the pit there, at least in a few minutes' time. But for now, it will be the Rox Tigers and CJ Entus battling here in game number 3 to determine who will take this series.
I think, honestly, the storylines that develop from this series are going to be twofold. Whichever way it goes is going to be a massive storyline. Of course, the Tigers will be the slump after once again coming so close in the spring season, dominating the regular season, and then losing fairly one-sidedly to SK Telecom in the final. Or it will be the rise of CJ because they beat Longzhu. That looked like just a nothing result just 2 series ago for them. But taking down the Tigers would be a massive scalp for a team that looked, after a couple of games this season and with the lineup they have, to be one of the real teams we expected to be in the relegation places.
Yeah, well, at least CJ has been slowly improving. I think that's what we can say about them is, yes, they had a rough start, but they took the win against Longzhu. Some of the games were convincing. Game 1 here, they played very well around the Shannon Hecarim.
They definitely had a new plan and executed it super well, so go back and watch the VOD of Game 1 if you missed it, because it was something different that I think teams will try to ape. We see some global fans. Some love from them too.
We also love global fans.
It was nice to see plenty of CJ and Rox Tigers fans here at Sangam East Stadium. Again, the mid lane matchup is one that kind of goes dramatically one way or the other, and look at BDD's aggression here, just walking past the caster minions.
Yeah, he's going to be pretty hard punished for that.
He has the summoner spell advantage, it's worth noting. Heal versus teleport in the mid lane.
Playing that one out. And he will get a little bit of extra gold there from killing the clone.
Corrupting Potion versus the 2 pots means the sustain advantage should be slightly at his advantage too, so I like the aggression from BDD in that particular scenario. It's got the mindset of a carry, and that's something that CJ lacked for the games where they had to run Skye in the mid lane last season.
Madlife, though, eating a bubble there from Gorilla. Gorilla has been really struggling with his mechanics in this series. He's missed quite a few skill shots on the Thresh, and they're actually going to come in early. Oh no, the flash from Peanut answered by 2 summoner spells from BDD, but Rox Tigers do take a summoner spell advantage as they go for that 3-minute gank once again on Peanut.
Still have to say it's a big success. You'll trade it. It always sucks to lose your flash on Rek'Sai because the champion will find it very hard to influence a lane for the next 5 minutes, but in a swingy mid lane matchup, Kuro having a flash advantage, so having a summon spell advantage, even though he didn't take a combat summoner compared to the 2 combat summoners from BDD, will actually be massive in giving lane control to LeBlanc.
Yeah, this has been a very dominant laning phase from Prey and Gorilla so far. Harassing Kramer and Madlife pretty mercilessly.
Oh boy.
Ooh, Haru.
Oh, if he flashes, he's got...
Oh! Fast fingers. TP coming in, though. Kuro still underneath the turret. He's not going to die. Yes, he will eventually. Haru actually finishes him off with an auto attack, but there's an advantage for Smeb in the top lane. Smeb so very ready to make that play. Kuro just barely dying.
And he also had the lane pressure in, but somehow as a Trundle to be able to make that teleport and not even lose CS. You see Nara was under turret. Very curious that a Doran Shield Trundle was able to outpush Untara on this Nara. Maybe that's just overly safe play from Untara, which sadly is what we've come to expect. He is known to not really try and apply pressure in lanes. Will often play the reactionary tank pick, the Maokais of the world, compared to Smeb, who, irrespective of champion, is always looking for lane pressure.
Yeah, even though they dive, man, really no CS lost there from the Rox Tigers, thanks to the help of the teleport from Kuro, getting him immediately back into that lane. So still had that other summoner up, and because Smeb had to push so far up, he's just going to meet the wave and take all of the farm from it. Tigers doing some work here, and getting the Trundle ahead is absolutely huge for them.
Now wards and jungle pathing will have so much more reward because BDD, Kuro, Haru, and Peanut have no flash. So any 2v2 skirmishes will be explosive because it's not those answering escape summoners.
Man, Untara just TP'd down into the bottom lane again, too. He's trying to just put the pressure on, but now he's pretty far forward. Peanut gonna drift through the wards, and here comes Untara, and not gonna land the knock-up. Pillar not in the best position there to stop Untara just from bouncing out.
It's actually really awkward for Nash, specifically against Rek'Sai, because you want to bounce over the enemy champion to safety, but that will just lead to you being knocked up.
Yeah, very true.
So it doesn't have those creative escapes. That's why he just went for, you know, a 200 unit hop to the right. That's the only option he had.
Well, no TP advantage now because of that TP into the bottom lane for Untara. They didn't actually use it for any kind of answering gank play.
His first sighting of a Lucian on 6-11. Seen plenty of Lucian bans, surprisingly, as Haru walks up. So the Lucian, the big change is the range on his Q means that you can be a bit more aggressive where you're standing around the caster minions because you won't be clipped by the 1100 range of that Q anymore. Losing 200 units doesn't sound like a massive amount, but in reality, you just take a lot less trade damage from the Piercing Light, which also had its AD ratio nerfed. So in general, more forgiving a laning phase against the most oppressive laning AD carry of recent times.
Yeah, doesn't change his power spike with the Yomus and the Black Cleaver, though, so he's still going to hit like a truck.
Especially this game, where guess who's going to profit? Good old Varus in the mid lane. Love the Black Cleaver shred that's going to come through, and it's really nice synergy between those two.
Now, I talked about it a lot tonight, but that synergy was what won CJ the game when they played against Longzhu, and they looked really decisive. They set up early sieges with a couple of Yomu's Ghost Blades, and they had that early armor penetration made a big advantage out of it. So they've got to do it again here today, but stopping this Trundle is going to be problematic at this stage. Haru and Madlife really want to get this kill.
No flash on Haru. Flash Tether might have to open this. Nope, they're going to go for it anyway.
Bubble onto Haru. Madlife looking for the Tether. Breaking to get under the turret. Does end up flashing on the other side of the Tether. Very safe. Peanut comes to the mid lane. They're going to punish BDD. Heals back up, but that's it. And that is going to be a kill for Kuro. Sigil for the finisher.
Flash available and basically comes straight after that summoner's available to get the kill. Very nice onto BDD, who had just healed. Look at his flash timer. Literally 5 to 10 seconds away when that engagement starts. That's some very, very clean shot calling. They had the exact timer on that, and they profited.
Yeah, right place too, knowing where Haru was and still making that call with a very limited time window. Rock's trying to translate this further into a blue buff. Peanut takes it away, so no roam over from Kuro, who will get a recall instead and then head over to their blue buff.
So with the recent mana, I guess I say recent, but with the long-term mana cost buffs that many mid laners have seen, in general mana costs have gone down over the time as Prey won't quite fall.
Wow, Madlife flashed for that one, and he's going to take a few curtain call
Teleport.
shots. And hello, teleport. Here comes Smeb, and he's going to just wall him off right there with the help of the pillar. Kramer has to flash. Smeb going hard. Auto will get the kill. Madlife, no mana, exhausted. Double kill for Smeb.
And that's what happens when you go for those aggressive flashes, Monte Cristo, is that there's so much room to punish. Once again, Smeb has exactly the right teleport timer. Untara still doesn't have his teleport from trying to teleport backlane to get pressure. And literally, the difference between these teleports is what is really contributing. The summoner spell usage difference between CJ and Rox has literally dictated the first 10 minutes.
I mentioned that teleport from Untara because he could have just walked back into lane. There's no excuse for doing that. He was just getting super greedy to apply pressure, but he was always going to have that teleport window where Smeb had his up first again. He used it, didn't get anything, and to Peanut's credit, he was down there. Let's take a look at this one.
You can't go for that aggressive engage if you're Madlife. You understand why Kramer was level 6, but the answer is the teleport. And we talked about flash timing in the mid lane. BDD almost had it up. Teleport timer in this gank, the Untara almost had it up, and almost translating into big gold. And guess who's picking it up? Good old Smeb.
Yeah, absolute disaster here for the likes of CJ Entus. The picks are going to be super powerful now. If LeBlanc ever comes into this lane with Smeb, Peanut's not done.
TPs.
Double knock-up. TP coming back in. Here comes LeBlanc. Madlife very low, gets smashed by Smeb for his 4th kill. Kuro also here tags him. with the sigil does bounce back with the distortion as Untara arrives, but again, super greedy play from the duo lane of CJ Entus, and they had no summoner spells. They had no right making that.
Yeah, this is CJ capitulating under the lights here in the third game of the series. A big gold lead of 2,600, 10 minutes in. But again, the difference between the teams, there's many teams that aren't assertive where 10 to 20 second windows aren't translated into objectives, but the kills have been the main objective for CJ Entus, and they're racking up, again, almost exclusively on Smeb, who has a casually massive gold lead, despite the 9 CS hole he's in against Untara.
Oh no, 9 CS
4 kills turns out a little bit stronger than 9 CS.
gets smacked around into a wall right there, but he doesn't care as he just goes in onto a full HP. Untara does use the subjugate. Gorilla there to back him up in case Untara decided he wanted to take that fight. Wisely decides that may not be the best idea, but they do commit 3 people to the top side of the map now, and it's going to be a fast-pushing game here from the likes of the Tigers.
It's definitely what you want to do. Keep pushing on the advantages you have, end the game early. LeBlanc will be able to set up a 1-3-1 that'll be so hard for CJ to manage because Untara will not be able to itemize in a way to answer both Trundle and LeBlanc on a budget if he's going to be going damage especially, which seems to be likely from the Phage and Ruby Crystal. So this is definitely the phase where Untara, there's no itemization that won't be exploited by Rox.
I think you just have to go tank and try and turret dive right now with the Lucian and the Varus because there's no way you're going to stop the split push and your damage itemization is going to be useless. So I think you just got to go tank and then try and force some 5v5s, set up a chain of corruption and try and play around the armor pen power spike that you have in the Lucian and the Varus. Otherwise, all is kind of lost.
But with Gnar and then this Varus Lucian duo, it's so execution heavy. There's so many different things you have to consider. As Rek'Sai's looking for a flank.
And their Bad Life going to get rooted in the end. Tidal Wave going to roll on through. Curtain Call takes 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Right onto BDD. BDD forces the flash after getting hit by that final shot. Mid lane turret will stand for the Rox Tigers as they bounce back.
But yeah, the coordination between, as you said, BDD and Kramer was there on this duo, but when you add in having to have the Narva at the right part, the situational tank looking for turret dives, double teleport, meaning there's a lot of reactionary options for Rox Tigers, I think the trivialization of Untara, self-inflicted at the start of this game, is only going to be amplified by the item hole he finds himself in compared to Smeb.
Yeah. Gotta agree. Wrong pick and wrong use of teleport. No real answers here for CJ.
1,000 gold plus already.
Yeah. And as we talk about this, at least CJ got the Mountain Drake. We didn't touch on that. That actually is important to their composition with the Varus and the Lucian together. So there's a very small chance that that might help turn this game around with some proper sieging, but it's a long shot.
I mean, the proper sieging is going to come early in the game because Rox will continue to accelerate the pace, rotate people to take the standing gold of turrets and try to ensure that there's never a time 25 minutes in where power spikes are hit by Kramer as Smeb's looking for a fight again.
Well, he does have the Rift Herald buff too, which sort of adds insult to injury to Untara. Yeah, he's going to get some of those hyper procs off, but not really too helpful.
This isn't the carry Smeb I expected, but I accept it nonetheless.
I accept it. We all accept you, Smeb. We love you. Wonderful top laner.
The Fizz, though. Oh, boy.
Hey, he's moved beyond that now.
He's evolved to Trundle duty.
It's right, and now Fizz has been heavily hit with the Nerf bat, so on 6.11.
Yeah, 6.12 actually. So.
Oh, 6.12, yes.
I think both patches actually from memory, but 6.12 I think
yeah,
the big
6.12.
ones come through.
6.12. This is why I shouldn't read patch notes before the matches, because I read those today and I almost never do that. But yes, I was looking at those Fizz changes. I was like, oh, goodbye, sweet Fizz.
I mean, even mid lane Fizz having 2 seconds extra cooldown on Faithful Trickster is massive for the windows to counterplay between Zonias and that Playful Trickster. But that's of course a discussion for a future patch.
Yeah, we can talk about it now. Nothing.
We can talk about whatever we want right now because
we're in control, Papa Smithy.
Well, CJ Entus also definitely not in control. They're kind of at the whim of Smeb and Rox Tigers. They wanted to play this comp from ahead, but people drafting comps that are conditional against teams like SKT especially, but increasingly the Rocks Tigers playing themselves into form as BDD.
Well, miss on the chains, but here comes the tidal wave. Gets the knock up onto Haru. Kuro going hard. BDD's Hex Drinker will not save him. And there's Haru popping over with the repel, but the finisher, Prey Seeker, after we see Prey seek prey of his own with the root. And that's going to be a mid lane turret.
Smoothly navigated there with your play-by-play Monte Cristo, and Rock's going to keep going.
And there's another root actually bubbled. The chain CC is not going to stop. Prey will flash forward to help finish the kill. Lucian on the run, Smeb on the flank, subjugate onto the Lucian. Not sure that's really going to help, but it will zone him out enough to take the tier 2 turret as Rocks just bulldozes down the mid lane.
As I alluded to before, accelerating the pace really helps. There's no time to hit the item spikes and then set up, because by the time they hit both those things, they will be so far in the hole in terms of gold. There's just no way to go. Once you open up with the Jhin ultimate, there's this massive zone that forces the aggressive flash from BDD, who gets a lot of trade damage, but just can't do it quite against the passive. Haru falls as well, and 2 turrets, multiple kills. It's all stacking up for the Rocks Tigers.
Yeah, keeps going too. Smeb just runs through the jungle after pushing up his wave, seeing what else they can get. Mad Life rooted by the chains, and that gets him caught out by Jhin straight into a bubble. Gorilla hitting a lot of skill shots right there, looking much better in this game than he has in the previous 2.
Nami certainly seems to be the pick for him. Tara still is not to complete a full item at 16 minutes. Titanic Hydra and Ninja Tabi, the completions for Smeb. First sighting of the Ninja Tabi. So a slight buff on patch 6.11. Now 2% less damage from auto attacks. Was always a really big pickup against the Gnar, because so much of his damage is related to his auto attacks. And it's just the item timing. So we're thinking of the 2-item Lucian specifically, and then the Mana Moon into Muramana on the Varus. By the time that comes in, Jin's already well on the way to a 2nd item. Kuro, if he gets to pick up Zhonya's, actually will have to be a 3rd item. It's probably just going to be something like the Luden's Echo from the LeBlanc for even more burst. It's going to be 2.5 items versus 2 items, and that's where, unfortunately, CJ may have already missed the timing they clearly drafted for.
Yeah, just no armor pen either on the side of the Varus. So, rough stuff. Magic resist with that Maw Malmortius more of the priority here.
I mean, 10 armor pen from the Dirk that builds into it, but it's clearly not what they're going for. If this is a game where Black Cleaver Gnar, more Malmortius, and just some more armor pen on the side of Varus, and again, a very fast 2nd item Black Cleaver at 20-21 minutes, CJ can certainly win in that scenario, but that scenario is already passed, and it's definitely going to be slow item timings compared to accelerated ones, and it's going to be the 4th turret of the game to Rocks Tigers.
Relentless pressure from Rocks coming in.
And what does Gnar do from behind Monte Cristo? That's kind of one of the reasons he's fallen away, is that when he could wail away on many melee top laners, was very powerful. But in a scenario like this, just now finishing the Frozen Mallet, which is the 1st item choice, not really the tank stats he needs. Was always a decent choice on Gnar because he gets resists from his ultimate. May not get to pop his ult though.
Credit to the Tigers though. We didn't know about this top lane Trundle, but they seem to have a very good grasp over Untara's champion pool, and there is just nothing left. Defense here onto the blue buff mounted by CJ Entus, but they have to walk
teleport
into this curtain call. Peanut is hit by the Chain of Corruption, but he does get through the tunnel.
They kite up very smartly. Gnar gets nothing from the teleport. Of course, doesn't have the home guard buff, only had 50% rage that now starts to go away. They also take the top lane turret.
Now, I mean, really, they could keep going right here. The Rocks Tigers can if they want to, considering there's so much of an investment onto this Mountain Drake by the likes of CJ Entus. He's getting low. Peanut going to come in, try and smite it away. He gets it, too. Salt in the wound here for CJ Entus, and now here comes the TPs on the side of the Rocks Tigers. Flash up onto Kramer there with the knockup. Untara doing what he can on Prey. BDD looks like he may be able to get this kill. Peanut has to double back right now. They want to finish off Gorilla. Piercing arrow does miss. Flash forward, double kill for Untara. Gets him back in this game. And look at all the flashing red bars on CJ Entus. Still no kills. Finally, Kuro will help secure one. But that is a poor trade there for the Rocks Tigers, who could have just kept pushing in that situation.
Yeah, they eventually committed to fight, and it didn't help them out. 2 kills for 1, no other objective. And crucially, Tigers, Peanut picks up the dragon without even having to smite it, just from the AoE from an auto attack and the Q. 2nd Mountain Drake and a teamfight victory, and CJ would have had a narrow window, but while the window isn't closed, it's certainly ajar from the perspective of CJ.
Slightly ajar, just a little bit of breeze coming through. That's about
Exactly.
it. It's about to slam.
You're
shut
looking
down.
at it and you're like, I feel a breeze, but it looks closed. Weird.
Take a look at this. Peanut just waltzing in.
Early smite, and then, yep, just auto attacks it.
Well, Peanut decided not to use the smite right there. And TP's, his first knockup on a Kramer was good, but he somehow manages to actually escape this
The
one.
Untara actual play onto the wall was actually massive in this case. He didn't even stack his CC. Had the W left, Prey was chain CC'd for a good 3 seconds. They have to flash to get the finalized kill, and it ends up just being a 2-for-1, but better than expected for CJ Entus.
Pretty big commitment there, too, and they did, Prey and Gorilla did just walk into the choke point against the Gnar in Mega Gnar form, so sloppy positioning.
Tara's stunned up.
And here comes the curtain call. He's trapped against that pillar, and that is not going to be it. He escapes. Smeb checked his auto attack, looked like there. Didn't want to commit through that choke point, so Huntara gets away with one this time. Rayseeker.
Was at 73 health? It probably would have been the kill with just a simple long-range Prey Seeker. CJ camping their red buff, realizing there are no free lunches when you're this far behind, and the Rocks Tigers are in a good spot to take down the series. It's been a uphill battle for them because CJ did play extremely well in Game 1, but it does feel a bit like when Samsung was having their big victories last season. 2 seasons ago in summer, where they'd have one strategy, you'd ban away the key picks, and then they'd really not have that extended pool of strategies to be able to take down many best of 3s.
They're going to go for this one. Nope, just clearing out the ward in the pit. Can't get the ward on the other side. Baron is aggro. Put some damage down on the Peanut and Gorilla.
The Baron damage is actually pretty poor. Jin doesn't take Baron very fast because of his auto attack and the fact that he has to reload after the 4th bullet, and LeBlanc also not the biggest help. So Baron only going to really be an objective after a teamfight wipe of CJ Entus.
And Tara actually going for the Hammer Time build. Frozen Mallet Phage and Warhammer.
So this build can situationally work. One thing I didn't get to is that Frozen Mallet gives you a lot of health, and Gnar gets resist in Mega Gnar form. So again, if everything lines up perfectly, you teleport, just about to teleport, but just about to turn into Mega Gnar, get that massive initiation, apply the armor penetration of the Black Cleaver, and then you rain hell from BDD and Kramer on this Varus Lucian. It could happen, but how many times will that happen? And with flashes up, you'd have to think not that often for Rocks Tigers.
Yeah, realistically, too, he's going to have trouble kiting even in the 1v1, which is where we used to see this Frozen Mallet build on the Gnar. But with the Iceborne Gauntlet on Smeb, combined with the Pillar, going to be lucky to actually be able to use the Frozen Mallet to its fullest efficiency. And Antara is just going to get caught out and destroyed. Gorilla there with the kill. Kramer gets a nice crit on that last shot of the curtain call, and there's the flash. Kuro committing to that one. Gets BDD with the chain too. Beautiful LeBlanc play. Switching targets at exactly the right time. And there's 2 kills, 3 kills actually over to the Rocks Tigers as they turn their sights onto the Baron.
If there's anything we could ever fully confirm for the Rocks Tigers, this team knows how to play from ahead. They've struggled in the early game, made some mistakes. Peanut's jungle pathing has been a bit tricky and they've lost out, but from ahead they've looked clinical. And there seems to be just another one to add to that list.
Yeah, more poke, and Kuro just dealing a huge amount of damage. Mad Life trying to keep him alive. Haru comes down, wants to go for the execute. Can't quite get it. Ignite onto Kuro, but that's not going to finish him off either as Gorilla and Peanut play chase the Karma around the jungle. Mad Life does stay alive, but can't do anything about the Baron.
And Prey has gone for another manly build. Dusk Blade of Drekthar.
We've actually been seeing this more on Jim. We haven't talked about this, but the Yomus into Duskblade has been increasingly popular, especially in Korean solo queue.
So Arrow has been building the Yomu's Ghostblade exclusively when he's been playing the Jhin, but has pivoted to other team fight items like, for example, the Moor Malmortius. Duskblade is always aggression to the nth degree, but it certainly worked for Winged on the Graves yesterday, and opening up with the salvo of damage with this Yomu's Duskblade duo is going to be impressive stuff to watch.
Now here come the Rocks Tigers. Trying to crack the base, and one bullet goes shy. Haru eats another one, but the shield from the Karma absorbs most of the dangerous shots. The turret not going to survive. They did have to back off from the pressure that
Double
Bray was
bubble.
putting on. And there you go. Mad Life just gets deleted in that front line. Tidal Wave rolls on past, not going to find a kill, but Bray with the flash forward to finish off BDD. Peanut running low, but there's not enough damage there to actually kill him. So they can set their sights on the inhibitor and finalize that objective kill instead.
An inhibitor and 2 kills while Kuro was not involved, wasn't even there, didn't have teleport either. And such is the advantage of the Tigers that they don't even need their mid laner, who has 5 kills this game.
Must be nice. They have put together a 15,000 gold lead at 25 minutes, so this game has been a pretty dominant showing here. And they are going to go for the Cloud Drake in the end.
Take it down. There will be another Dragon Spawn. Lots happened this game, but it's still very much early days. 18 kills at 25 minutes. A faster pace than we've come to expect in LCK. But CJ really don't have access to many resources on the map. They have to be so shallow in their farming. BDD sniping minions away from a screen away. And Rock's just looking for an avenue to end the game.
We're not used to seeing this many kills, but CJ also, it really is on them. They made so many openings for Smeb's TPs in this early game, and they were just absolutely punished by the teleport play from the Rocks Tigers, not respecting it at all.
It was one team mismanaging their summoners, the other team maximizing the use of their summoners and the timings they had on the enemy summoners. So it was one team playing poorly, the other team playing well, which is definitely the preferred scenario.
And that's why you always take summoner timers, kids. You always take them. You write them down and you remember them. And Mad Life wished he remembered a few more summoners as he takes a giant chunk from Kuro. So that's going to be it for the top lane. Rocks got one more to go as the minion wave slowly pushes up towards their final inhibitor objective. Baron buff still going strong.
The final inhibitor, another poke.
Uh-oh, Kuro actually caught by the Chain of Corruption right there, and he's going to die to the Gnar. But we see Peanut already in the mix. Smeb just hammering away with his clubs, and he'll be clubbing 3 people to death for that triple kill. As now the game will end as Rocks Tigers head on to the Nexus turrets here, 27 minutes in, and a victory in game number 3 as we close out our first best of 3 of the night. Nice little turret dive there, or fountain dive rather. Peanut will return to the other side of the Nexus with his ultimate, and that is it. Rocks Tigers take down CJ 2-1.
And Kuro dying first in the fight might have been a source of surprise, but remember, he wasn't needed in the previous fight. They don't need no LeBlanc to finish this game, and Rocks Tigers, they make a confident re-entrance into the series that honestly, CJ looked amazing in game 1 with their new strategy. The Hecarim and Shen combo was really smart, but you talked about it, extended champion pulls. You ban away the Hecarim, you ban away the Shen. They were able to do it on the red side just fine. On the blue side, obviously, with less must bans, it was even easier. And CJ just didn't have that depth of champion strategies to really take out a Rocks Tigers team that has always had a massive champion pool.
And that's one of the joys of best of 3s, Papa Smithy, is being able to see these adaptations.
Look, everyone except Europe understands best of 3s now, Monty. You can't talk. No high horse for you.
I can. I just love watching best of 3s, Papa Smithy. What can I say?
Have I got a format for you? How about best of 5s?
Only for playoffs. Otherwise,
That's fair.
I do think it's a little bit too much for the regular season. And Prey there, topping the charts when it comes to damage, really doing work.
But it's a team effort for the rest of 3. Even Rek'Sai putting up impressive damage numbers. Varus and Gnar surprisingly did their bit. That's probably just the ranged auto attacker wailing away on a Trundle during the laning phase. But this was a one-sided game. We didn't see one-sided in game 1 or 2, but really ran away with it in game 3, did the Rocks Tigers.
I love their like 8-bit logo that they've got on the table there in front of Kuro. CJ Entus, they got 1 win this season. They came relatively close tonight, but by the time it hit game 3, it was a bit of a blowout. And who else could it be, Papa Smithy, but Smeb. The fans got what they wanted, Smeb on the face.
And a dual MVP performance brings him up to 400 points. It's the top laner's paradise once again. Smeb, Duke, Someday, the last 3 regular season MVPs in a row. They're all getting their due.
They are all getting their due. And speaking of Smebby will be up and the top right now. 400 points tied with Duke. And this play right here, in particular, just incredibly punishing with that teleport.
Nara's in bottom lane. Teleport nowhere to be found.
Well, we found it in a few seconds, but unfortunately too late. But the early kill that Smeb got for the first blood, combined with the double kill, combined with this very questionable play from the CJ Entus duo lane.
Fool me once, fool me twice was really the death knell for CJ, who, honestly, when I saw Smeb teleport top and Nara hadn't been able to push in the Trundle, pre any items, I thought this is going to go poorly.
I love this play from Kuro. Just coming back on through, switching up the chain target right there. Beautiful flash play from LeBlanc.
We wondered if Cry would see any play, but they stuck and persisted with Kuro even after the loss in Game 1, and the LeBlanc was a steadying champion in spring, and it remains that in summer.
Good job, Semb.
Nailed it.
Semb, the MVP of the night. And we are going to go into our interview with Steven here to translate. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Papa and Monte, for a great cast for today's match. And now we're moving into interview booth with our solo MVP for today's match, Smeb. Congratulations. So tell me how you feel about today's match. We had a very difficult in the first set. It was pretty tough for us. And because when we coming here, we thought that we can win the game very easily, but it was very tough in our first set. And then Cloud Templar are talking about the first match you guys lost because of the Shen pick from the CJ Entus. And then Smeb are saying that it was very strong initiating from CJ Entus, and our team were very hurried during the game, so I think this were very influential. And then Dongjin's asking him, especially you have picked Rumble in the first and second set. What's the reason why you choose Rumble? Well, Smeb is saying that I have practiced a lot in solo in my own playing practice with our teammate, and I'm keep practicing on Rumble during the rank. Now Dongjin's asking, what about Irelia? Smeb saying that I feel bad for Irelia. Now I'm going to practice Irelia during my practice. Now our Cloud Templar is asking him about what about Illaoi? Smeb saying that I saw Illaoi in LCS, and pretty much he's saying that there are a lot of fun champions in the top lane, so I'm gonna practice a lot of them. Now Dongjin is saying that in the second match you guys had a very attention during the game. So what do you think about the which player were very good? Smeb is saying that the part when Peanut had a very impact on, he steal the blue buff from the other side, and that was pretty part where we had to turn the game around. Cloud Templar is saying that you had they were pretty tough while the champs like Hecarim were very into you, and you had a very decent movement. So what kind of call were going on in the team fight? And Smeb said the teammate keep calling each other, keep concentrating on the game, follow the game through the, and then I think that's how we won against CJ Entus for today's match. So now they're showing the new video clip. It was the second match, I guess, and very close for Smeb for Rumble. It was very close team fight, but it was great initiation from Peanut, and it was great moving from a crew. Cloud Templar keep complimenting about Cruz Rise.
저희 딜러들이 너무 잘 큰 상황이라서
And Smabis keep saying that our dealer were pretty great on initiating and great on dealing.
저희 딜러진이 너무 잘 컸으니까 네.
So there's not that much for me to in the part of the game, but it was pretty good for our teammate. It was all involved in as a team. So Dongjin's asking about what do you think about Trundle because CJ Entus Untara made a pick against Trundle about Gnar. So he's keep asking about why it's so important every top laner using a Trundle.
네, 티어가 많이 올라가
And Smabis keeps saying that Trundle has great on both tanking and also being offensive. So that's why a lot of the top laners picking Trundle, and the tier itself are very high recently. So many top laners is using Trundle very a lot.
이제 그런 걸 욕을 많이 먹었어요. 제가 왜안 타냐고 빨리 안 타냐고.
Dongjin had a question about what about the teleport use. Today you had a very great teleport use, but previous game or the game before, there were a lot of criticized about your teleport using. And then Smab is saying that I have very criticized about using teleport, but today I think I did great job on using teleport. The video clip right now is showing a great teleport from Trundle. Now is the Cloud Templars asking, is it the call from the is the transport is from your own choice or is it from your teammate? And the Smap saying that it was totally my decision to make a teleport there, and it was pretty decent movement from me. And now Cloud Timber saying if you say a tiger, tigers are very rocks are really good at a mid lane and top lane, great using teleport. So what do you think about that part?
콜 자체를 정말 잘해주거든요. 이 노프이다. 뭐 이거 각이 좋다. 뭐 이런 콜들이
Smap is saying that our teammates really good at having a call.
그런 각도
Especially bottom lanes are very good at which champions are the skills are out and like teleports out. So that kind of call will really help me out. And now Dongjin is making fun of Smab about his pick
손에 맞는다고 생각했거든요. 경기 전까지.
against Swain because Smab lost all game while he was using Swain. Smab is saying that you don't have to use Swain. He's not gonna use it. It wasn't that great pick. And now Dongjin's asking about the next match. It's against Longju.
전 첫 경기 좀 힘든 모습 많이 보여드렸는데
And Smab
방심하지 않고 꼭
is saying to the fans that we had a tough game today in the first game, but we will do better in Longju. So I think that's it for the interview for today's, and thank you very much, and back to you guys. This was Steven.
Thanks, Stephen, for the translation with our double MVP, Smeb. Some call him Semb. We call him Smeb. And well-earned MVPs tonight for a player that has been struggling a little bit this season. But it does result tonight in a 2-1 victory in favor of the Rocks Tigers as they moved 4-2 on the season.
CJ played very well in game one. They had one good strategy. Didn't seem to have a second note to end the series out on. We'll see and track if they're able to do that as the season goes on. Unfortunately, that leaves them rooted in the bottom of the table, -8. So no team can actually fall lower than them without a couple of series being played. Rocks Tigers now up to 4-2, finally with an over .500 game score. So starting to creep towards those playoff spots. In just a few minutes time, I believe 7.5 minutes as I say this, we will see Samsung take on a Longju Gaming that, for once this season, is actually coming off a victory.
Yeah, and they did look good in their wins versus ESC ever. So remember, guys, stick here with us, OGN Legion. We are going to be back with that series, Samsung versus Longju, in just a few minutes. So stick around with us, and Papa and I will be casting that next match as well. So thanks for watching, everybody. It's been fun, and it will continue to be fun in 7 minutes.
get your number from a phone instead of calling asking if you're all alone, but I don't want to stay away from your side of town, but it's too late. Yeah, I'm in your drive right now. I don't know why I don't put it out, baby. We kiss and the flames just get high. But yeah, I know when I hold onto you, baby, I'm all tangled up in barbed wire. I get burned, I don't learn, I'll be back giving.
Coming up next, Samsung, Longju Gaming, 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 1.
Beat in sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
Today's matchup. Samsung. Longju Gaming. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 1.
Well, that was a brief and fun intermission, Papa Smithy. Welcome back to the LCK here on OGN. We are heading into our second best of 3 of the night immediately. It will be Samsung going up against Longju. Samsung coming off a loss against SKT, their first of the season. We have some questions if anybody's going to be able to beat SKT. Samsung came somewhat close,
Sure.
but they're still looking good. They're still have beaten everybody else they played against. So coming into this series, we do expect them to take a win.
But to me, this is a kind of, if there was a subtitle, it'd be a course correction series, because we just saw Samsung pick up their first loss and Longju pick up their first victory and look impressive doing it against ESC Ever. So this is where you really double down. Was it Samsung being beaten by potentially the best team in the world and against SKT? Are they going to be able to match up? Because 6-11, at least on paper, doesn't necessarily look like it supports Samsung's play style, which seemed to be pretty figured out by SKT throughout the course of that very one-sided 2-0.
Yeah, I think that as we look at this, QV, as you say, may be a bit of a problem in the new 6-11 meta.
Maybe.
Samsung still here, sitting at 4-1, however, and they were flawless in both game and match score before lining up against SK Telecom. So not only the only match they lost, but the only games they lost came against SKT. Longju, as you're saying, though, came off that win against ESC, and for the first time this season actually looked somewhat coordinated.
So they brought back Fury. Emperor had played every series barring the first of the season. I wrote down some stats. In that series, Longju gave up 3 kills, 3 turrets, and 1 dragon in 2 games. What Longju took, 29 kills, 21 turrets, 7 dragons, and 2 barons. That's about as one-sided as you can ask for against a team where I would have thought ESC Ever would come in the favorite. They've continued to struggle, it's worth noting, but that was really impressive. And particularly Fury, for the first time in Longju colors, actually looked really great.
Yeah. Well, he did have some good games on Jhin in the spring, but that was about it. Every other champion he looked really off on, including champions that he made his name on Samsung.
Lucian, for example.
Yeah, the Lucian, just not looking good. But this is going to be Fury going up against his old team. A bit of excitement because he did actually, of course, receive a ban for a lot of the spring season after some tampering went on between Samsung and TDK.
And he never came back the same. It's worth noting that he was by far the most impressive player when he played in the Samsung organization. And so far for Longju, barring one series, has been largely underwhelming.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to have to see if that continues tonight. It will be Fury starting again, we should note. So they took that best-of-3 victory, and they're trying to run with that momentum.
No changes for either team.
Yeah, they did also play a lot of Swain. Swain and top late in both games, and we've seen Swain, but he has been a bit underwhelming for the most part, but Longju managing to make it work.
I mean, Expression actually profited on some very good TP wards that were put down. Longju's early game, in fact, their mechanics have always been, without question, they have very good players mechanically on their roster. It's been about the macro strategy, and that's why it was a notable data point that they look so clean beating ESC Ever. And can they bring that momentum into this series against much tougher opposition in Samsung.
And here we go. It will be the Samsung lineup as you've come to expect. No sign of Stitch or Core JJ. Core JJ has moved to the sub-support role for this season. And Longzhu Gaming taking Emperor out of the starting roster, replacing him with Fury. Their last best of 3 proved to be fruitful. Is Fury back on track now? He had such a beautiful year last year on Samsung. And ever since, of course, that ban took place, his temporary suspension, as I said, as a result of what happened between Samsung and TDK and Longzhu, came back, really failed to make a splash, but he still has been doing very well in solo queue. So we know the mechanics are there. It's just doesn't seem like he has his head in the game.
I mean, Longzhu, for the last couple of series, had 2 players who were dominating solo queue, in Fury and Crash. We still have not seen Crash make his re-debut on the champion stage, which for me is sad. Everyone knows him. Crash is...
I really love Crash.
He loves the triple kills into dying enemy red buffs.
I do love that. I just think Crash has such a high skill ceiling that I just want to see more of him. But he's definitely developing on the bench. No shame in starting Chaser, who has long time now been one of the better junglers here in Korea. Has started to get it together again, too, which is nice to see. We have to go back to Samsung for a little bit, though, because Ambition is quietly having a very good season. He actually is #1 in damage per minute out of all junglers.
Wow,
and also #1 in first blood contribution rate among all players. So he's really been standing out for his team.
He didn't have the best series against SKT, but no one did on his team. And you're right, he's been outstanding in general. The pickup of Ambition was a bit of a head-scratcher. We thought maybe after CJ Entus, he really struggled towards the tail end of 2015. After a nice start as a jungler, we thought it might be over, but moving to Samsung has reinvigorated this player, and he led them well in spring, and it's only become better in summer. And the team has played as a 5-man unit. That's kind of the story, is that for CJ, he never got it together with his team. Even with Mad Life, they never really had the best synergy, despite being in the organization for such a long time, on different teams, but still same organization. And then you look at the spring season, still on Samsung, he was doing those solo invade missions and dying. The team has been on the same wavelength, and Crown, he's another person who's really doing it in terms of statistics. His DPM has been outstanding. That's the highest team percentage of team's damage at 33%, very close to 1/3 of his team's damage.
Yeah, not only in percentage, but also just in flat damage per minute. He's #1 in the league, and he's not taking up a lot of resources to do so either. So Crown has been absolutely amazing this season, definitely in contention for one of the top 3 mid players in this league. You combine that with the rookie and Ruler, who's actually been doing surprisingly well for a rookie, although we did see some cracks in his play against SKT, overextending.
And not mechanically. That's what's worth noting. Absolutely, he didn't know where to go after things started to go south, so he would just push up for farm. And as Banks said in his interview, he was just like, he shouldn't be getting away with this farm. Let's gank him. They took him down twice. He was held back. But his mechanics on Ezreal are not in doubt. Ezreal and Ashe by far have been his staples. So when we see a bit of an extended champion pool, maybe then we'll start to see champion pool issues. But for now, he's easily the best rookie that we've seen this season. He's been outstanding in his performance level. But if the team falls behind, maybe we will see him try to stick his head out, look for farm. It was worth knowing there was nowhere to find farm against SKT. Such was the advantage they were in.
Yeah. The other factor that we have to consider about Samsung, too, is that we've seen basically 2 strategies from them. One of them is a single target chain CC strategy, and they're very good at getting the proper chain CC, making sure that they pick off a target with champions like Elise and Varus and Ashe. And the second strategy has been a split push Fiora strategy. Now, the problem is that SKT beat both of these strategies. And do they have more depth? Because if they do, we haven't seen it.
And look, I would go so general as to say it was late game team fighting, which was their main strategy. They like to pull it to late. Their target selection, which is a lot like a pick comp, but their target selection with whatever comp was outstanding in a lot of those games. That was kind of found out because SKT just took it over before the late game team fighting could happen. And with the split push strategy, it hasn't been like the Fiora numbers have been impressive. Actually, 2-1, but a 0.9 KDA, less than 1 KDA on the Fiora for Cuvée. But the thing is, they've been so controlled. They've been so good in their shot calling that it hasn't been about Fiora killing people. It's been about answering objectives and objective calls with superior calls of their own. So it's been more on Ambition's shot calling, the team's shot calling, over necessarily the Fiora. They've warped games. They've won the games. They've been controlled. And in general, they've been very good at playing to their win conditions. It's just if you never get to the stage when you're strong, then your win conditions and how clear you are at playing to them just doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, so we'll see what they've got on patch 6.11, but At the same time, Longzhu coming in, and this is a team that hasn't really had problems in the early game. In fact, they're number 4 in the league in gold
They
differential
were like
at
this
15
last season
minutes.
as well. They're very good mechanical players.
Yeah, they've got their early game figured out to a certain degree, but when it comes to finishing, it kind of just all falls
So would you
apart.
say they can't seal the deal?
They cannot seal the deal. They're not like me, Papa Smithy. I seal every deal.
I read some competitive rulings about that.
I sealed so many deals, man. All right. Well, we'll be Vladimir and Nidalee, the first bans here, in conjunction with the Swain ban actually coming out from Samsung.
The Swain actually respected from Expression now. They manufactured scenarios where Swain can get into the backline and do a lot of damage. Seems to be an Expression special. There were Swain nerfs on 611, so people have been debating just how strong that pick is. But for now, it's going to see the respect bans, and let's see what's available.
Rise,
at
Kindred.
first pick. Rise and Kindred do seem to really come forward as the biggest picks available. We've seen Karma priority too. Karma is available, but Rek'Sai is the reach from Samsung.
Well, that has been a really staple jungler from Ambition because he's a very cerebral jungler. Like you say, that shock calling. So if you can get that information with the Tremor Sense in the late game, it does help quite a bit in controlling objectives. But what do you give up for it, Papa Smithy? It's Karma and Rise.
So the Turbo Rise could happen here. Karma movement
God.
speed for Rise to get into the backline. Also, when you think about the Rek'Sai, good for late game team fights, choosing the right ones. Good also if you're setting up a split push to give you information about where you can extend while that Fiora is split pushing. So it works really well in both scenarios for Samsung.
And it looks like we're heading back to single target CC territory with the Braum and the Ashe blind picks here.
Where will Longzhu go with their draft? So much power in the late game, and also a Karma that, for all we know, could be the mid lane pick. Expression has played Rise in the top lane through the course of his career pretty consistently. The biggest pick for Fury has been Jhin, which is available in this game.
The question is, does he have enough peel to actually justify that pickup here? And I think that you're going to be better off with a Karma Sivir in this situation, and we may just see the Hecarim come in from Chaser.
I guess people were watching LPL in the last weekend and just been tinkering with that Hecarim pick.
They may also have been scrimming the Chinese teams.
That's
That
true.
That does happen a lot.
That is a very true point, but only being flashed by Coco, not locked in with the Gragas selection, which could be jungle. We saw Beyond carrying on MVP from the jungle, and Ixu played it in the top lane yesterday. So
I mean, this is a great draft from Longzhu. Basically, they flexed 3 positions already, and how do you respond to that if you're Samsung? Could go with something very safe, wave clear in the mid lane.
They're going to go super
Yeah.
safe in this particular game. Will they visit the Echo, though? Because we saw Echo win yesterday, but not necessarily be convinced by the Echo.
I was not convinced, Papa Smithy, and it was, I think, a pretty desperate attempt by Trace. Now, they did win that game, it has to be said, but the Echo looked unsteady at best.
Well, he lost laning phase to a Trundle, which lets you know how far Echo has fallen. What we basically said is with all the base values nerfed over multiple patches, the risk-reward of running that Echo without lane dominance has kind of gone away. So we were thinking people would pivot away, and Cuvee, one of the question marks we do have, is his champion pool. So if he's still visiting Echoville, as we'll call it, I guess, for this particular metaphor, it's a little bit worrying for Samsung.
And it's going to lock in, Papa Smithy, so Echo will be the pick here in spite of all those nerfs on 611.
And now
for
let's
Cuvee.
stop the flexes. What are we actually doing here, Longzhu? We have no idea.
They're at the beach, they just got to flex a little, you know?
The flexing's looking pretty good, but they need to solidify. Oh, boy.
Wow. That would be, I think that is just a troll hover right there from Fiora. I don't think we're actually going to be seeing a Fiora with this particular composition.
I'm going to squint at it and hope it goes away.
Yeah,
It still looks like a Fiora from here, Monty. Can you confirm?
Now-
Still a Fiora?
Now, this does, all right.
Here we go.
Irelia.
Here we go. All right. All
So,
right.
old Expression pick, actually. So finally, SK Telecom, Duke playing that Irelia to great effect, and now Expression going to be taking it. This is going to set up a possible 1-3-1 situation, and, you know, honestly, for Longzhu, we didn't really touch on this meta and them, but Expression has long been a deep lover of the split push Irelia and Jax.
The Jax especially,
Yeah.
one of his most famous picks, and I really like it. If you think about the matchup that Echo was supposed to struggle in, we did see a Fiora lose lane to Echo, but that was Duke, of course. It's all about the all-in from the Fiora, and the Irelia is very much going to be of the same flavor, so I really fancy Irelia in this laning phase against Echo, and you talked about it. In the late game, the 1-3-1, itemizing against Rise and Irelia is going to be just... it's going to be pandemonium trying to put together any sort of items to be able to answer what could be a really fierce split push from Longzhu, but they have to get through the early game to get to those points, and expect the junglers to really heavily visit the top lane, because it's Triforce top laners that need to buy that item. They can't just build Swifties and roam around, so expect Expression to get plenty of attention.
Absolutely, and we could definitely see a lane swap attempt here from Samsung as a way to mitigate that. Samsung, they can, at least in this game, do some work with tower diving. We can see possibility of the echo flanks on the tower. They do have that power with the initiation from the arrow and the damage from the Victor to really just melt somebody and then take the objective immediately thereafter. So Samsung may be trying to go for a few of those plays, but Expression's back, baby, and it will be on Irelia in this game. I am excited to see this one. Longzhu with, honestly, just a ridiculous power pick of a draft.
Oh, they have so much power, but Samsung are on comfort, so comfort versus power going to be fun to see.
It will be indeed. All right, game one coming right up.
Ocean Drake is going to be your first spawn in this game. Samsung versus Longzhu.
Yes, it will be. So Samsung actually going for a deep invade here, something that we rarely see in Korea. Deep wards on that top side. Chaser going to give a chuckle to Ambition. Ambition will dance in response. It's a natural order of things. That's what I do when I see somebody laugh.
So in that time, I looked up the stats for
Really,
good old
no response to that.
Expression. No response. I got stats to talk about Monte Cristo. 8 and 5. Third most played of all time is the Irelia, only behind the aforementioned Jax and also the Rumble for Expression.
Very famous player when it comes to split pushing. For those of you who don't know his history, going back to 2012, 2013 era, and did take a break from competitive play for about a year and a half.
Some great players have had holidays. Prey also had quite the vacation away from competitive play.
He did have a year off. Tigers came back and picked him up, and it has proved pretty damn good for them, you have to say.
Except they haven't won anything.
Well, you know what? I think I'd rather take all those second places than be in a different region and never take a second place or really any kind of international prestige.
I see what you're getting at there.
Sometimes there's a silver lining to the silver medal, Papa Smithy, as I like to say.
Fair enough.
From this point forward.
That's one of your new go-tos.
I'm just going to invent expressions left and right.
Well, saw Samsung actually take the enemy Raptors, then go to lane, so bit of experience over to the Ashe. Expression was in lane early, so got half a level himself. With jungle follows and just how experience works now, it's very hard to get experience onto your solo laners in a lane swap, so half a level is actually pretty decent for Expression without taking anything from the jungle.
Certainly is, and this lane swap should be a pretty nice bonus here for the likes of Samsung. Chaser will be taking out a quick Scuttle Crab. Should give them some information after the lane swap. So here we go. Samsung first to the turret by just a little bit, and Ocean Drake up first. So will they be able to swap back and take this one up? As long as you're going to try and match lanes after the first turret goes down, it would put Expression into a possible perilous situation where he might have to overextend.
You can see that with the tempo of the lane swap turret taking being very ideal or very even, that extra experience for Expression got him level 2 earlier. Cuvée just managed it as the extra minion wave came to the turret, so about half a level advantage for Expression. Looking for a turret dive.
Wow, and I thought those turret dives would be coming from Samsung, but not immediately. Coco actually has to burn his flash as Crown pinches him with the gravity field between the wall and the turret. Coco there.
Really aggressive move from Ambition in particular. So a thing you can do when vertical jungling is enabled and you're able to come from that angle. So Coco has to flash, and suddenly Ryze was always one of these champions that was under fear of turret dive, and with the return of Rek'Sai, one of the most reliable turret divers when it comes to the pop-up CC, Coco already has to respect in the mid lane.
See, you call it vertical jungling, but since everything is at a 45-degree angle in Summoner's Rift, couldn't we also call it horizontal jungling? It's actually equally horizontal and vertical. I prefer to call it
You're being cruel here.
perpendicular jungling because it's perpendicular to the way you normally go.
There's a top quadrant and a bottom quadrant.
You mean a top half and a bottom half?
Yes. I do. We can all use fancy words over here. There's so much color.
Well, Papa, I think I just won our geometry competition.
That was a spurious discussion, Monte Cristo. We gotta be careful. I'm gonna start saying words that I've only actually seen written, never actually said out loud.
Oh boy.
It's probably among the first handful of times I've said spurious out loud.
It also wasn't spurious, but that's okay because it was actually a pretty factual, accurate conversation based on. You're gonna lose to me in geometry and lose to me in English, Papa Smithy. Don't do it.
My geometry's not bad. I'm more of an algebra man, though.
All right, there we go.
I can solve for X pretty well. X is SKT, by the way.
Well, you probably should move into full-time coaching then, because you may be the only human alive who can solve for X.
Fair. Well, it's going to be the double turret take. We saw answering rotations yesterday where we saw teams swap back. Specifically, that was a smart rotation with an Ezreal to look for the 2v2 after the first turrets went down. So it was Tia versus Cull in the laning matchup. It's going to be both outer turrets down, meaning that I guess Expression is less incentivized for this because he's not quite as able to open up space. Expression needs a minion to Blade Surge too, whereas Cuvée is able to dash around.
Yeah, looking just about dead even for our top laners. And
look at that lead, actually. There's only one lead that I can really see. It's 400 gold lead for Ambition in the jungle. That's actually impressive that he's just had access to, seems like a camp and a half over Chaser.
Ambition has been always, since his change over to the jungle, really a great at pathing, great at maximizing his farm. He usually comes out with very high gold totals in the games that he plays in. And to his credit, like I said earlier, he's been translating that into damage. He is the highest damage per minute jungler in the entire league right now. So he has been showing up when it comes to these team fights and making sure that that gold turns into actual effects on the map.
Late game team fighting was never in question. Was always the master of that from the mid lane or the jungle. But Rek'Sai's not quite Graves when it comes to being able to buy items to scale into the late game. We'll have her role for sure though, but it's a little bit different from Ambition.
Fury and Pure going hard on the tier 2 as you see Chaser drop into the lane to give a helping hand. Meanwhile, Ambition not going to be there, and it will be the Echo coming down to assist instead. Expression not too happy to take a look at that turret going down, but Longzhu may have a good opportunity to take a first Drake here.
Ocean Drake is very relevant this early in the game if you can pick it up. The regen stats for junglers and supports in particular can really be important. It allows you to get those extra camps before you have to recall, because you still get that regen when you're in combat against minions and monsters.
Yeah, Samsung is going to stick around. Now they're trying to set up a gank on Crown instead of just going for the Drake. They do have great pink wards there to make sure that there's not going to be any foul play from the likes of Samsung. Looks like Crown got that one.
We see Longzhu turn on to the Drake. Expression has not much to show for himself. Wow, a Cull is one of the first investments, which, if he continues to be well held, if we continue to see junglers path around Aurelia's lane, just that 400 gold investment may even further delay Trinity Force.
It really depends on what he can do up here with this freeze.
Well, this says I want to farm. I really want to farm. I'm not interested in fighting. Trinity Force and Boots 2. Let's go.
Cuvée goes for the much more important combat stats early with the Dark Seal.
And it has a stacking game of its own with the Dark Seal, but the Balmy Cinder is actual early game power. More than Expression was able to muster up.
Dark Seal great with the Corrupting Potion in extended trades, however. And we do have Ambition just on that top side. Great wards there set up for Cuvée so he can farm deep against this Aurelia, and they're going to have to deal with some pressure now down on the bottom side. Chaser hops over the back of the wall, and here comes a TP. Expression coming in. Fury with that Sivir ultimate, but it's going to be responded, but not early enough. Pure just going to go right in onto this one. First blood over to Pure, and that teleport is immediately canceled as Coco shows up with the TP as well. And that means a couple of kills, but they give up a lot of pressure on the mid lane for this one.
So Longzhu were clearly watching those VODs of the SK Telecom versus Samsung series. Another situation where Ruler and his support Wraith were a little bit too overextended after both turrets were down. Sivir pops ult, no answering play available. Sivir Karma has so much movement speed the moment that Fury hits level 6, and this also gets Expression some gold as well, but worth noting the first kill goes over to Karma, which is certainly not ideal.
Yeah, they get one onto Rise at least. It was also a 5-man commitment to the bottom side when there was no tower and there was no Drake to take after. So the punishment is definitely there. Samsung actually still holds a gold lead thanks to taking down the mid lane turret. And this really opens up the map for Samsung. I mean, they already have those 4 turrets down. Cuvee getting low though, and that's just going to be a solo kill. Expression powers through the parallel convergence. Cuvee only level 5, Expression with a level 6 all in.
And we talked about Cuvee maybe falling away with 6-11. It's obviously still early days, but the fact that he channeled his teleport late, cancelled it, then gets solo killed by the Aurelia.
Well, I think he should have canceled that teleport,
I don't know,
to be fair.
I agree, but the channeling of the late is what you have to talk about. The channel was already completed by Expression before Cuvee was able to realistically apply his own teleport, and then getting solo killed is, to the nth degree, a top lane advantage to Longzhu.
So the 1-3-1 getting set up pretty nicely. Expression with a farm advantage, 1-0 and 2. And the Rise with an early kill also. This is definitely accelerating the pace of the game for Longzhu as they turn on to this Rift Herald right now. Pinged out, but it's going to be too late. Expression gets this one too. It's going to be bad. And guess what? He gets it.
Yep. Has the dagger into the Stinger also in the inventory, so going to be super sticky with all that extra movement speed and the E to be able to get those true damage trades in. And Ninja Tabi's not going to protect you against the true damage from the hit end style, which has been the max so far. We'll confirm that the next time they hover over Aurelia, but
I mean, it really should be at this
for a
matchup.
long time it was E, just because the base damage was quite high, and in general the utility of having the longer stun duration. But with Stinger now entering the field as an item path second for the Aurelia, although we've seen lots of people disagree, we're actually going to see Berserker Greaves into the Sheen, so it's still not going to be the dagger, but Berserker Greaves saw a buff this patch. 35% of sack speed is the same as what Stinger now provides, because that was actually adjusted down from 50%.
Yeah, you have to think that actually, yes, it delays the Trinity Force, but Berserker Greaves is such a great immediate power spike.
Berserker
compared to the
Greaves
Saint
Phage,
Stinger.
I mean,
Yeah,
already
huge.
getting a solo kill. Good luck pushing up lane now if you're Cuvee.
Yeah, you can't run away from that combination.
Aurelia can really warp games, Monte Cristo, when she's ahead, because quickly you're going to get to the scenario where Cuvee won't be able to enter lane against the Aurelia. They don't have a teleport mid laner, and the experience for non-smite champions when they try to jungle has also been lessened, so finding CS farm experience, now not a trivial problem for Cuvee, who is on the Echo. It's not Maokai. He can't just make plays everywhere, most likely with this Echo. So suddenly, the headaches start to open up for Samsung.
Indeed. Longzhu testing the jungle right there. We did see an attempt at a red buff steal by Chaser, but ended up being secured by Ambition. Clearing out some wards in the river right now as the timer ticks down on the next Drake buff.
Samsung have basically had to use all their resources to start a freeze for Cuvee in the bot. Expression already has one in top and also has something like the Cull to really get extra investment out of this farming phase. So Longzhu will look to answer this tented freeze.
Oh, wow. Great play on the flash there by Chaser. Straight into Coco's Rune Prison. Good night, sweet Cuvee.
Bit of volleyball action there.
Good play. Crown will take the blue buff, and with Rek'Sai on the opposite side of the map, not a lot of counterplay available. Chaser showing up out of the blue.
You just continue to do that, and now just nowhere for Cuvee to go. He held onto his flash, so now he can slightly overextend in lanes. But again, the bigger issue is how do they deal with Expression farming up confidence. He's going to push out his lane because Dragon is spawning, and he wants to get a good teleport or item timing in if he's able to.
Yeah, great vision control from Longzhu in the bottom side jungle of Samsung. And it is a bit of a vision battle back right now as Samsung doesn't want to give this Drake up. A couple pink wards going down, and Ambition is going to set up a tunnel. There's a Cloud Drake, so not the biggest priority.
Juve will try to enter lane, but for now, smartly hanging back as far as possible. Really aggressive pink ward in that lane brush. Gives Expression full information, and Longzhu as a result, full information about their options as the Cloud Drake spawns. Minion waves exactly where Longzhu want them as they turn onto this dragon.
Now they got a little bit of movement on that bottom one, but it's definitely getting there. They still lack that mid lane turret though, which doesn't help them in this scenario. Cube trying to clear out this minion wave that you see Expression set up. Expression retreats into the jungle. Look how many people are coming topside though, just to try and kill him. And he's gonna try and actually TP out of this. The arrow's gonna miss. He's not gonna get out though. Nice knock up there. Wraith with the ult over the wall to make sure that that TP didn't finish. And now Expression getting beaten down slowly, finished off with the Echo ultimate. Wraith with a really heads-up play on that TP.
Yeah, knew the range of the ultimate so well to be able to get the cancel onto the teleport. Cuvée, importantly, now will be only a couple of 100 golds away from finishing the Sunfire Cape and actually being able to battle before all the item timings come in for the Trinity Force on Expression.
Bad part for the likes of Samsung is that they did lose the Drake, but only a Cloud Drake, and they at least stymied the snowball a little bit from Expression in that top side, which probably is honestly a better trade for them.
Definitely. They would be in a scenario increasingly where Irelia can split push. Irelia's teleport flanks are so strong because you just run at the AD carry and do such damage and have CC that Ashe can really do nothing against a champion like Irelia at best of times. And when that Irelia is snowballed, it just becomes a massive headache for Samsung.
Yeah, switching it up right now, Coco assigned to the top lane, considering he still has a TP. He will be the one matched up against Cuvée.
The headaches are real for this Irelia, because if Cuvée cannot match the Irelia, Ashe certainly can't enter lane against Irelia. Victor is certainly not the champion to enter lane. No real good other options. They need the duo system. We cannot get solo farm onto Ashe because Irelia will just kill you.
Especially waiting that one out before hitting the Blade Surge to begin clearing out the wave. Ruler and Wraith on their way back down to the bottom side now. As long as the support is there, the Ashe should be A-okay. Expression not with any kind of armor yet. And Cuvée, though, just getting soloed by Coco right now, and he's going to double back, but that may not be enough. Flash used. And it looks like Coco doesn't want to flash after that one to try and secure the kill. Didn't have wards in that jungle. With a pink ward at the Tri-Brush, dangerous to face check.
Definitely still take that as a big win. Speaking of face checks, Wraith and Chaser find themselves as we're looking for this vision battle around the Drake area. Of course, no Drake on the map right now. See that Irelia is very close to finishing off the Cull stacks at 20-something at the moment.
Getting there little bit by little bit.
Second item is always really interesting to track from Irelia's. Wit's End saw a buff on this patch, but certainly hasn't necessarily got to the point where it'll be considered unless you're really snowballing. Trinity Force and Guardian Angel were always that core duo for an Irelia, but Frozen Heart was the pickup we saw yesterday, and that certainly gets some value, especially against Azir comps. You just have to be magic resist from Expression this time around.
Interesting that they're already assigning Expression back into that top side when we take a look at Cuvé's build, and he's put that emphasis, of course, on the Sunfire Cape very early on. And especially with Expression having about a minute and a half left on his TP, this may not be ideal for Longzhu.
Sunfire Cape. At this point, though, when the component parts are there, the Sunfire should mean even trades. When the Trinity Force is complete, with a 20% CDR especially, another scenario where Cuvée really can't hope to enter lane against Irelia. It's fun to see these. It's really cool to see champions like Irelia come out because it warps the game. You cannot have those same scenarios where Maokai's doing just fine, getting a bit of farm here and there, Aurelia either gets the farm and is massive raid boss, or becomes just a point of weakness that you rotate around. So haven't seen this meta for a long time, but it makes for really exciting mid-game plays.
Longzhu here trying to play around that Aurelia's strength in the top side. And meanwhile, Samsung just going to answer with cross-map objectives right now. So Samsung happy to be not fighting for the moment and playing around Coco, considering they knew Expression's TB was down up until very recently.
Playing around their vision as well. Pink ward invested, and other wards meant that that was the only area that Longzhu could walk around. Just a couple of moments ago, Coco couldn't look for aggressive play in that area because they had no vision, but both teams playing around their power. Cull, I believe, 5 CS away from being able to be put in for the Aurelia, and wow, Expression look really posturing for an aggressive turret dive.
Just want to zone some people out right now. Downey's actually going to go for the dive itself. There's the arrow, hits Expression, and there's the Chaos Storm right on top of it. Ambition flanking, can't get a good knock up.
Karma Sivir.
Yeah,
Vroom.
backs off instantly there. And of course Aurelia with her passive, not exactly the champion you want to hit with that arrow.
I mean, Trinity Force only means that she's on the squishier side, especially compared to a lane opponent this time in QV, so bursting her down was certainly something you'd love to do. Victor was able to walk up, fly full combo, but not enough damage yet. Expression really wants to get those last 5 stacks of the Cull to cash it in, get closer to what I imagine will be some magic resist.
Yeah, especially if he will keep splitting against that Echo, has to deal with the Echo abilities and the Sunfire Cape damage. Vision wants this one. Spell Shield is up, can't find a knockup. Pure with the shield speed boost will get away. Crown thinking he may have been able to follow with the slow from the Rylai's, but can't quite get in range.
Coco's very much hit his timings, already got the transformation on the Archangels into Seraph's Embrace. Plenty of gold as well in the inventory, so Coco with those 2 extra kills is on point to be an unkillable Rise, and because he's snowballing, happy to just invest towards the Void Staff and delay Guardian Angel to a 4th item.
Cowl will be the item for Expression, alongside a cloth armor. A little bit more durability against Ruler in some of these team fights. Ruler not really held back though, already 2 items on the Ashe, so he will at least have some wave clear, but can't really move into the side lane, and the 1-3-1 split push is going to be online very soon for the likes of Longzhu, and there's not a great response that Samsung's going to be able to give.
Yeah, the Rise being ahead and the Aurelia hitting her timings means a 2-pronged assault that Samsung just doesn't have answers for. They don't have the summoners to answer in terms of double teleport. They don't have the champions to enter lane against Aurelia and Rise, so you have to feel like 22 to 35 minutes especially. Few answers available. Chaser's looking aggressive.
Yeah, Chaser does just get his barrel bounced back off the Unbreakable, so no engage found there. Hits everybody on Samsung back. And Longzhu, while they can do the 1-3-1, they actually have to push into inhibitor turrets right now, which is pretty awkward. Another Cloud Drake up. So they don't really have a way to actually apply pressure this early in the game, especially when the mid lane turret's still up and they can't really get those deep wards to protect their split pushers.
They do actually have a little bit of threat of Baron damage. They don't really have enough armor on their jungler probably to do it, but outside chance with Rise, Aurelia, Sivir that you could take out a Baron. So the moment that they saw Samsung cheating towards the bot side and the Dragon, they just walked towards Baron and put the Fear of God into Samsung. Glacial Shroud, so bit of armor and magic resist. And wow, Longzhu really are walking back towards the Baron. They're going to start it.
Yeah, they're just going to go for it right now. Everyone from Samsung
arrow
has to come back and peel away. Hawk shot followed by a nice Valentine's Day arrow soaring by the Baron, but doesn't find any love this time.
And Ambition, even though he didn't have any tunnels near Baron, he was the steadying person. He realized the moment the Hawk shot and thus the arrow came through, they could probably get the free objective, and they do get the Cloud Drake to win the war in terms of picking up something in that particular time.
Also, Longzhu didn't necessarily know that he didn't have any tunnels over there, so
Sure.
you have to play the respect of your team. And Longzhu had no wards in that top jungle.
Expression going to be very close to 40% CDR, 30% from items now, with Trinity Force giving 20%. Glacial Shroud, obviously, the other 10.
Rabbit really did go CDR happy after 6.9.
You say that, but it just feels like increasingly every item gets CDR to the point where tanks had 40% for the whole of 2016, and now it seems like every role has 40% all the time. Because AD carries at the start of the year for the first time ever got 40% CDR, and it affected balance because you never balanced around an AD carry having 40% CDR till Essence Reaver was reintroduced.
This is that point where you just remove CDR from the game and lower all ability cooldowns, but Fury gonna flash out of that, turns right around. Actually, Pure eats an arrow. Ambition, the nice knockup. It may take out Pure right here. Good ult, knocking up Pure on the backside. Chaser focused now. Coco has to run out, but he's gonna find some members at a choke point, and here comes Aurelia. Not gonna walk through the gravity field, however. Coco wants to get a root down, does hit Cube. Fury there trying to follow up, gets the auto attacks. Chrono Break back in, gets the flash out. So it looks like Samsung will successfully disengage. No one goes down.
Summoner trade actually goes over to Samsung. The Cuvée used his flash, but Fury and Pure used all their summoners. So in that particular skirmish, even with Aurelion Rise online, because of how the fight started, Samsung invested less and got more. So little win for them.
Still have a TP advantage though with Coco should they want it, and they are certainly interested in going for this Baron. They will end up taking out that ward, and it's time to hide on Bush, but that's not really going to work against a Rek'Sai who already has wards and vision on you.
I mean, it's not just Rek'Sai, it's Ashe as well.
Yeah.
They have a lot of tools to check, and that's not even with blue trinkets coming under consideration. Victor has one available, so Baron bait with solo armor is just not a possibility. If Chaser had gone for, say, a Dead Man's Plate, maybe you have someone who can truly tank Baron, but flattering to deceive at this point. Void Staff online for Coco. It's the Guardian Angel, I think, that really changes how Longzhu can position. Right now, Expression doesn't have enough tank items to actually dive as hard as she wants to, the Aurelia. And Coco has to be, again, pretty conservative in his positioning before GA allows him to just say, screw it all, and dive in.
Now, we come to a very odd point in this game, though, where all of the outer and inner side lane turrets were removed very early on as a result of these pushes, and we're left with 2 turrets still in the mid lane for Samsung and 1 for Longzhu, but it does mean that no one can actually really do anything on the map at the moment. Crown gonna get cute and push a Chaos Storm around. Chaser body slams his way out of it.
I like to think of it as idiot genius from the side of Samsung, because they've all these turrets being down means that the 1-3-1 is kind of answered by the fact that there's nothing to 1-3-1.
No, there's nothing to 1-3-1, especially when the mid turret is still up in tier 1. They can't get the wards into 1-3-1 right now, so Longzhu is actually left with really not a whole lot they can do besides fight over this next Infernal Drake that will be spawning.
It's either next level genius or just a happy coincidence that Samsung is like, well, we'll take this. It's pretty good, actually.
Coco is going to miss his Q, and Cube can't fight that at all. So gets his stun on the parallel convergence and then has to recall. Cube suffering quite a bit.
It's why you see Longzhu tumbling on the Baron. It's the one objective on the map at present with Dragon off the map that they could try and force something around.
Yeah, I think you just wait for the Infernal Drake, though. You can play that. You can definitely afford to play the long game if you're Longzhu here.
Aurelia, Rise, Sivir also a late game damage beast in her own right.
Ambition on the prowl around that. Top rivers, plenty of wards placed here in favor of Samsung.
A stanza like this has been commonplace in Samsung games this season. They drafted the Rek'Sai very early. The Ashe also gives them information. They have so much information about Longzhu's moves, and we've outlined it a couple of times. Longzhu doesn't have the obvious objectives to 1-3-1 with their double TP advantage that a standstill in some ways plays into Samsung's hands. They have been better at late game fighting than basically every team in the league outside of SKT, who admittedly hasn't late game team fought because they just never got to a late game. And Longzhu will take it because they have the champions, but it's going to really be a lot of information for us as viewers to find out, do Longzhu have the shot calling in the late game to complement the drafts that they put together?
Historically, the answer has been no.
Certainly.
But they were also gifted just a ridiculous draft here. You have to admit, we've never seen really teams pick up these specific 4 champions before in Sivir, Karma, Irelia, and Rise, all of which are major power picks.
Good luck kiting away from Sivir, Karma, Rise.
Not going to happen. Especially when there's an Irelia getting in your back and slowing and/or stunning you.
I mean, you just think about the late game as we see Samsung and Longzhu put out love taps around this Infernal Drake. The moment Guardian Angel's there, you can flash aggressively to get the root.
Sees Ruler in that backline, watches him walk into the brush. Parallel Convergence is down. Arrow's going to hit Chaser. Try and burn down this Infernal Drake. It does get releashed though. Ruler keeps his eyes on Expressions Irelia. He's seen in that brush. Will try and clear out that ward. Pink ward in the brush there for Longzhu. It is secured by Chaser. Not a good smite there coming in from Samsung. So Longzhu gets what they want, the Infernal Drake, but they can't actually seal the deal.
Pretty big mistake from Ambition. He was a level up, so should have been able to hit. It was at 818 HP, so it looks like he was about 60 HP short with the smite. Was able to be confirmed by Chaser, and an Infernal Drake to pile onto the draft they got is just absolutely the cherry on top.
And there's not really going to be a chance at all, considering the Elder Dragon is up next for Samsung to pick up an Infernal Drake of their own. So have to deal with the fact that Longzhu is going to have that 8% more damage, and there's not going to be a response possible from the side of Samsung.
Again, no guarantees because of Longzhu's reputation at choking in the late game, of not being on the same page in team fights in the late game, that everything comes together. But with this draft, it feels like it's almost idiot-proof.
Almost.
The Idiot's Guide to Late Game. Irelia, Rise, Sivir, Karma.
Is it Longzhu proof though? That's going to be the question.
Oh,
The Longzhu proof draft.
it's just so much power. And Longzhu looked better with this lineup that they haven't been fielding. So, for a couple of reasons, we can remain optimistic about Longzhu. They're 1,000 gold up and winning the game also.
That's a great reason to be optimistic about Longzhu.
But isn't it great that Longzhu might be a team that we can look to their fixtures and think, wow, that could be close, or wow, they could be a contender. Speaking of contending,
And there's the W right onto Ambition from Rise. They're going to try and slow it up. And Volley with the Death Ray actually nearly takes out Pure. Ambition somehow slides underneath the terrain with the tunnel and actually manages to escape from all of that. Enough defensive stats to make it out of harm's way, just using his flash. No summoners burned on the side of Longzhu, however, as they collapse.
that's the thing, they didn't invest any summoners, and Ambition having no flash means that, of course, Rek'Sai in a team fight going to be not even able to close the distance onto a carry at the best of times, going to be purely peeling with the Unburrow. So it is a big cost, but obviously the life would have probably meant Baron for Longzhu.
Irelia actually finishing up the Spirit Visage. They're getting both the Cloak and the Glacial Shroud. The question, what is Ambition going to do next? Is he going to complete the Frozen Heart or buy a GA straight up? I got my answer, Bob Smithy, immediately.
That is a big investment also out of nowhere. So clearly was sitting on a lot of gold as they tried to make that pick. Now this is ultimately Irelia running at Ashe, the team fight. Ashe will be by far the person who will be singled out. No QSS. Actually, sorry, Mikuro Scimitar is completed, but that's not going to be enough. We'll first see the flash root from Coco, who has his Guardian Angel also. And the moment that's cleansed away, Irelia has free reign to run at the Ashe. All the CC in the world. Very, very tough to slow down an Irelia.
A lot of pink wards taken out at the top side by Samsung right now. Continue their march forward down the mid lane.
They want to force Irelia to teleport defensively, or Rise, whichever they will take.
Samsung has done an extremely good job of keeping this mid lane turret up. That is the one thing that's prevented Longzhu from really playing out their strategy correctly.
Now, they haven't been allowed to back just yet. Only Braum is channeling the recall. Expression has already used the ultimate though, so doesn't have the ability to push his minions super fast. And Cuve's going to walk down, so we're talking about 3, 4, 5 auto attacks, but maybe not enough. Can it continue going though, Expression?
Zips out of the parallel convergence. No real harm. And now the counter push coming in. They're going to dive this one again, though. Chaser just tossing The explosive cask straight into Unbreakable.
Party cask.
I don't really understand why he keeps doing that. He sees Unbreakable up, still starts going for the body slam explosive cask engage.
Longzhu do have one thing to show for their early game, and that has been the dragons. Infernal Drake spawns in a minute and a half. Baron also on the map.
Should be an Elder Dragon.
Elder Drake, sorry, yep, that's what I meant. Infernal feels like Elder sometimes. A lot of power there.
There's a lot of fire, you know, in both of them. You get to see the fire with the Elder Drake.
This is actually an
Burning
interesting
away on
scenario
people.
because honestly, Samsung would probably take Baron over the Infernal Drake.
Samsung QV with a very awkward teleport. That is going to be absolutely devastating to them. Unless they can cut up through the river and try and get Coco and Pure immediately.
There are no pick teleports from an Echo onto Sivir Karma.
No,
That just doesn't
absolutely
happen.
not. Very bizarre decision from QV.
And now you just rush at this inhibitor turret, and if you had full information about the other 4 members' whereabouts, you just dive roll up, but you do not have that as expression, so you cannot dive the Ashe, tempting as it might be.
But you can't sit in that bush and just keep pushing the waves relentlessly. Now that they have that mid lane turret down, the control over Baron is magnified for Longzhu.
This is where Aurelia will start to pick up unanswered CS. No sign of a Flame Horizon, actually only 35 CS between the laners. Probably sitting on another nice mountain of gold as expression. Baron has been the almost battleground for about 15 minutes, literally since it spawned, but no team has been realistically able to start it.
QV back to push this lane in top, and they're getting close to just pulling the trigger from Expression and going all in for this Baron. If they keep seeing QV down there, that's exactly what's going to result from Samsung's decision making, and they're going to go for it.
There's no real way for the cancel the teleport. Requires a lot of setup. QV starts walking. It's going to take a while to get there. Baron at 6,000.
Yeah, and there's the TP, Expression coming in on the left-hand side. Volley's going to hit him. Pure eats the arrow. Wraith follows it up with the Glacial Fissure, but they're going to pull off, so Longzhu not going to commit to that Baron. They looked for the turn, and QV manages to walk all the way from the bottom side of the map as Longzhu gets cold feet.
And they were really hesitant to pull the damage on DPS. They pulled off very early. Most teams will pull off at 2,000, 3,000 health. They pulled off at 6,000, bought enough time with the arrow to cancel the advantage of the teleport, and QV got there just in time.
Yeah, really want to use these zones. Gravity Field and Parallel Convergence. Ambition playing the backside, preventing any kind of engage by threatening the knock-up. Chaser coming in again. Still has the explosive cask this time, though. Didn't just toss it into the Unbreakable. And now here we go. Will be the Unbreakable coming out, or the explosive cask rather, isolating QV on the flank. Is a 1 for 0 now for Longzhu, but they have been chunked pretty low.
They're probably too low to take the Baron, even though Coco and Expression with all this gold are near full health with Guardian Angels. They want more kills, and they're going to look hard.
They have Crown flashing out of that one, immediately puts down the Gravity Field. Chaser caught up in the Gravity Field right now. Crown still trying to kite this out, but Expression already on the back line. Randuin's has been popped. Ambition rooted by the Rise, has to tunnel under into the Raptor Pit. Longzhu pick up another kill, but it's only on to Wraith.
And Ambition has tunnels around this Baron to ult into the moment that he channels back. Will he have enough time, though? Still backing. 7,000 health, close to 5,000. Rek'Sai will be there. There is the outside chance of a steal, but no, it's falling too low. 5 members. Going to be Baron to Longzhu.
Ambition thought better of that one. Ruler and Crown not able to participate in that fight. Ambition getting there a little late. Let's take a look at that replay.
So Chaser for once holds the explosive cast. He should have just flash ulted at some point, but he keeps holding onto the flash. Eventually just goes for the body slam. Hits QV, gets a mini stun against a wall, but that's the minimum. Beyond, for example, on the Gragas, pulled off some amazing casts when we saw him, but Chaser doesn't seem comfortable on the Gragas.
No, there was definitely better placement. He actually could have knocked QV and Ambition out there, but kind of botched it.
He used the flash in this case with the body slam, and while they pick up a single kill, you mentioned it, was only onto the support. It did turn into a Baron. Sivir's ult was already up again. Short is the cooldown at this point in the game, but feels like Longzhu keep getting the minimum, which means that Samsung, who should be out of it, are still in touching distance.
Yeah, they've been at least team fighting very well. And the fact that they have been tenaciously holding on to their mid turrets been a big point of contention in this game, but one that Samsung has successfully capitalized on. Especially comes in, taps him with the Equilibrium Strike. Dodges right back out. So here comes the setup, and there's the Sivir ult. Can they catch anybody? Especially goes right back in onto the back line. Parallel converges down. Especially has been stunned up in the front line. Fury now the target. Fury burning with the Chaos Storm. He's going to fall. Meanwhile, Ruler kiting out Expression right here. It's a bit of a disaster for Longzhu, but can they turn it around? Coco still up, still alive. Expression gets the GA and nearly takes out Ruler. Trying to chase down Chaser right now. Expression wants to get these blade surges off. Chaser moves forward, body slam with the barrel roll, and at the end, it's just a 1v1, or 1-for-1 rather. Crown and Fury both falling, but the Baron buff still rolling for the likes of Longzhu.
Samsung team fight so well despite the late game power shots, despite the Aurelia rise. Never were they able to open up on the backline the moment Expression dived in to do so. He was well DPS down. Credit to Ruler, able to navigate the fight, do damage on an Ashe. So often we see a mobile AD carry like Ashe get kited out and not be able to do any damage. But he did his part, and it ends up just being a trade between the two teams.
Yeah, Crown 2 catching Fury out with that gravity field.
So this was a much, much better fight from Chaser. You notice, holds onto the cooldown and then throws out the explosive cast. We get a bit of internet lag there, but it does bounce everyone back into the fight. And Chaser, the thing here is that Expression can't get on Ruler, and the tanks are doing their job. And Gragas, after using their explosive caster at the point in the game where he doesn't really do damage, doesn't really apply CC, and 3 low members lets you know that Samsung divided up their members as well as they could.
Ruler really did play that team fight impressively well. You could see, yeah, he waited on the edge of that parallel convergence. The GA came back up and instantly hit the Mercurial Scimitar and the Flash to continue kiting Expression and make sure he didn't die.
Just to be so steady in a situation as a rookie. Really impressive to see. Obviously not going to toss the explosive cast onto Guardian Angel Ambition. Elder Drake would be really nice to pair with what was the Baron. Of course, Baron buff will be wearing off in just a couple of seconds.
Game still incredibly even. That 4.5K difference that Longzhu has in 41 minutes. Relatively irrelevant.
Just keep seeing flashes of the brilliance of Samsung's late game team fights. And even this draft for Longzhu hasn't allowed them to pull ahead anywhere near as you might have expected.
Coco here.
They got to make a clear call. They got to take something. They've been so quick to peel off.
Oh, they're going to find him in the brush. Force Coco to actually back off. Gravity Field dropped early on as they get a little bit scared. So Gravity Field and Parallel Convergence down for a few seconds. Elder Dragon still has a lot of HP remaining.
Coco's walked all the way around. They are grouped as 5 now. They don't have to worry about positioning as much.
It's a good situation for Samsung, though. No flank onto their back line.
Elder Drake actually releashed. Now it's back up to 7,000 health. It's starting to burn it down.
There's the... Oh, Fury just going to block the arrow right with his spell shield at the start of this fight. Parallel Convergence not actually going to be triggered, but the Elder Dragon is released. Chrono break in. QB has to flash out, but Chaser all alone. Focused down by Samsung. Does have the GA, will be coming back to life. And this dragon is still just firing away on the likes of Longzhu. Samsung trying to pull off the big win. QB has TP and is recalling.
Come back in. It's such an extended fight. Fury takes the ultimate. Are we going to actually see someone come down?
Yeah, Expression, the next target. He can't get back there. Fury zoned out with the help of the Chaos Storm. Ambition falling very low. Does have his GA available. And that's going to be it. Ashe going to take the Elder Dragon. And now Longzhu. Are they going to stick around for this? Are they going to go on the run? Ambition falling. GA up. Coco stuck in the gravity field. Ambition can get out with a flash after his tunnel, and Samsung with the steal after killing Chaser, but it's Ruler who picks up the final blow, and they will get away with an Elder Dragon against all odds.
Have you ever seen such a titanic fight around a Drake? But that's what something like Elder Drake puts on the map. It felt like it was a fight around a 5th dragon, which with the Infernal Drake stacks might well have been. It's so long. This is a minute and a half into the dance around this Drake. The Smite, which at this point is around 900 health, isn't enough. So actually an auto attack from 6 HP takes it down for the Ashe. They pick up 1 exit kill. It's just onto Chaser, but no one dies from Samsung. veteran shot calling from two teams that have veteran shot callers, but Samsung consistently have been on the same page in summer 2016, and they just eke out what is a really big blow in denying the Elder Drake from Longzhu.
And it's also going to be up while the Baron respawns. So this is the big turning point
That
for
true damage
Samsung
burn
here.
is going to start answering some of the damage that Longzhu innately has.
Yeah, and there's so much poke. Volley, Prey Seeker, Death Ray to apply this true damage burn that Samsung has a lot of potential here just to take some chunks out of their opponent before any kind of engage can happen.
Coco's been sitting at 6 items for a long time, fully built on the Rise Death Cap as the last build. You don't normally see it. You see the Crown working towards the Lich Bane as final items, but everyone is gearing up for an eventual fight where people will die, which isn't going to be true, but it's going to be long because Guardian Angels are all over the Rift.
Yeah. Big problem, though. Fury and Coco both with flashes down. Also Chaser, and he is their primary form of engage.
Samsung are looking to potentially rush the Baron on spawn. They have a pink ward on it.
Yep, but there's a blue trinket. Will get into the pit, so they know what's going down.
Good
Samsung
damage.
Still just putting down the deeps. Now Chaser comes in, parallel convergence. Chases him off, so we're back to a standstill, but this is fine for Samsung. They can get the true damage poke again.
And worth knowing, they pulled one of the two teleports Longzhu had as an advantage away. They forced Expression to react. Now only Rise has that teleport. Can't even find a scenario to send the Rise to top. They're going to try to double back on mid, but don't think Samsung going to call this bluff just yet.
No, they have pink ward coming in, so they'll be able to see if this
Ruler is obliterating Baron.
again, using their zoning tools, parallel convergence, but Longzhu not biting. And this is a very large minion wave that we see developed in this top lane. Somebody's going to have to deal with it. Rise, in the meantime, is pushing down and now teleporting back as the Baron reaches about 50% HP. Arrow flies wide. One less tool there for the likes of Samsung.
Game is on such a knife edge, and Samsung are going to win in this reality. It looks like they're going to get that inhibitor turret. The minions leash away and haven't quite taken down the turret, but it's so low.
Oh no, just a couple
There
more,
it
and there it is. So many caster minions may be able to take the inhibitor as well. Again, they're just back off, unwilling to commit. At this point in time, Chaser tries to clear out that pink ward, so at least they get something in that pit. Bit of a risk. And the minion wave in mid is actually pushing back towards Longzhu right now.
It'd be a mistake for Longzhu to fight. They do not have flash on Fury. Ruler has flash himself.
And they use 2 TP, so they actually can't clear out the minion wave in the top side right now. And that's what Samsung is banking on. Samsung just playing this dance as long as they can. Here's the engagement, though. Fury going to catch out Cube with the help of the ultimate W from the Rise. Now he's got the GA coming back up. Cube is just going to chrono break now to try and get some of that health back. So no more GA onto the Echo. Expression now sees his time to go in. Crown has to flash away. Still just the poke, the poke, the poke. And Samsung trying to get time onto this inhibitor. Longzhu has to do this Baron now to equalize.
They cannot get back to defend their inhibitors. They want to make the proactive play. They want to fight now. They want to turn. But the Baron, as far as we can tell, still pretty healthy.
Yeah, turning now. Gravity Field is down. Samsung kiting back into this choke. Wraith has to flash to avoid death from Coco. And the volleys just keep on coming through. Meanwhile, Baron's still doing some damage from inside the pit. That inhibitor, for some reason, is still not dead in spite of the number of minions pouring into Longzhu's base.
Feels like Birdman, the League of Legends game. No cuts, only action around objectives. Have to keep going. Don't have any play-by-play, so we have to share a little bit because so much is happening. Longzhu once again turn onto the Baron.
Oh, this is it. They're trying to use Sivir is back, available right now. So is the Explosive Cast. Meanwhile, Chaos Storm is so close to coming back up. Arrow now available for Ruler.
Baron at 4,000.
This is going to come down to the very end here. Expression tries to get the backline. Crown does end up dropping the Chaos Storm, but the Gravity Field right in the middle. And now Ruler has to flash away, still trying to kite out Expression. Expression alive for the time being.
Fury
GA
full
still
health.
up. Cube wants to get out. Ambition has his GA. Cube does not. And he's still attempting to escape right here. Expression's GA is triggered, and that will be a 2-for-0 for Longzhu. They are low, but they can still do this Baron. Ambition has to come down to the bottom side of the map where their inhibitor turret has been destroyed, and it's Longzhu going to eventually, finally, pick up this Baron.
Sum total of the last 10 to 15 minutes, one Elder Drake to Samsung, one Baron over to Longzhu, a couple of kills to Longzhu as well, but it's oh so close. Fought on the knife's edge, Coco gets flash up and just goes all in to take down the backline, and this is the explosive cast you want because Crown has no way to answer it, dies to start things off. Ruler flashes away, still does damage, but the story here, Fury is full health, and although with the slows and with the maneuverability from Samsung's comp, they don't die. From this point, it was going to be either a wipe or people escaping on low HP. So Baron finally garnered by Longzhu.
Yeah, wow. Well, TP's starting to come back up now for Longzhu. Did get the one up onto Expression, about to have that cooldown ended for Coco. So this has been an incredibly back and forth game. Samsung has just been so diligent in holding on to a game that they really didn't have a whole lot of right to be in.
That's the thing, is that even the comp and early game, Samsung should have been counted out by one of the two, but even with the powers of both combined, they find themselves competitive. They find themselves very much still in the game. 6,000 gold at 50 minutes is certainly in no way an unassailable lead, and 6 items have been achieved on some of these Longzhu members for upwards of 15 minutes.
Scary stuff. Well, this has been Samsung's power this season, though, is even when we thought they would lose, they found ways to come back and win. They team fought incredibly well, played to their win conditions, and just the shot calling around that inhibitor with the Baron was beautiful. Very, very nicely done from Samsung.
Ambition has not died this game despite all the times he's come so close. 0-0-1 doesn't seem impressive, but there's only been 3 kills for the side of Samsung.
They're going to try and go in right now. Aurelia's teleport is going to be forced. This should be Samsung just backing out. They got what they wanted, which was the Summoner spell.
Also got the explosive cast purely defensively from Chaser, so no more engage left, especially with Coco's flashdown.
No Summoners used on the side of Samsung, and they still have a couple key ultimates up in the form of Echo's Chrono Break and Crown's Chaos Storm.
But maybe Chaser will have the trump card. Flash in about 5 to 10 seconds, ultimate in about 20. This next explosive cast could decide the game. If it's on Ruler, they probably got it.
Yeah, no Summoners on Ruler, so he's going to have a tough time answering that. Meanwhile, Poke onto Cuvee will force the retreat, and they are going to have to cede this inhibitor to Longzhu Gaming.
Timing actually works out for Samsung. They probably would have lost that inhibitor whatever happened, but they don't have that window where Chaser has explosive cast to be up in about 2 seconds, and Ruler doesn't have flash. So the next 2 minutes or so, Ruler is as immobile as can be. We'll have to really respect the flash engages from Chaser.
Well, here we stand now. 51 minutes into this game, 1 minute until a second Elder Dragon, and considering that Longzhu has to deal with the top lane far away from the Dragon, that does complicate things for them, maybe forcing them to use Coco's teleport.
I mean, Coco on the rise is going to be very good at clearing out waves, especially when he's gone full ability powers. We see some rise go 2 tank items, Spirit Visage for example, but Deathcap was the 6th item purchased by Coco. So his wave clear will be just fine. For now, though, they're persisting with Aurelia top, which really does minimize their options. They should really be rotating Expression down, because Elder Drake number 2 is spawning in 30 seconds.
Baron buff. Like, it has fallen off. Hard to tell if they were actually too far away from the minion wave, but it should be departing shortly.
Looks like Longzhu just don't want to fight for Elder Drake. The fact that Expression hasn't shopped at this point, there isn't the most benefit coming for Samsung. Longzhu are really pushing forward aggressively.
Yeah, it looks like Samsung wants this pick. They have the pink ward. They want to set up this arrow, and they're going to be coming in for a possible flank. And Expression's all on his own. Oh boy. That could have ended poorly, but Samsung not set up to take advantage of him being isolated.
Being isolated, Echo's all on his own in the bot, has teleport, but teleport Echo has always had its own suite of problems when it comes to impacting a team fight, so it needs to be early on that teleport.
Longzhu really committing for an inhibitor, and looks like they may want to trade this for the Elder Dragon.
Elder Drake doesn't give a lot to Samsung. True damage burn plus on 1 stack, and obviously amplifying out of combat movement speeds. Not massive. I feel like Samsung kind of lost the rock, paper, scissors with that particular exchange. But if they win a fight with true damage, then that will be the answer. So fun to see this trade. Inhibitor taken and traded for an Elder Drake with just one particular stack for Samsung.
Longzhu also knows that unlike the last time, well, there could actually be a fight around this Baron with 2 minutes up, and that's where that poke may be a major factor again, but they don't bite. They don't actually spend a teleport there either. So they are going to try and just hide in this brush, see if they can make something happen, assuming that Samsung may want to push out this mid lane and then start getting some wards in early around the Baron.
My eyes didn't deceive me. It's 6 items for everyone. I'm including the supports with pink ward slots, so items certainly combined. Ambition really does not want to walk and not respect a brush, because one member dying probably means the game is Wraith.
Oh, wow. Gets the ward over the wall. Smells him. And they have to scatter deeper into Samsung's jungle. It's Echo really having a hell of a time clearing out these super minions with any sort of efficiency.
I think Fury might have to start taking a page, and he does. In fact, as I say it, has sold his boots, going the same route that Loken did in the promotion series. Trinity Force as the final item, so full damage. With Karma also, not going to have an issue with being kited in team fights.
Yeah, different though, the Trinity Force now, so.
True. So going to be a little bit less movement speed, all things considered, but Sivir Karma. I guess with the fights
That's what makes up for it though, right?
I guess with the fights going as long as they are, there really might be scenarios where even with Fleet of Foot and Karma having a pretty low rotation speed up, there will be scenarios where Fury might miss out on auto attacks because of the changes to Trinity Force.
Or die.
That's also bad.
He's not able to kite quickly enough and does actually get CC'd. All right, so we're back over to the Baron dance right now. Quite difficult for Longzhu against the Hawkshot and the Tremor Sense to not be seen when they move into the Baron pit area. Samsung knows what they're going to be up to.
Don't see the match from Ruler. He's sticking with the Swiftness boots, which given Ashe, you probably don't have the flexibility to change out your boots, even at this late stage. Ruler's been so good at kiting in these team fights. We mentioned that despite his oversteps in the previous series, his mechanics are not in doubt whatsoever.
Psychic Inhibitor going to be spawning right now, so there will be the minion wave that Echo is currently on and the one approaching down the lane of super minions, and then that will be it.
How do you kill anyone with all summoners available and just fairly low engage on both sides? It is not trivial to get a pick for either team. Good sustained damage, but not the burst to get someone, so it's a very rotational game. Longzhu going to start the Baron. Here we go again.
Yeah, this is the last wave of pressure, but we also see Echo coming back. He's going to TP in right to the mouth of the Baron pit. Glacial Fissure already thrown out. And now Pure and Fury trying to use that speed advantage to try and take down the last inhibitor turret right here. Bit of a risk, and there we go. Chaser going to get hit by that arrow. Does have the GA, nothing coming in yet. Adverse gets stunned by the parallel convergence. There's just no follow-up, as nobody wants to funnel through that choke against Longzhu and get disrupted by the explosive cast. So Longzhu gives Samsung a jolly run around the map.
Fury will have his ultimate up in about 10 seconds time. It's worth noting that when these rotational plays are enacted, Sivir will lag behind. She does not have the movement speed of Boots 2, and Trinity Force no longer provides movement speed. So there are windows where Fury is very killable on this Sivir.
Longzhu not looking like they actually are going to start this. They're waiting for the super minions right now in that mid lane. Samsung has been forced into the opposite side of the jungle, so they're not able to push up and still contest this Baron. Longzhu has started it, 10,000 HP on the Baron. They're going to try and catch Coco right there. Chaos Storm is going to get dropped early on. Explosive Cast hits everybody from Samsung into a wall. Fury's ultimate back up again and has been burned. Ambition, though, with a recall. Somebody's got to save the Nexus turrets on the side of Samsung, and it looks like it will be Ambition because he does have his ultimate still up to get into the jungle.
And now, amusingly, Samsung kind of want to fight on this particular tunnel because it's right next to Baron. So it's a pretty important thing to protect. Just looking at the minion wave, I don't actually see on the minimap any other tunnels on that particular side of the map, so suddenly he has to walk up.
Well, that's not something that Longzhu knows, however. Coco Gonna turn onto this Baron once again. Longzhu really wants this one. Wraith at about 50% HP. Same thing with Cube. They're trying to kite back yet again. Wraith had the Glacial Fissure off
Civarol
cooldown.
popped.
And the Civarol pop for the third time in this engagement.
How many Civarols does it take to get a Baron, Monte Cristo?
Quite a few, apparently. Cube's TP is 50% back already, and he was the one who TP'd in to start this shenanigan.
Coco will answer the minion waves. Worth noting, the minion wave pressure from Samsung has been superior to what Longzhu has been able to do. They got a free top lane inhibitor turret and inhibitor just from minion wave pressure, as in one of the previous Baron standstills that we've had this game.
Looks like we're going to pass the hour mark here. Mid lane inhibitor back up. Victor running through the jungle.
Sometimes you just have to laugh, I guess.
Keep spirits light at the booth, Papa Smithy. Nice and buoyant atmosphere.
Every time I see these Barons come down to 2,000 health or the first person below their GA, even I have my heart in my mouth a little bit. It's a really, really close game. It'd be exciting to see Longzhu take it down because they played so well in parts of it, but Samsung also have navigated a really tricky draft to get through. You could say, well, just draft better, but the draft they have has been played out very well, irrespective of what they gave over to Longzhu. Minions once again, nicely pruned. Gotta say, Samsung have been excellent at doing this.
And somebody has to deal with the top wave again, just because it is encroaching on the naked inhibitor. And Samsung may be able to force a TP right here. They're certainly going to try.
There's no wards down that are aggressive enough to really get much. Baron down to 9,000.
All right, they forced the TP. That's what they wanted. Are they going to keep doing it? Actually, Samsung, they're looking at it. They should back off. They got the summoner spell. And the minion wave is still pushing into Longzhu's base, so that is a bit of a conundrum. They are going to have to send Expression. It would appear. A little bit hard to tell right now. We can't check ourselves.
I've never seen a game where multiple Barons are decided and kited back from one single summoner being drawn. Once, twice, sure, in a game. But literally, this is upwards of 5 times we've seen these sort of plays. We see another reinitiate.
Yeah, try and go onto Cube, bounces it back right into the team. Chrono Break will save him, as well as the Gravity Well put down. Fury in the front line has to use the Civarol to a big hit from the Chaos Storm.
Fury's out of the fight.
Actually is going to move forward into the parallel convergence. Fury low.
He's out of the fight. He needs to find somewhere to heal up from. He can't outrun the gravity field, and every tick was doing a third of his health.
Yep. All right, so here we go. Back into the Baron pit for the umpteenth time. Cube dashes forward, has that protection, but he is falling very, very low. He has GA, just in case he needs to revive, and he also has his TP up and ready to use. He could also Chrono Break, maybe. Looks like it's about to come off cooldown back in. Nice little delay right there. Fury with full HP, so now it's Longzhu's turn. Cube has 8 seconds to recall and get back right now with that teleport.
I think he'll have to ult. It's much faster channel time, but nope, they buy him more time.
He did ult, actually.
Okay. So his plan of diving into the back line for at least the next 35 seconds or so has to be abandoned. But if we've learned anything, it's that taking one of these Titanic objectives is more than a trivial task.
All right, so Ambition now, once again, on the Rek'Sai. Back to wave clearing duties since he has ultimate available.
There's like 1,500 gold minimum on every member of Longzhu. They've been item capped for so long. They won the early game. They're only 4,000 gold ahead. But everyone is capped out. And at this point, Pure's like, well, no more wards for you guys. I'm building this large rod.
Get that sweet, sweet Karma AP, baby.
Well, utility scaling now on things like the movement speed means that it'd be relevant.
Oh man, this is
as late game can be. Jeez. I have to feel like a Needless Large Rod is woefully inadequate compared to a Pink Ward. If it was a full death cap maybe, but just a Needless Large Rod?
Yeah, I think you might want to wait that one out just a little bit more.
That feel when you have a 75 gold item that's only pipped out just by a 3,700 or whatever gold value item.
Ambition sliding around. Putting down the wards.
Jumping up and down in my chair a little bit because we're so close to something happening. It feels like that's been the story for 25 minutes.
This has been the longest, I think, Baron Dance I've ever seen. All right, there's the arrow. I've got to slam into Expression. They try and follow it. Great knockup from Ambition. And there's a further stun onto Expression by Echo. But they can't get anything with that chain CC. No summoners burned from either side. Everybody holding fast right now, knowing that one flash could be the difference in this game. Elder Dragon is up. We could see a third one. That would be the only time I have ever seen 3 Elder Dragons in one game, Papa Smithy.
Oh, it's certainly on the Rift, and there's only so many things to fight around. Baron has been the beacon for the past 9.5 minutes, but with Elder Drake spawning, we may finally see a trade. I think Longzhu takes Elder Drake as a swap for Baron if that scenario somehow opens up.
Poke coming in from all sides right now. Ambition tunneling out. Get out of Fury's auto attack range. Cuvée isolated yet again. But Longzhu pushing Samsung back and turning on to the Elder Dragon. Now, the Hawkshot's going to see that they're not doing it, so a little bit pointless. And it looks like each team, they want their objective, and it's going to be Baron for Samsung and an Elder Dragon for Longzhu.
I think a lot of people will still give the advantage to Baron buff over the objectives, but Longzhu will go for the Elder Drake. I think it's probably the right call, but it is so close comparing these two objectives because the window of time you can actually use this Elder Drake is very narrow.
The other thing that probably came into their decision-making was these minion waves, because the fact that they split and each team had a minion wave going in their direction means that they're not going to be threatened on any kind of naked inhibitor.
But this Elder Drake goes down so quickly, and it was amusing that both the previously prepared minion waves kind of mirrored the buffs that both teams, I guess if you ask them, if you pushed them, would have gone for. So again, Longzhu's buff is much shorter. I believe it's a 1.5 minute duration for an incredible amount of power, don't get me wrong, but a narrow duration and a 1.5 minutes, that's what, a tenth of a Baron dance in this game?
Yeah. Very, very well said. Our 4-minute Baron dances.
So that duration's already 50%.
Yep.
Samsung can just wait that one out. Their minion waves will continue to push harder, so
I mean, the question here for Samsung is, do you just go ahead and sacrifice an inhibitor or two and then try and end the game on the Baron buff? Because it's a lot of questions right now about how you play the situation. It's such a tough call.
wait out the Elder Drake buff. That is for certain. You do not want to get in flash ult range for Chaser. If a bounce comes onto Crown, they lose the game. Ruler also. Mission recalling.
Here we go. They're going to put up a nominal defense. Fury is going to block the arrow with the spell shield. Now he's going to come in, and Ruler bounces to the side, but no real good ultimate there from the likes of Chaser. Ambition gets chunked out, falls back. Crown defending him with the zone from the gravity field. They are going to have to lose that inhibitor, though, and they're going to have to lose a second one, too, because so many people need to go back to the fountain.
So once again, Longzhu take down 2 inhibitors. They could not find a way to win the game from here. They need to get to top lane to clear that wave because it is monstrous from Samsung.
Yeah, it's certainly been building up, and you can see Samsung doing all they can to delay them in this process, but they are going to get back there in time no matter what, even if they do have to walk through their own jungle. But Samsung does have a moment here to try and push up.
Waveclear needs to stay in mid. They don't have vision yet that Samsung are going for this aggressive, but they only get the information now. It's very punishable by Samsung. But I see Sivir there now, so much more difficult a task.
Wave clear from Fury. Present. So this game probably going to go for a little bit longer right here. There's no real way for either of these teams to win the game, which is why we've seen such an extensive delay. All of the engages have either fallen flat or been stuffed. You can see that arrow has hit a spell shield now on multiple occasions thanks to Fury dashing in front of it.
And now trying to protect their own naked inhibitor. Very difficult to do.
Might be able to at least take one.
All flashes available.
Yeah, Cuvée going to be the first target. Fury going very far forward, and that arrow not going to land true. Glacial Fissure has to be used to disengage right now. Samsung trying to kite this one. Meanwhile, Pure coming in. Flash, Q, knock up onto Expression. He's going to get chunked in a major way. Parallel convergence, but Fury actually manages to take out Ruler in the back line with looks like a ricochet, and this is going to be it. Samsung falling left and right. Chaser with the flash body slam, and now it is Longzhu rolling on through. Cuvée gets the GA, but a triple kill to finish things off for Fury. Now the TP's coming into the bottom side, trying to match here with the super minion waves. Coco is there. That is definitely going to be the game as Expression joins with the TP as well.
And it must have been that Ricochet, Monte Cristo. They were not even screens away from each other. But Longzhu, I have to say, the Karma Deathcap seemed to actually be super relevant because their movement speed, continuously reapplying that Mantra E, meant that they got that pick. They killed Ruler. Two immobile carries was too much. We're going to try to see a heroic defense, but nothing that Ambition and Wraith can do. In a titanic clash, Longzhu will win game 1.
That's right. And they deal Samsung their 3rd straight game loss after they started a perfect 8-0. So Longzhu really rebounding here, holding strong in a tough late game, and their shot calling did not crumble.
That was just such an insane game. I've never seen a game where there was no rising and falling action after about 35 minutes. Everything was a constant 75% of will they go for it, will they turn, will they take it? So often the answer was no. But ironically, one final fight, not around an objective, but just around the top. They got too cute, Samsung, trying to get an answering inhibitor, and it finally opened up a chance for the game to end as Fury puts out 77,000 damage almost
My God.
this game.
Well, that's late game Sivir for you, right? If you can hit the front line, you can hit the back line, and that Ricochet crit seemed to make a world of difference there at the end, honestly.
Had so many different ways to customize his item build, went with the Phantom Dancer over the Static Shiv right at the end, but deep breaths. That game was insane.
Really intense. And you have to admire the fortitude of both of those teams, too, because there was so much to communicate, talk about, so much to consider. And both teams trying to get those inhibitors down, play that map, and still not give up those objectives, separating on that Baron and Elder Dragon call, like, intense shot calling in that game.
And again, the only thing to pick apart from the two teams was the Karma, because of course, late game Karma, level 18 Karma only came very, very late in the picture. The death cap put onto it. That movement speed on a no boots Sivir was enough for them to close the distance. The Ricochet crit did the rest of it, and we still have a series on our hands, Monte Cristo, because we just saw Rox Tigers go down 1 and beat CJ Entus. Samsung, the big favorites here, go down 1. Longzhu continued to look good and did think through what was so many different pitfalls in the late game. For a team that's capitulated in much simpler circumstances, they did admirably well in what was 30 minutes of real standstills and Mexican standoffs around objectives.
Yeah, I think earlier this season, Longzhu would have just totally made a terrible decision there and lost the game. To Samsung's credit, though, even though with a tough draft, they still managed to make it a game. All right, guys, we're going to come back for Game 2 in just a few minutes. Hopefully, we'll get an even better series out of this one.
Played a lot of you might win it. It's like 25 the lives that you bust out of prison. Something's in the air, something's in the air. It's like that feeling when you're just about to kill it. Take your last shot, you know you're gonna hit it. Something's in the air, something's in the air. Whoa. Something big, I feel it happening out in my control. Pushing, pulling, and it's grabbing me. Feel it in my bones like, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Something big, I feel it happening. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Something big. It's like that feeling when you're about to win the medal, and you work so hard that you knew you wouldn't settle. Hands are in the air, hands are in the air. When they hear you when you thought they wouldn't listen, it's like an anthem that the whole world's singing. Hands are in the air, hands are in the air. Whoa. Something big, I feel it happening out in my control. Pushing, pulling, and it's grabbing me. Feel it.
토요일마다 상암 이스타디움 1층에 어김없이 출몰하죠. 안녕하세요. 위클리 SK 당군입니다. 반갑습니다. 자, 전쟁으로 얼룩진 협곡에 평화가 찾아왔습니다. 아무것도 안 해서 신경기, 일명 무저항 메타, CJ 간디 메타가 팬들을 경악해 했습니다. 사실 CJ 절대 안 물려있거든요. 바론도 스트레고 글로벌 골드도 똑같고. 근데 지네어 르블랑이 어깨기를 깨는 그 순간까지 협곡에는 아무 일도 일어나지 않았습니다. 르블랑 무혈 입성의 비밀, 그 의문을 지금 밝혀보도록 하겠습니다.
해보자. 르블랑 없으면 돼. 이거 좋아 이거.
미드 막아야 스킬을 하고 있어. 이거 르블랑도 와야 되는데 이거 라인 오면 이제.
거야 얘는 올 거야. 아 라인 막을 수 있어 오면. 르블랑 이제 올 거야.
아픈 물게 이거.
밀어. 궁실도 5초. 르블랑 안 한다. 할수 있을 것 같은데? 이거 내가 그럼 복 간다? 나 이거 바텀.
나도 뒤에 집 가는 거.
빼. 안 된다. 나 바텀 막아야 돼. 하고 있어. 야 리콜 끊겼어?
끊었다.
리콜 끊김.
그런데 얘네 합류한다. 뒤로 도는 거 조심해.
템들어이자 이거 따라가다가.
얘네 바람 쪽갈 거야. 그 다음에. 아니 나 오겠다 얘네. 이거 그냥.
최근 부진으로 위축된 이 CJ 모습이 그대로 들어가는 것이 아닌가. 이 바텀 오픈 상태. 문득 원딜로 몸리시를 하며 뛰어들던 그분이 그리워지네요. 땅땅땅 빵! 자, 지난주 수요일 지네어를 상대로 어렵게 승리를 거머쥔 삼성. 팀을 위기에 빠뜨렸던 바론 오도의 주인공이 오프 더 레코드 영상으로 밝혀졌습니다. 여기는 지금 OGN 사무실 앞인데요. 제가 여기에 온 이유는 지난주 화제가 되었던 바론 오도는 누가 내렸는가? 앰비션 편. 그 동영상 댓글에 많은 분들이 이거 PD님 뭐 실종되는 거 아니냐, 사망한 거 아니냐, 뭐 이런 식으로 PD님의 어떤 안위를 걱정하는 댓글이 많았습니다. 그래서 그 PD님이 무사한지 제가 확인을 하기 위해서 사무실에 들렀습니다. 일단 들어보시죠. 여기죠? 네, 여기가 바로 그 영상을 직접 제작하신 PD님의 자리인데 책상이 굉장히 깨끗합니다. 다른 PD님들의 자리는 뭐 이름표도 있고 지금 옷도 좀 걸려 있고 그런데 지금 뭐 없어요. 아무것도 없고. 마치 해고를 당한. 일단 흔적들은 좀 있습니다. 보면 여기 그 PD님의 작업 하드라고 이렇게 적혀 있습니다. 여기 이 영상들로 아마 작업을 하지 않았나 싶은데 요건 있는데 사람이 없어요. 이분이에요, 이분. 예, 이분이거든요. 이분이 지금 그분인데 혹시 이분의 행방을 알고 계시거나 상암 오젠 스타디움에 오셨다가 이분을 보신 분은 제보 좀 부탁드리겠습니다. 이분이 실제로 지금 저희 PD님도 그렇고 찾아보고 있는데 안 보인다고 합니다. 부디 그가 무사하기를 간절히 바라겠습니다. 한때는 챌린저스를 평정했지만 이젠 롤챔스에서 고통받고 있는 이들. 예전에 챌린저스 추억도 떠올릴 겸 오늘 승리한 MVP 팀의 이한 선수를 깜짝 게스트로 모셨습니다. 반갑습니다. 와! 왜 이렇게 발랄해? 오늘 뭐 어쨌든 승리했는데 기분이 어때요?
당연히 첫 승 챙겨서 좋죠.
너무 좋아요?
네, 저는 첫 승 못하나 계속 생각했는데.
챌린저스 코리아에서는 왕이었잖아요.
그쵸.
맨날 승리하고 막 대접해주고 MVP 막 이러다가 LCK 오니까 오늘 관중도 80명밖에 안 왔다고.
네.
뒤에는 매진인데.
항상 딱 강팀들하고 딱 이렇게 부스가 있잖아요. 근데 저희는 앞을 보면 쓸쓸하고 삼성 자리는 막 꽉 차 있고.
기자분들도 거기 가서 막 사진 많이 찍고 있고.
하면서.
오늘 사실은 이게 챌린저스 코리아 결승 매치였잖아요.
네.
그때는 졌단 말이에요.
그쵸.
네, 오늘은 뭐 준비 많이 한 거예요, 그럼?
네, 엄청 생각도 많이 하고 전날 2-3시간씩 뱀픽 얘기하면서
오.
정말 준비 열심히 했는데 생각대로 잘 된 것 같아서.
근데 오늘 뭐 본인이 황천 드리프트를 보여줬다고.
저는 분명히 심리전을 걸고 플래시를 3명 뺄 생각이었는데
아지르로?
네. 근데 아무도 안 빼서 저만 그냥 죽었어요.
마지막으로 우리 팬분들께 한 말씀 좀 부탁드릴게요.
앞으로 SKT 빼고 좋은 모습을 보여드릴 테니까 많이 응원해 주시고 경기 보시고 재밌다 하고 그냥 좀 즐겨주셨으면 좋겠어요. 저희 경기를 보고.
오늘 뭐 가서 메이플 안 할 거죠?
전 이제 메이플 안 하고.
메이플을 이제 안 한다고 합니다.
네.
아무튼 오늘 첫 승 거둔 이한 선수와 함께 봤습니다. 오늘 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
다 밀어요. 하찬이 전사. 플라이더 전사 4명 전사. 펜타킬 이벤트.
서드라킬은 수시로 나오는 것 같은데 아직까지 펜타가 터지진 않았고요.
트리플킬. 자, 쿼드라킬. 나오네.
혹시 저희랑 인터뷰에서 약간 좀 아쉬움이 남는다는
예, 더 보고 싶은 또 사람이 있을 수도 있는 거고.
좀 아쉽네요.
더블킬.
이거 되네 더블킬.
1세트에서도
그렇죠, 예.
아우렐리오 소리 나와서 아슬아슬했던 장면. 거기서 혹시 나 이거 잡혔구나.
잡힐 것 같다고 생각한 적은 없었고 실수를 해서 제가
예, 그래서 결론은 페이커 선수가 실수해서 킬을 냈어요.
트리플 킬.
썸데이 선수가 진짜 마음 먹고 나온 듯 탑 야스오를.
야스오!
솔직히 야소가 나왔을 때 썸데이 선수 클래스로 될까라는 생각을 했어요.
쿼드라 킬.
페이커 선수 오늘 또 경기 앞두고 캡틴 잭 선수가 또 해서 이렇게 하고 있는데
캐스파컵 해서 열차 보고 있고요.
페이커입니다.
여러 가지 슈퍼 플레이들이 그냥 다 나왔습니다.
그렇죠?
그렇습니다. 역시 페이커.
기분 좋네요.
Beat in sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
Welcome back to the LCK here on OGN. And hell hath no fury like an AD scorned. And that's why Fury gets the MVP. No, great job by him in this game. Really doing a lot of work with the Sivir ultimate. But honestly, this was such a well-played game from both of these teams.
Exactly, both teams knew their win conditions. No one ever pushed too far. Longzhu as a unit has struggled in the late game, so you expected them to make the poor decision, but this wasn't one of those late game clown fiestas where no one was doing the right thing. In fact, everyone was doing the right thing, and that's why we had such a long stalemate.
Fury actually flashed to the side to get around the Unbreakable so he could deal damage. And
So
let's
this
take a
is the
look at
fight.
this. I'm pretty sure Fury
So
gets
Roller's
a crit.
in the middle, takes a Q from Rise. The holy moly. So it was just the backside of the Q and also a Ricochet, and he died.
Yeah, Ricochet crit, so you can really see the damage there coming out of Fury. Gets a triple kill to end this game in favor of Longzhu, but honestly, the draft may have been bad for Samsung, but they still did a great job of team fighting. Longzhu, though, had that advantage, and for once, their shot calling held strong in the late game, which is, you have to say, a pretty massive improvement for them.
And it's worth noting that it's not that Samsung's 5 champions were bad, it's just the drafting phase, giving up so much power to Longzhu, I think, is where I really call the line, is that the draft was very Longzhu. The draft was very much remnant of what Samsung have been playing. It's just they gave Longzhu so many power picks that you couldn't be surprised that when we finally saw some semblance of a late game team fight, it felt like Longzhu had more tools.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like you ban Swain and Elise, first pick Rek'Sai, and then give Karma Rise on the first round of the draft to Rebside. It doesn't seem like
And that's what I
something you
mean, is
should
that
do.
the 5 champions they have aren't necessarily weak and had good synergy. It's just that the drafting phase, giving that power over, is where the problems really started there. So maybe adjusting the bans. The Swain on patch 6.11 especially, sure, Expression showed good performance on it, but losing 20 flat heal at highest levels is not trivial for the Swain.
Yeah, per bird.
Per bird, sure. A lot of 20 flat heals.
Yeah. So, problematic, I would have to say. Samsung, I think, if they have a better draft, they certainly showed again that they know how to play from behind. They're one of the best teams in this league at playing from behind, which is why they went on that big 8-game winning streak. But they have hit a bit of a lull, you have to say, losing 2 games into SKT. Now their 3rd straight in that defeat to Longzhou. Still showing a lot of spirit, though. I think if the draft is better, Samsung can still probably pretty easily take this series in 2 games because of Longzhou will probably struggle with some weaker picks.
I mean, this is 3 games in a row with this lineup and 3 impressive performances. I already outlined the kills and turret takes they got in their previous series and what they were able to deny away from EVER. Samsung, a big step up in terms of opposition, and they didn't really have a chance to bowl them over. They had a good early game. It's just the game got to that point where even with 2 inhibitors down, they couldn't take Barons, they couldn't take Elder Drakes. So we finally saw that fight, and it was honestly initiated by Samsung. They tried to get an inhibitor when they had 2 down, when they had to overextend. It was kind of the first time they truly overextended as a unit. And although it was in very unlikely fashion that Ruler went down, you can't really knock him. He was very defensively positioned. He just took the full Q and the Ricochet crit. It did decide the game.
Well, also, in a lot of those team fights, you could see Fury playing the flanks, trying to get around the Unbreakable so
Which is
that he could
crazy.
It's crazy, but it was really effective.
Also notice that it was Fury with no boots trying to aggressively position to do damage, realizing that if the Unbreakable tanks it all up, percentage reduction for the rest of the team, then he just wouldn't be doing his part.
Yeah.
That's why he had 77,000 damage done. Crazy.
That was really crazy. All right, we're into picks and bans now for game number 2, guys. And the question will be, can Samsung bounce back, or will Longzhou take a really much-needed win? Because you have to say, if Longzhou wins this could be a massive turning point in their season.
They already had the first blip, but this would certainly be the true data point, taking down a top team like Samsung, and it also would start to be mini panic stations for Samsung after such an impressive start. Losing 2 on the trot, one of them understandable, the other one a big surprise. Who's to say how their season would rebound after a loss to Longzhou?
Well, same bans for Longzhou, Nidalee, Azir, and Varus that we saw in game number 1. Rise has now been removed.
Rek'Sai too.
And the Rek'Sai. So no first pick Rek'Sai here to give over to Chaser.
Rek'Sai has really shot up. It's been by far the highest win rate jungler. It was at 67% before tonight's games, and I believe has only gotten better from there.
Wow, taking out the TF even though they're on red side. So Vladimir, which was banned by Samsung in game number 1.
And Swain still available.
I don't think Longzhou's going to pick Swain Vladimir. Stop it. You stop that, Papa Smith. You stop that. It's not going to happen. So Karma, though, up. And are they going to take some sort of jungler here? Now,
Karma Sivir would be no movement speed for the Vladimir.
Would be nice. They could take away the Gragas. Usually Ambition has defaulted to a Graves when possible, just because he does output so much damage in teamfights due to his skill in terms of actual teamfight positioning and his experience from his mid lane days.
I think you have to take the Sivir to give Vladimir another option to actually get into those teamfights, much like Swain. Sustained damage mages can be kited out even if they're able to take Ghost Flash in the mid lane. So Fury obviously just had a carry performance on the Sivir. Gives you some troubles in the laning phase. Against Karma also will struggle, but I think you need it for team comp. So let's see if Longzhou actually reach for it in this round of the draft.
Taking a look at that Elise, but usually those hovers, not really too important because if they are going to take a jungler, they won't bother swapping him around, just have Chaser select that jungler.
They could also lock up the Swain in this rotation.
Not going to happen, Baba Smithy, I'm sorry.
The dream.
It's not the dream.
The Tilt Monty dream.
There you go, there you go. Tilt Monty dream.
That's what I'm most interested in.
Well, Sivir Hecarim, that would be a hell of an engage.
Oh, no, Chaser. You wouldn't. You wouldn't.
Oh, okay. I got really worried
there. Was some pivots right there. I was like, really? It's the Wukong time?
That's when your coach gets mad at you, because if you accidentally lock in one of those, you look like a goddamn fool.
Is that like when you end up with a Trundle and your name's Cloud Templar?
Yeah, that is what happens, actually.
The hard random,
and
never
then,
forget.
And then everybody just hovers over it till the end of time. He's still dealing with that like 4 years later, Papa Smithy.
And then Riot releases a new splash, and now Dongjun's in on the fun. Tarek all the time.
Okay, so Samsung now. We'll have to see if they are going to reveal where this Karma pick is going. You'd have to think Crown given the fact that his DPS has been, or DPM I should say, has been so high.
You don't really want to show it now, though, do you? I guess maybe leaving your counter pick for top lane. Does Cuvée have a carry? That's kind of the question we're left with, because if Cuvée has a carry, sure, you can leave it. And the Vladimir answer from Faker was the Anivia, and that has always been the ability to wall off the Vladimir and either take him down quickly or separate him from the team fight is strong. And it will be Anivia, but this does mean Anivia and Ashe are both those carries very immobile.
Yes, but also have ice synergy. I don't think you considered that.
That's true. The Frosty champions.
That's right. Okay, so where is Longzhu?
I think you take Jin here.
Going to go
Oh,
after
sorry,
this?
they've already got a Sivir.
They have
Never
the
mind.
Sivir. We also don't know whether that Vladimir still theoretically could go top lane, but the fact that Expression hasn't switched over his summoner spell yet is a bit indicative of a lack of a top lane Vladimir.
You saw the hover on Lissandra. We haven't seen a lot of Lissandra, but anyone that can get onto the back line is going to be pretty happy if you can take down either the Anivia or Ashe. We saw the Aurelia lock. The Aurelia play was good from Expression, but he goes such a tanky build that he actually had pretty low threat by the time the late game rolled on. Now, if you fight early with Trinity Force tanky, for sure you can take down an Ashe, but if you wait long enough, you do kind of get outscaled by even just base stats, because you just don't die in one rotation of spells, but they will stick with what worked. They'll stick with the Aurelia, and it confirms the mid lane Vladimir.
So that Anivia will be quite happy into that Vladimir, and the Trundle would be, I think, a bit of a mistake right here, because it does give a little bit of carte blanche to this Aurelia to build damage and actually match up with the Trundle in the early game.
We did see Trundle win that laning matchup a couple of days ago, but that may have just been Duke being too damn good for Beyond.
I think that's likely.
Well, I mean, it's a fact, but also
Yes.
we need more data points for the matchup, and we're going to get them. So if we do see 1v1, it'll be interesting to track, because just the Grasp of the Undying Trundle was able to take out and effectively solo kill the Aurelia. Somehow I doubt that's going to happen again this game, but we did see a solo kill from Expression last game, if you remember.
Yeah.
Very early into what was that long 60-minute plus epic.
Look, I'm just happy we're not seeing the Echo anymore, Papa Smithy. That Echo pick, I've seen it now from Cuvée and Trace. I am not convinced that after the nerfs, this top lane Echo is any good. But Longzhu here, trying to bolster up the Vladimir engage with a Sivir ultimate.
I mean, Vladimir and Aurelia are both going to be running in with the Sivir ult. It's pretty elementary stuff.
Yeah, but having to deal with wall, having to deal with volley, having to deal with pillar, having to deal with karma speed, I really don't like Longzhu's odds of being able to engage a 5v5 team fight.
Well, set up a winning split lane push, maybe take some dragons, otherwise could see another long epic, or maybe it'll be Samsung steadying with a victory.
I'm curious about this Trundle Aurelia matchup too, and if we can see Longzhu perhaps winning the 4-1 split push, does seem a bit unlikely. So we are going to head into game number 2 of this series right now. Of course, Longzhu, after an hour-plus long game, did eventually snatch that victory, and they are looking to close out 2-0. So let's get on to the Rift. Mountain Drake will be the first one here on Summoner's Rift in Game 2 of Longzhu versus Cuvée, and it's match 27, which means that we are more than halfway through our first round robin, which consists of 45 matches.
That was quick, but does mean there's going to be plenty more top-level League of Legends in this season as we start to cement the teams that will be representing Korea at the World Championships in September and October. Looking at the Keystones, Korea is going to be going for the Warlord's Bloodlust, and Coco has been sticking with the now standard Strength of the Ages for Vladimir.
Well, when HP becomes AP, why not, Papa Smith?
Well, I mean, more AP now with the
Yeah.
changes. Conversion rates are good. Exchange rates have changed, so now health is the investment target for Coco.
I didn't know there was an Earth Nami skin.
There is. It's actually quite old now. Been out of the loop, Monte Cristo.
Out of the skin loop? Well, Nami's been out of the competitive scene loop.
Fair. Deep Sea Nami, though, is coming soon, so we will need to go back and see if it's quite as annoying as River Spirit. They'll have a field day with that.
I don't think he will. I think he won't like it.
Well, he has a field day not liking things sometimes. You know him well. We both do.
I thought I was the one who had a field day not liking things.
It's true. You don't like many things, man.
But I do like Aurelia versus Trundle matchups and seeing how they unfold before our eyes.
Well, so far,
level 1, it's not going to be very exciting.
No. Actually, there might actually be a pushing advantage for Cuvée in the matchup because he has an auto attack cancel at level 1. So theoretically can do more damage since neither laner has AoE.
Poking. Coming down the bottom side.
Coco is going to push.
For now, but pre-6.
Yep.
Pre-6. Brown with the Glacial Storm will be able to deal with that. Worth noting that Anivia was nerfed a little bit on this patch.
It was all about the mana cost of the ultimate going up. The big change in the rework was the fact that now the AoE from the ultimate does start very small, so when it comes to the pretty standard launching the E, then casting the R, you have to be very accurate. It's not as forgiving as it was before. It used to have a much larger radius at instant cast. To reward skill more, which, you know, has kind of been a trend from Riot when it comes to reworks, and can't help but enjoy it, because then when you see the players we pulled off, you can know that there's a significant outplay unfolding.
Yeah, I do like the general direction that Riot has gone with new champions, having these very high skill caps. And as well as, like you say, the reworks, changing out a lot of the very, very, very boring champions like Shen. Ruler actually eating a bubble right there and coming out worse in the trade.
Do you think they could apply Occam's Razor to the lore and fix that too? They seem to have fixed the mechanics.
There's some things that are so broken you can't fix them, Papa Smithy. Sorry.
Oh, well. It's worth a try.
These things include the client, a replay system, and the lore.
How do you feel about sandboxes?
Okay, well, Chaser comes in for the gank. We see Coco trying to come up here as well. Cuvée going to get tagged by the Cocoon. Doesn't have to use his flash, though. And they do see Coco on a ward. He was trying to get that bit of a speed boost.
Ironically, they actually wanted Expression to open up because he was down 100 health, so it would have been a stun on the E into the Cocoon. But because Cuvée was smart, had that spider sense, moved back early, it had to be at least, took a chunk of damage, and then Expression realized even if he dashed in, it wouldn't be anything really ventured, so anything gained from the venture, so just backs away.
Well, we almost had a moment of excitement, Papa Smithy.
Nope, no excitement allowed.
Perhaps the excitement is that Expression is now wrecking Cuvée in terms of farm. Cuvée had the TP.
Well, I mean, he hasn't backed yet, so the wrecking is kind of minute.
Well, we will see a potential wrecking. That's what I'm hoping for. Ruler
getting wrecked.
Yeah, Ruler definitely getting wrecked right there. Pops the shield.
Well, it's tanking up a few minions and also the Karma, so the damage trade does, while not equalized, go a bit better.
Cocoon flies wide. Bishop gets eyes onto Chaser, though.
Both at level 5, so it's one extra creep score over to Ambition.
Expression with TP, but consider Cuvée already used his. Wants to keep on that pressure right now. Continue his wrecking.
You can see a little bit about the matchup in terms of the itemization. It's actually a Ninja Tabi rush from Expression.
Yeah, it does. Just chunk out the likes of Cuvée, sending him back underneath his turrets, and Wraith is going to be the first to die as Fury flashes for first blood.
Why was Wraith there?
To die to Fury and Pure.
But Ashe had already recalled. It's not like Wraith got to lane early to try to hold the waves. He hasn't bought anything, so he hasn't shopped. That's actually really interesting. You can understand supports like Wraith who've been playing a lot of those melee supports trying to be pretty aggressive at trying to freeze the minions, but on Karma, just like Bard, it's not something you can do, so we'll have to see a replay to get a little bit more information, but a donation over means very early BF Sword boots and also the dagger for Fury.
I think he just got owned by a bubble and then ignited.
That would have happened. It's just, why was he in range for a bubble?
That is the question that will haunt his nightmares, no doubt. Ambition trying to punish this, but Ambition caught alone. Trundle Pillar will divide Expression away from Ambition for the moment. Chaser taking that damage. Flash, though, from Expression. Blade Surge, and then the ultimate to finish the kill.
Oh! So Pure made the roam. Another bubble was relevant. Cuve's taking damage too.
Yeah, is Expression going to go? No. Turns right around. Subjugate had been used, so could have been dangerous to continue following underneath that turret, but he got the win anyway.
It was actually really smart from Longzhu. You would have thought they'd back away, but remember what Expression invested in boots too, so he would always know Aurelia's fairly high base movement speed and boots too. He would always catch onto Ambition, who had no boots. Flash, Blade Surge was enough to take down the kill, and we talked about some of the struggles in team fights. When you start loading gold onto carries, those struggles go out the window.
Yeah, that's... Longzhu needs to keep this up, though. Like, they have to keep the advantages rolling because Samsung, their zone control, their kiting is far too good. And we know they know how to play to these win conditions in the late game. You do not want to go into a late game 5v5 against Samsung's comp if you are Longzhu with your composition. It's just not going to do anything for you.
I mean, there's chances.
So you have to win now.
Sure. There's chances you can win a late game, but it requires more on Samsung not using their resources effectively because on paper they have the answer to what Longzhu are trying to do.
Yeah, and Samsung is the team that I would not bet against to make those mistakes. I mean, I've seen CJ make the mistakes against the Vladimirs in the late game. Samsung on a very different level, and they've shown that they can play nearly perfectly in those situations.
Coco really now respecting the matchup with those extra data points supplied by Faker. He's going to go potentially straight for the Spirit Visage. Of course, could still pivot into Hextech Revolver and thus the Proto Belt if he wants to, but for now, Spirit Visage very much on the menu. And, I mean, the Drakes are the other things to talk about because the Drake RNG is really working for Longzhu. A couple of Infernal Drakes. I mean, Coco double scales off ability power, so and really get massive. So even if it's just the Hemo Plague and one rotation of spells then just being cordoned off by Crown, that might be enough to turn the tide of a fight.
Kiwi trying to trap up Expression here, but
Expression's playing these really smartly.
He's always been a good Aurelia player. This is something that he will feel very comfortable with, harkening back to the early days of his career.
But isn't it fun that, you know, we had the three, Smeb, Duke, Someday. Those were clearly going to love 6-11, and we haven't even seen Smeb on the Triforce carries, but we forget someone like Expression, who once was a feared top laner, who loved his Jax and Aurelia, and now the meta switches to him as well, just as Longzhu finally seemed to get an identity as a team.
Couldn't have come at a better time. The double bonus, well, that'll be a little bit of a steal there for Crown.
What are those veteran moves going for Ninja Tabi first? We have not seen Boots 2 in a long time. Ninja Tabi target buffed on this patch up to 12%. Reduced auto attacks. We saw the solo kill by Duke onto Beyond's Irelia, but Ninja Tabi both respects and gave the chase potential to get the kill onto Graves, so the double duty from those boots has really helped out, especially.
Yeah, playing back underneath his turret now, making sure he sweeps up the remaining CS. He's still looking for that completed first item as he zeroes in onto the Phage.
I don't think the chilling actually applied there, because Coco took no damage.
You might be right. Ambition and Chaser have had a little bit of a back and forth at each other's Raptors over the past few minutes.
They've got to kill in top. They've got to kill in bot. I think the Drakes really need to start rolling because even with their Drakes last game, they found it very difficult to take out the game. I guess the game did end during the last Infernal Drakes buff, so when they finally got that, Ruler's caught.
Oh, Ruler is caught. There's the knockup. Does fly a little bit wide. Arrow finds its target in Fury, and Wraith bounces back with a Mantra Q. Coco gets chunked out there. Fury's going to go for this one, though. Not sure how wise that was. Bubble lands on Wraith. Ruler has to use both summoners, so it was a 2-for-3 trade of summoners as this bottom lane has just been a bloodbath in the first 10 minutes.
It's popping off 2v2. You have to think maybe the bubble was not off cooldown because it was only thrown after everything had been blown by Ruler.
Ambition, though, gets caught. Coco uses the Ghost. There's the Hemo Plague. They want to come in with this, but it is a 2v3, and they are going to have to just back away. nothing they're going to get. Pure in a bit of a danger zone now against Crown. Crown on the pursuit, had used his ghost.
Hacks away, okay. Thought he might be too overextended for the remainder of Longzhu to come and get the 1-for-1, because Pure would have died to a single rotation of spells, not a movement of people.
He would have died to a single rotation of people coming down out of the jungle too.
That's true. Seems a bit more formidable. Rotation of people.
Well, actually that's not true. So Crown would have died to a rotation of people. That's what he was afraid of. And Pure was afraid of dying to a rotation of spells.
There you go.
That's how it is.
Fine line between people and spells, it turns out.
All rotations are deadly, though.
If anyone would know, that is you.
Chaser, this is Raptor buff pop, but not going to be too much of the gains from that. Ward relatively low on the timer.
Will Vlad finish the Spirit Visage? Because there could still be the pivot to Proto Belt, and yes, it will be Spirit Visage Rush. So I'm feeling that Coco has found a way to navigate this laning phase, and it never feels good to go full defensive itemization. We see a lot of people go Kindle Gem, Negatron Cloak into Proto Belt, but he was able to walk up and get EQ trades that he would have lost if he didn't have the magic resist. So this will probably be the new standard if we are to see more of the Vladimir. And given that he doesn't have any changes on this or future patches, I think Vlad's going to be pretty damn popular.
Yeah, Stinger second now from Expression. Not going for the Berserker's Greaves this game, so instead of going Sheen, goes for that attack speed, the 35% that he would have gotten from the Berserker's Greaves, instead from the Stinger. So still just trying to extend trades with the W.
Mission needs to be careful. Expression's coming in, so's Coco.
Yeah, Coco just blasts in there, and there it is.
Oh.
Chaser switches over to human form to get that range and takes him out at the last second. Coco really committing to that with the flash, but they get the necessary damage down and they punish Ambition's move forward into their jungle.
Ambition, of course, going to be slowly trying to farm his way to late game teamfight relevance. Now 0-2-0, has some more camps than Chaser.
Cube does not want to be here. Cocoon immediately following the Equilibrium Strike. Expression just working him down with that true damage.
What the hell is he doing?
Yeah, there was no jungler. His mid laner wasn't there. Crown now trying to stop this. This may be folly from the likes of Samsung. Pure has come up into the mid lane, walled off, and actually nearly bursted down, forced the ultimate to be used. Got to be careful against that poke, and he goes way too deep. Crown with the Hemo Plague, though, is going to get egged in this scenario. Oh, survives with the help of the Karma Shield. So low on HP, but the Rift Herald was taken down in that engagement, so Expression, it's like he was the one who picked that up, most likely.
That's the sort of walk-up you could do against a Maokai, but against an Aurelia with the item lead, it was just insanity from Cuvée. The arrow was coming, the allies were coming, but the timing just seemed to be woefully off between Cuvée and the rest of his team.
Well, he knew he was going to get stunned because the Aurelia had a little bit of damage too, which led stun straight into the actual Cocoon. It actually looks like it's He-10 style and Equilibrium Strike both on 3 points right now.
Interesting.
For Expression. So
I wish we could have seen the early laning phase to see when he pivots between the skills, because it can always be interesting. I mean, Aurelia famously, if you listen to Wicked and in general, has always been that champion where each point in ability really changes the strength of her laning phase. Nice to see her back in the meta.
This time it's going for a very balanced approach.
Right, is the 3-3.
Well, working out, and Longzhu, as many faults as their compositions have, they've been given a bit of a freebie here from Samsung early. It's only 1,500 gold lead. They need to keep on pushing this if they want to conclusively take out this game. But if this Aurelia starts to go off and Samsung loses their ability to win the 4-1 split, that's where Longzhu gets powerful, and they are going to dive. And again, just chaining the crowd control. Cuvée trying to pick it up. Expression not going to die to the turret damage, but they respond by taking the Mountain Drake. Mountain Drake number 2 coming up at about 22 minutes and 10 seconds, but they traded for a turret. Expression doesn't actually get the finisher. That goes to Chaser, but the turret, a huge edge.
Expression's just so damn smart. He waited for Trundle to do that first bit of damage, got the stun, of course. Chains into the cocoon and everything from there is very obvious, but the mind of an experienced Irelia player is on full display. And it's got them a pretty significant snowball. 20 CS and now a turret. And against Trinity Force, he's going to have such movement speed and kill pressure that, once again, sending someone to answer the Irelia is not going to be trivial, whatever the itemization is. And as you can see, it's going to be Titanic Hydra first from Cuvée.
Yeah. Big pickup. Cuvée thinks he can play this matchup just fine from behind.
Triforce and the dagger. Things begin.
They are beginning.
I wonder where the dagger's going.
Yeah, that is a good question.
Wits End, Edge Case was buffed on this patch, but still unlikely. It's just, think of attack speed items.
Yeah.
Didn't build any other attack speed items in game one. It was full defense from here.
No, but I think he knows he needs to win the 4-1 split if they're going to win this game. They have to win that, basically, or pray Samsung makes some sort of team fighting mistake in a 5v5, which seems unlikely. So, if he's going to go for attack speed and just single out the Trundle...
Blade of the Ruin King, I guess, is the possibility.
I would tend to lean towards that just because Wits End against the Trundle is not very useful.
He does have a Elise and Vladimir on his lineup, so shredding magic resist would be relevant, but I think you have to give the benefit of the doubt to Blade of the Ruin King and be happily surprised if it is the newly buffed Wits End as Chaser.
Yep, pops up into the sky. Expression rolls through. There's Coco. He won't break down, and there's the engage. Expression still alive. Chaser just standing, attacked by Red Buff right now. Can't do much at all. He took a ton of damage from the Brambleback. Expression flashes back over the wall. Pure here with the heal. Bubble not going to hit anybody. Crown still trying to kite this out. Here comes Fury, and there goes Crown. Falling as the AD carry arrives. They get two, and they're corralling more underneath the turret. Ash still on the bottom side, so this is a 2v5 on the dive. Cuvée, the next to fall. Ambition trying to run, but single down. And Expression comes out of that. Man, what a great play there. Fury just joining the rest of his team, and they're still going to push for a tier 2.
What a commitment. This fight starts with Sivir in the bottom lane and walks the whole length of the map. We thought this was going to be explosions, but it's a full tank Vladimir, so the damage is certainly not massive. And I thought Expression is over-pursuing here. Of course, Crown is to re-come from the egg, no longer be Anivia, be the Anivia again. But he flashes over, gets the heal, re-engages. Sivir joins as well. Fury's aggression on his re-entry of the team was on full display in their victory against ESC Ever, and it's on full display again here. And now they just continue the dive, and it's just so well coordinated. This is not a Longzhu we have ever seen.
Coco played that dive super well, too. Just leashing the turret on the outside, trying to heal up with his Q, and then de-aggroing as Irelia was leaving there with his pool. And Expression just following on through, and man, Fury was just quick to get up into the topside jungle.
His aggression is just unbelievable to watch, and think about what he got out of it. He's now 4-1. Arrow goes wide. It's a 2v1.
Wow, okay, so the stun comes in. He actually used that subjugate early
to give a stun over.
Yeah, to give a stun over. Now Expression tries to get onto Ruler. Doesn't kill him, thanks to the heal, but Ruler had to use both summoners to escape, and Longzhu can't make a play.
Fury did use his heal as well, but the turnaround, you saw that damage from the Irelia. Still no clearer onto what the item is that will be built out of this recurve. Both, I believe, Wits End and the Blade of the Ruin King both build out of it.
Yeah. Longzhu trying to take away this blue buff. Chaser steals it away. Big takeaway from the Anivia. We have 1 minute and 30 seconds to work with before Mountain Drake #2 hits the rift.
Irelia respawns, Home Guard, Trinity Force, Boots 2, very quick, so be able to answer wherever on the map she's needed. Doesn't have teleport, but neither does Cuvée. I mean, just the investment from Fury to be able to conceptualize the fight and understand is Crown. Wow.
Whoa. And he stopped up right at the very
Chase needs
end.
to get out there.
And yes, he does need to get out, and he will. Drops down inside the Glacial Storm, but of course with Crown that low, dangerous to try and stick around longer than he has to. Does recall. And Chaser got some time right now. Of course, Chaser with a 3-0-3 on this Elise has managed to accrue quite a princely sum and get a Rylai's pretty early.
But you have to smile that he's gone straight for the Rylai's. Oh, another 1v2 in action.
Specian going to try and dodge out with the Blade Surge. Will be stopped up by the pillar. Transcendent Blades doing what they can. Gets back to the minion wave.
Well, there's an Aurelia player.
Yep. Classic Aurelia. Fun to see again.
But the Rylai's is so smart. It makes me smile because we talked about the fact that Longzhu need to end it early, need to snowball their advantage, ensure that their split pusher in Aurelia, and just everything happens early before scaling from items like Rod of Ages is completed. Get the Rylai's, pile on the power, almost solo kill Crown, who's been farming away. Nice to see from Chaser, and Longzhu once again. They just have it together in every facet.
Another Mountain Drake. Absolutely huge for them.
Only their first, answering Samsung.
Oh, that's right. You're absolutely right. So, still important, especially if Expression can win the split push battle.
It's going to be Blade of the Ruin King with the Vampiric Scepter in inventory.
It would be quite odd if it was the Wit's End.
It'd be so cool, though.
Would it be, Papa Smithy?
Warwick and Aurelia.
All right, so let
brothers.
Chaser carry. That's what you're saying. And
Yeah.
Aurelia is just an attack speed debuff machine.
Exactly.
Great.
It's just fun to see Expression mix with the builds, because remember, it was Triforce full tank in game one. That's what he thought he needed. With the snowball here, he feels confident enough to be going for that blade, and with how strong he is, you Blade Surge onto this Ashe, and even if you're not able to stun her, Blade active and the slow, there's plenty of damage, and from there, Ashe dies very, very quickly.
Yeah, really pushing this far into top lane, even though the turret has already been destroyed at tier 2. Holding their position while they look for this red buff, hoping to force another fight here, perhaps. They do have TP advantage, Longzhu.
They have good Baron damage as well, so...
Yeah, Wraith really didn't want to go for that one. Flashes out immediately.
Wraith, now that he's been taken off his comfort zone of Nami and Braum, has looked a little bit more questionable in this series, and I mentioned the Baron damage. They're going for it, but well spotted out by Ruler.
Got to use that Hawk shot there. And, well, a wild Flash Cocoon just misses from Chaser. Ambition has the shield onto him, and with the wall stopping up everybody but Chaser, it's not going to work. They did get both summoners from Crown. A minor win. Expression still trying to go even with Cube right there. Cube did have to pop his Subjugate in that duel. Attempted to re-engage here. And Hemoplate goes down, but there's no follow-up damage. Gogo gets a nice regen, tops himself off.
Zoning Hemoplate.
That's right.
Interesting to see Longzhu still trumpeting around this red side of Samsung. You mentioned it before, no inner turret to really target down, no way to get a push onto the inhibitor. It's understandable when you want to take Baron, but you've tried that once. And for now, I just want to engineer a way to take this outer mid lane turret, because once again, Samsung's been sticking those outer mid lane turrets long time.
Ambition just on the edge of that Cocoon range. Knowing this limits very well. Longzhu just repeatedly attempts here to try and Death Brush. They do have some very good pink wards around the Baron, and there's no information available right now for Samsung. But doing this at Baron really requires that mid lane turret to be down. Otherwise, this keeps happening.
We've seen this before. Standstills.
Ambition is just daring them to do this Baron. And yes, they are going to take out that pink ward.
Ambition's also equal level to Chaser.
Oh,
this
wow.
tidal wave.
And there's a knockup actually coming through on the bubble. Great bubble. Crown eliminated. Coco uses his flash to get in and under with the pool, so they instead make a pick with the use of the tidal wave as Samsung tries to clear out that pink ward, and this will surely be a Baron for Longzhu unless Ambition can have a magnificent steal.
He might get a 50-50. Doesn't have vision, though. They're holding off on it. Gets the vision now. It's still at 1,500. Well done. Well thought out by Longzhu, and what a hero play. The ultimate into the flash double bubble from Pure. I think this guy really has it on. I've been really impressed with Pure on Longzhu because in a team where everyone has had their chances to struggle, Pure has probably been their most consistent player over the course of the year.
Yeah, we have to talk about his Bard too, which has been pretty solid. And his Braum, also a champion that he has typically excelled on, so that was a hell of a job getting a pick, though, from Pure. You're absolutely right. That's like, you could make that play, and Pure probably should be the MVP of this game already.
Insane. Just insane that he pulled it off, because remember, when you use the ultimate, you do get a little bit of extra movement speed. They were like, oh, damn, a tidal wave, that's a problem, and then the flash double bubble onto both Crown and Ambition.
Oh, boy. Gross. Well, big play sets up a big Baron for Longzhu, as they may have just snowballed this early game into some massive success.
Well, look at Fury's. I got 3 items. I got a red pot. Let's do this, guys. I'm ready to go. That basically says it's all in turret dive time. The only reason you would go for that earlier red pot, keep it in the inventory, is to make a play in the next few minutes with Baron buff. Certainly is the window for that as the gold lead. It's extended to over 9,000 for Longzhu.
Yeah. Rough times.
But now you look at the schedule and you really have to start re-evaluating. If they take out this game, suddenly every Longzhu game, whether it's against a team that they should beat down the bottom or a top team, suddenly looks damn interesting.
Well, maybe they'll just Jin Air it, lose to the bad teams, take wins from the good teams.
Ah, the Robin Hood approach.
Yes, they were called the Robin Hood team here in Korea because they took from the rich and gave to the poor.
That'd be great. But I mean, Afrika, they had the rise. It was much later in the season than Longzhu did. So then Longzhu has started, but Elise.
Just waiting for the wall, you know, whatever.
GA actually already onto Chaser. This is the ultimate let's turret dive. GA Elise.
Oh my god, Cube is just getting slaughtered by Expression. Only the turret is going to turn him back in conjunction with the ult from Trundle.
Expression doesn't have teleports. If he backs, he will have to walk all the way back. Won't have enough lifesteal, even with Blade and W probably to heal to full anytime soon. He's spotted on a ward as well.
Yeah, just heading back into lane, clears it out with the help of Baron. And they look like they've decided it's time to go for the third Mountain Drake.
And now Irelia will be better at taking turrets in front of a Trundle.
And taking Barons, nice. Nice. Cloud Drake, the one that no one will care about. Yep, will be the final one. Unfortunately, we did see Longzhu take it mere seconds before 29 minutes, so we are saddled with Cloud Drake in this game. Bad times.
The only Drake outside of Mountain. What a spoiler. But that's the thing. We talk about SKT a lot. They draft well, they build to their draft, they look at the enemy's weaknesses, and when they're weak in the game, they try to take it. Oh, speaking of weakness.
Yeah, Crown getting chunked down already, and he has to flash Hemoplex on him. Coco is not done. And there he is, dies underneath the turret. No egg passive for him, able to be popped. So Coco zooms on through with the help of his 2 summoners, and this Anivia is just not doing anything.
This immobility is really being exploited, even with Ghost Flash to answer, and Coco's still looking to poke onto turrets. Chaser as well.
Yeah, there, just keep on going. There's a tidal wave. Ambition now the next target. Coco is not done here. Zhonya's Hourglass use. He may be in a bit over his head, and he will drown there.
Longzhu's dreams of ending the game suddenly.
Well, Cube focused down by the likes of Fury and Expression, gets too far in front of his team.
My kingdom for a minion wave, says Longzhu.
Yeah, still 2 for 1, still an inhibitor. Hard to argue with that performance. That kill onto Crown was mighty impressive, but it was a long shot for them to win the game there with the Baron buff expiring.
But Coco getting that kill to start things off before he over-pursued. The Flash Ghost ult, after the ult to get the Q. Knew his damage output even with this fairly low damage VAD build, although now with Rylai's and the Zhonya's it's starting to pile up. Again, we talk about SKT and just knowing their limits, knowing what to do. Longzhu have played to their win conditions of early domination, snowball in the Irelia, buying items to allow them to finish the game early. Red pot from Sivir, the Guardian Angel into just pure health for Chaser. They've done exactly what they needed to do, and they're one more team fight away from ending the series.
It would be a huge statement. I mean, Longzhu, this team that came in with so much hype, spending so much money to assemble a truly astounding array of talented players, 10 of them last season, taking some #1 players in solo queue like Fury and Crash, and they just have been so pathetic, honestly, considering how much talent and how much money they spent. But now, if this is actually real, because if we talk about challengers for SK Telecom, you need a certain level of just talent. As Coco dodges out of that arrow, no real attempt or ability to follow up. But if we just talk about talent, you need a team like ROX. You need a team like Longzhu to even match the SKT players head-to-head. And if Longzhu can get it together in teamwork, they may be a real threat.
Let's wait till they close out this game to really pile on the superlatives. Been excellent 32 minutes. They definitely look like they're one fight away from ending it. But so far, Samsung have held true. When they do go for these turret dives, they will be really opting into Crown, who may have his passive up by then, but definitely will be able to kite back and get big value out of the wall. So the game doesn't end for now, but objectives like Baron and Elder Drake, when that eventually spawns at, I guess, 42, 41 minutes into the game after this Cloud Drake, may finally cement the victory for Longzhu.
Yeah, Baron up in 30 seconds too. And Coco, especially doing enough work. Yeah, like you say, the Mountain Drakes make short work of that inhibitor turret. And there's a big Hemo play. Cube in the front line yet again. He will be the first to fall in this fight. Coco with the finishing blow. That's going to be the second inhibitor in favor of Longzhu Gaming as they make their exit out of the base right as the Baron spawns.
The one prediction I feel good about that's kind of coming true to me was I wondered about Cuvée, I wondered about 6-11 and the meta shift, and I think this series cements to me that the warning signs certainly seem to be ringing true. Samsung was so well suited to 6.10, the post-MSI meta in general, but 6-11 and that change of focus to top lane plays into the wheelhouse of Expression and Longzhu, and Cuvée doesn't seem to be on the same page just yet.
Yeah, Wraith now firing his Qs into the Baron pit, hoping to get this one down, but Ambition just isn't there. Baron dropping low, 2,700 HP. They have to deal with Ambition on the side. There's going to be a flash
Chase is going to die to
from
Baron.
Coco, and are they going to get something? Ruler trying to retreat away from Expression. Chaser does not die to Baron, does get his GA popped, however, and Crown now the next focus. Arrow's going to land onto Pure. Cuvée TP's back in, but can he do anything? Finishes off one member. Pool underneath Cuvée. They're trying to kite for
the
Fury.
bubble.
Beautiful bubble. Coco survives. And a bit of a dicey Baron there for Longzhu, but they come out on top.
Pure was one of the early frontrunners for the best Bard in the league. Was probably eclipsed in that, but man, his Nami's looking pretty damn outstanding as well. This was a big problem for Longzhu. Chaser had to tank it up, the Baron, because everyone else peeled away, so they're in a really awkward spot. He does still go in, but has the Guardian Angels, why he could make the aggressive play onto Crown. They all in on finishing Crown, which is definitely the right choice. And Cuvée, so many different tempting targets to turn on to, but Pure has the ultimate answer, the heal into the beautiful Aqua Prison. Ends the hopes for Cuvée. Comes pretty close to ending the hopes for Samsung.
Yeah. Well, they survive another day. They do get their mid lane inhibitor up again, but Cuvée is dead. Cuvée also has no TP, so Longzhu has a nice little timing here. Expression found out, trying to camp that brush with a pink ward.
40% CDR with just 2 items now in this new post-Trinity Force rework world, Frozen Heart and the Trinity Force. They turn on to Baron.
Expression not even there, but it's not going to matter. No chance, as Cuvée still on his way out of the base. So Baron taken once again by Longzhu, and they start their push up, trying to get that middle inhibitor down once again.
Elation on the faces of the Longzhu members. It's just a few minutes away. I think this is the push they intend to end the game on. Items just stacked up on so many members. 14,000 gold lead. Longzhu Gaming have finally, it seems, taken the next step.
Expression low, is nailed by the arrow, had a blade surge into the enchanted crystal arrow, have to run around the side of the wall right now, the help of that Sivir ultimate, but they turn again onto the last inhibitor turret. Fury stopped up in that Glacial Storm temporarily, but they're still working that inhibitor down. That's going to be the inhibitor falling. They now have all 3 dead. Nexus turret has to be saved with a pillar from the super minions. Can they finish the game right now? It's gonna
Bottom
be
lane minion wave still far away. Top lane as well. It's only one minion wave, and it's just starting to come for Longzhu.
Yeah, may not be worth pushing too hard for Longzhu right now, but Coco does use the Ghost, trying to get in. Juve focused immediately. Ruler has to fall back. Coco still on the flank right there, harassing the AD carry and support. Tides of Blood onto Ambition. Expression trying to get the kill. Can't quite make it work. Coco not going to get hit by the stun from Anivia, but they're just working down these turrets, and that is going to be the end of this game. Longzhu Gaming rolls to their 4th consecutive game win, their 2nd consecutive best-of-3 win, and a big upset over Samsung.
And this is the sort of sideways turn that makes the LCK summer that much more interesting. Longzhu will not be a laughingstock. Longzhu will not be a punching bag. Longzhu Games, suddenly, they have to look like a real threat against anyone they face because they've taken down Samsung, and they look damn good doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Still, I think the draft was a bit rough in game number 2, but in spite of that, they overcame that obstacle. They found ways to deal with the Anivia. They got around the side of those walls with the help of the Sivir, and honestly, Coco just playing balls to the wall on that Vladimir, not being afraid to just dump those
It wasn't
summoner
just
spells.
Coco though, Monty. Fury walking from bot lane, Sivir ulting to get there for a fight. Pure going for an initiation on Nami, the quintessential disengaged champion next to Janna, and Chaser just going off, building ability power, almost soloing out a Crown on the Anivia, then just building a Guardian Angel, Giant Spelt, and saying, I'll help you, turret dive. We're going to end it now. And they did.
Yeah, great job. Well, impressive stuff from Longzhu tonight. And we kind of saw this whole range of Longzhu's improvements. We talked about it. Coming into tonight, it's not that they were doing bad in the early game. They were number 4 at 15 minutes in terms of gold differential. They were positive. So why was this team falling flat? A lot of the late game shot calling. Well, game 1 showed they can hang in there with one of the best shot calling teams and the best coordinated teams in the league. Game number 2 showed that they can press an advantage really, really well.
And they reintegrate Fury and look good doing it. One of the problems I think this team had, and they spoke about it in interviews, too many cooks, likes of Fury, Coco, Chaser, all aces of their teams put together in this super team. All of them had done shot calling, even Fury from the AD carry role for Samsung pre-Ambition coming into the lineup. So there was always going to be that friction, who's the right shot caller. When you start losing, you lose trust in your teammates. It feels like the trust is there. The team is on the same page in a similar fashion, scarily, to a team like SKT. And although it's a long time before we can talk about them in quite the same breadth, at least we can make the illusion and not be doing it facetiously.
Yeah, and I think that's the big question here, because SKT, they have such excellent players pretty much across the board that when we talk about a team like Jin Air, the question is, does Jin Air actually have the individual talent ceiling to truly be able to defeat SK Telecom in a best of 5?
Your first instinct has to be no.
Yeah, exactly. And you could ask the same question, I think, about Samsung. Certainly Crown is getting up there to be a top-tier mid, and Ruler's been impressive for a rookie. But I think when you take a step back and you say, in terms of talent, who are the top 3 teams in this league? Who have we seen the highest individual ceilings from? It has to be SKT, the Rocks Tigers, and Longzhu Gaming. Just from a historical perspective. So Longzhu turning this around could be very important.
MVP of this game will be Pure. Thank the gods. They give it to the right man. Pure won this game with his double bubble onto 2 carries of Samsung and just was outstanding on the Nami. A carry Nami performance is something you almost never talk about, but he was just amazing.
Yeah, and again, we finally got to see that replay where Wraith was a little bit too far up and alone. This time they catch out Crown Wall, not enough to keep him alive.
Are you ready for the game changer? Are you ready
for
the channeling the ult out of vision, then flashing over a wall? We didn't even notice that, into a double bubble. Just insane stuff.
Yeah,
Pure.
beautiful play.
Oh. Again, Nami, so often the disengaged champion doesn't make plays to get something like MVP, but the plays were real this game.
Absolutely they were.
And this bubble also to keep alive the Vladimir right at the tail end of this play. Coco on a speck of health.
He does turn into a golden pool. Just my favorite thing about Zhonya's Vladimir.
Zhonya Zac, also one of my favorites.
I don't know if you can actually beat the golden pool, Papa Smithy. But that'll be it. So Pure with a really, really well-deserved MVP in that game.
And it's almost seemed like Pure was at his level of performance. He was good on Najin. He was good on Longzhu. It's just everyone else at different times fell apart. Now everything's coming together, and Pure looks good, and his supporting cast is very impressive.
Especially, actually, when we look back at last season, he was he was probably the most lane-dominant top laner in the entire league, relatively, or regularly.
Smeb may be accepted.
Well, he regularly got these huge CS advantages or gold advantage just on his own, being left alone. So if he can take that strong laning phase and transition it into better team play, that's when things start to get really scary for the opponents of Longzhu, really. So, wow, I'm impressed. I mean, I thought taking out ESC Ever is one thing. Taking out Samsung, that's something else.
And I said it in the taxi, I wanted to see this be a competitive series. It was, and if you say it wasn't, it was Longzhu actually pushing forward.
Well, Samsung still had a very good game number one.
Sure.
Absolutely coming back with some of that shot calling. Well, guys, I think that's going to be just about it for us tonight, as the phone interview not going to be translated for you this evening with the coaches, so we will leave you until tomorrow.
Hopefully.
Yes.
Hopefully leave you, because you never know with
You
these
never
outros.
know. You never know with these outros. Well, we're going to leave you until tomorrow, where we'll be myself and Achilleos coming back to cast tomorrow evening. So until then, thanks a lot for watching LCK on OGN, and hopefully when I wave my hands...
Yeah, let's do a double wave.
That's right. Goodbye, everybody.
Maybe.
Thanks for watching.
Maybe.
Are we going to get lucky?
Yes, we are.